the media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Speaking times will be determined by the total number of public comment cards and callers in the queue at the start of each public comment period. For 1 to 20 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 3 minutes. For 21 to 39 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 2 minutes. And for 40 plus total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 1 minute. No additional comment cards or calls will be accepted once the public comment period begins.
Interpreters are available for assistance with in-person public comment. Please connect with them if you are in need of services. Hay servicios de interpretación disponibles para asistir con los comentarios públicos en persona. Por favor, habla con un intérprete si necesita estos servicios.
Եթե տեղում մեկնաբանություն եք անում թարգմանիչի կարիք ունեք, միացեք թարգմանչի հետ օգնության համար։
Good evening and welcome to a joint meeting of the Burbank City Council with the Housing Authority and the Parking Authority on Tuesday, August 26, 2025. I will be presiding over tonight's meeting while Mayor Perez is still currently out. Please join me for a moment of reflection. This moment is intended to begin our meeting with a positive and collective support for our beloved community. The City Council welcomes everyone joining us this evening. We encourage you to take a moment to reflect on our community and the work we will be doing together tonight. Although each of us has our own unique reasons for being here, we are united in our passion for our wonderful city. As we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what they mean to those around us. Let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. Thank you. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, Madam City Clerk. How are you tonight?
I'm terrific. How are you, Vice Mayor?
I'm doing great. Ready to rock and roll.
Okay.
Speaking of roll, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Anthony,
I am here.
Councilmember Mullins.
Here.
Councilmember Rosati,
I am here.
and Vice Mayor Takahashi.
Present.
Thank you.
Okay, there will be 3 periods of public comment tonight. Members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the general public comment period and must submit cards or call before the general public comment period begins. And you turn them in over here if you're in person. The first public comment period is for general public comment on any matter concerning city business and or any agenda item. If you are here in person and wish to speak during general public comment, you should have submitted a yellow public comment card to address the council. If you would like to participate in the general public comment over the phone, please call now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until the general public comment period begins, at which time no additional calls will be taken. Additional public comment periods will be available following each report to council this evening. Interpreters are available for assistance with public comment. We have both Spanish and Armenian interpreters here with us. They're sitting in the front row right here on the left, or left to me, right to you. Please connect with them if you are in need of services. So we have several announcements tonight, but before we have our announcements, I would like to acknowledge that today, August 26, 2025, is Women's Equality Day. In 1973, Congress designated August 26 as Women's Equality Day. They waited 4 more days, it'd be my birthday. To commemorate the 1920 certification of the 19th Amendment to the Constitution, granting women the right to vote. Today, we honor progress, persistence, and the power of women's voices. We celebrate the progress that has been made in the fight for gender equality, honor the women who led and continue to lead the movement for equal rights, reflect on ongoing challenges such as pay equity, representation, and access to opportunities, and look forward to a more inclusive and equitable future for all genders. Let's continue to uplift, empower, and advocate for equality today, because the work is not done. So thank you for celebrating that with me today. All right, that said, we have 5 announcements this evening.
The following are announcements for August 26, 2025. Join the Burbank Police Department for a discussion on electric mobility devices such as the current regulations and public safety guidelines for e-bikes and e-scooters. An in-person community meeting will be held on September 3rd from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. at the Community Services Building, and a virtual meeting will be offered via Zoom from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. on September 10th. For more information, please visit the city's website or contact Lieutenant Jeffrey Barkis. Drop off your household hazardous and electronic waste at Burbank's free drive-through collection event on Saturday, September 6th. From 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., stop by the Fire Training Center to turn in unwanted paints, e-waste, chemicals, sharps, and more. Business waste, large appliances, or explosives are not accepted. This event is open to all LA County residents. For more information, visit lacsd.org/HHW. This fall, Burbank Public Library presents Survival of the Readiest, a free program series designed to help residents gain the knowledge and skills to face natural disasters with confidence. Running from September through mid-October, the series offers emergency preparedness workshops and activities on practical topics such as assembling go bags, creating a family disaster plan, and staying mentally prepared during a crisis. Residents of all ages are encouraged to participate. For the full schedule of events and activities, visit burbanklibrary.org/survival. The Burbank City Clerk's Office is accepting applications for 1 vacancy on the Burbank Water and Power Board for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2028. The deadline to apply is Friday, September 12th at 5 p.m. If interested, please apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. For more information, please contact the Burbank City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. Attention California homeowners. Applications are open for the Earthquake Brace and Bolt program. Qualifying homeowners may receive up to $3,000 in grant funding for a seismic retrofit of their home to reduce the risk of earthquake damage. The application deadline is October 1st. To learn more, visit earthquakebracebolt.com. This concludes the announcements for this evening.
Wonderful. All right, we have one presentation tonight. I'm very excited about this presentation. Our presentation this evening is certificates to the Burbank Student Sister City Committee. So exciting. Today we get the honor of welcoming our Burbank Sister City delegates who had a busy summer hosting a student delegation from Incheon, Korea, and then going abroad to Ota, Japan. Ganbarimashita. It means good job. I would like to invite Brandon Robertson and Silverina Santora to join me at the podium to speak a little bit and share with us about their summer experiences. I think Brandon's going to go first. Face this way?
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's see. Where's the presentation? Hi, are you able to pull up the presentation? There we go, thank you. Hi, my name is Brandon Robertson. I'm a junior at Burroughs, and this summer I accompanied 10 of my peers, along with Silverina, on a delegation to Ota, Japan, and I got the wonderful opportunity to host a delegation of Korean students from Incheon. So, let's see. There you go. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. So the first day of hosting, we went to the airport. It was me and a few other people who could make it that morning. We took the shuttle down, and at LAX we waited outside the Bradley terminal for our delegation to arrive. They came off one by one. They didn't know each other, and we obviously didn't know any of them. So as we rode the bus home, we really got to know each other. And when we got back to the Buena Vista Library, we had an amazing time showing them their first tastes of American cuisine. And we just got to talk more and more, so it was great. My host student was named, let's see, the name Hwang Sung-yoon. We called him Hwang. And he stayed in our guest room for a week. So the first outing that I went on was here at the City Hall. Councilman Anthony gave a beautiful presentation about the mural behind you guys and the painting over there, and I thought it was really special because it really showed what American tradition means in terms of democracy and civil participation. And I was just so proud to show them the City Hall because I think it's our crown jewel, and the Art Deco architecture is such a beautiful part of our history. So it was really a gift to get to show them City Hall and our fire station as well. So the next outing I went on was at JPL and the Huntington Gardens. I unfortunately couldn't go to every single outing because of my work, but we got to go to JPL, and then this is where I met some of my first friends, or really got to know people. One girl who I really bonded with was named Kwang Yoon-hyung, and I called her Yoon, but we really got along together, and I think that getting to take them to JPL was an amazing privilege because it really shows America's openness. My student was actually surprised that they were letting him see such high up things that went on at JPL, and I just think that it was an amazing experience to get to show them that. And then the Huntingtons, America has a lot of beautiful nature, and I think that the Huntington Gardens are a really great summary of all of that. And we also showed them a lot of LA nature, but for overall America, the Huntingtons were great. Then we did Warner Bros, and this was also an amazing experience because that's the bread and butter of our town. We are the media capital of the world. So I think that getting to show them Warner Bros studios and show them where all their favorite American movies were made was also a really great thing. And then my favorite day was Santa Monica Beach, and I think my proudest achievement while hosting was getting to teach some of the students how to boogie board, because surfing and boogie boarding, that's part of our California heritage. So getting to take them into the Pacific Ocean on our side and show them how to boogie board and play beach volleyball was just so much fun. And I would do that a million times again because it was a great experience, and I'm really proud. And then after that, we obviously had family days on the weekends. So my student cooked us some of his favorite Korean foods. It was my first time trying cold noodles and pork belly and Korean rice cakes. So it was all amazing. And then we introduced him to real Mexican food. So overall, I mean, tequilas is pretty good. So it was great overall. Let's see. And then, overall, I just think that this experience is irreplaceable, even as we enter a world with more automation. We might not need interpreters in the future, but we will always need to understand each other. So I think that getting to host students and getting to travel was such an amazing thing. And I honestly became a tourist in my own city because I was seeing things for the first time and seeing things through their eyes. So it gives you a renewed appreciation for your community as well. And that's something that I carry with me now. I have friends all over the world, and I think that Burbank has friends all over the world because of this program. So I'm very proud of everything that Sister Cities accomplished. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Now we will invite Silverina to present.
Hello, my name is Silverina Santora, and I am a junior this year at John Burroughs High School, and I'm a proud member of the Burbank Sister City Committee. I had the great honor of going to ODA this summer as part of our delegation, and I think I can speak on behalf on all the delegates when I say it was a fantastic experience that we only really get once in a lifetime. We enjoyed so many really unique opportunities in ODA that we don't have here. We got to meet the mayor of ODA while we were there, he was so kind to us, and then we climbed all the steps at Ikaho and got to do a traditional tea ceremony, among many other really cool opportunities. I know we all had very different experiences, and I'm here to tell you quickly about mine. I got to stay with two amazing host families, the Hashimoto family and the Uchida family, both for a week respectively, and I learned so many things from them. During the time that I had with them, which was typically in the afternoons, they took me absolutely everywhere. They wanted to show me as much of Japan as they could with the time that I had with them. They took me on such fun adventures and got to see sites that this program definitely opened the door for. My families took me to Tokyo, Disney Sea, and then I got to go to Kamakura, which is one of the best experiences I've had in my life, I do have to say. Kamakura is this really busy street with all these like big vendors and tons of shops and everything, and that's where I was introduced to curry bread, and there I gotta say it was one of the most delicious things I've ever had in my life. And the one we got was actually recommended by my host brother, who had been to Kamakura before on a school field trip, and he was like, "This is absolutely amazing, I love this place," and truly it was actually amazing. The city of Oda was so gracious in welcoming us, and I think they did a wonderful job of showing us all of Oda and what we can experience there, especially with Japanese culture. This trip allowed me to experience a whole different sort of view on culture and do things that we don't have the opportunity to do here in the US, which I think we all take for granted, that there are so many things to do in this world and we can't do everything here, but going abroad can really teach us so many different things. I know we all experience new things and gain knowledge about another culture that we will live with and have for the rest of our lives. And the Burbank Sister City program is a fantastic program that allows us students to do this. And I'm just so grateful to have had this opportunity this summer. Thank you to the city of Burbank for continuing to support this program, because it is truly an amazing program that brings us together. Thank you.
Absolutely wonderful presentations. Thank you so much. And I have to ask Brandon, what was the first American food you shared with them?
I remember my host student wanted to try lasagna, so someone had made a tray of lasagna that he ended up getting, and then my mom and I, or maybe my mom, spent a lot of time making lasagna for him later, and then we also made mac and cheese for him.
I love it. Mac and cheese and lasagna, American cuisine. And Silverina, I'm so jealous. It's really sad to say I've not yet been to Japan. I feel like I have been because Japan is in our home a lot. So I have to say, did you try street ramen?
We went to the ramen museum.
Yes.
It was something else.
Oh my God.
It smelled, but it was like the smell of ramen, because they had like every single different type of ramen there. So I got to try several types in the museum. It was really cool.
That's amazing. So if anyone been to Japan before? Tried street ramen? Thumbs up, right? Yeah. All right, we're going to do some certificates now. We're going to call your name one more time when you come up. take the certificate, I'll shake your hand and keep standing here, and then we're going to do a picture at the end, right? Okay, so first we've got Raquel Brogmus, and we can clap for each person. Adam Chi. Oh, sorry, Adara. Sorry, Adari Chi. Stay here. Adara Chi. Thank you. Congratulations. All right. Grace Chick. Charlotte Hartwell. Avery Hudzik. Drake Ishkanian. Jack Musgrave. And Brandon Robertson. And Silverina Santora. And Lincoln Zick. And Stan, oh, these are chaperones? Okay, so next up are the chaperones. Before I give certificates to the chaperones, I just want to say that the kids are not the only ones who go to Japan and Incheon. The chaperones go too, which means adults in the community can volunteer to go to Japan. Just saying. So if you want to go, next time. All right, first chaperone is Stan Abe. Congratulations. Nihonjin desu ka? No. Okay, no worries. And then next up we have Valeria Nava. Thank you. You guys are so lucky to have gone. I'm jealous. All right, none of this would be possible without the Burbank Sister City Committee, who meet year-round to prepare and support our delegation and ensure that the students have rich and fulfilling experiences abroad. I would like to invite our Burbank Sister Committee President, Cheryl Johnson, to accept a certificate. Thank you for all you do. Oh my gosh, here we go. Yes, of course. Okay. So thank you, Cheryl. Congratulations to all of you here, and thank you again for all your efforts in representing Burbank and making the Burbank Sister City program such a wonderful treasure to be a part of. All right, so let's situate ourselves, and we're going to group photo.
Scooch on in a little more on this side. Actually, why don't we all take a step to our left? Couple steps. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Okay, that's good. Okay, looking right here.
Another round of applause for everybody. Thank you so much. You guys can go ahead and either take your seats or you guys can gather your stuff and head on out. It's up to you. Thank you. Congratulations. Did you go to Japan or did you?
We did go to Japan. Thank you so much.
I just want to say, Brandon, before you leave. Brandon, before you leave, yes, we're much more open with our technology. But we're also far more litigious and have stronger copyright laws. So that's the balance.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Okay.
I'm saying we can move the schedule around.
I was just saying to my colleagues that one day I'll be a chaperone. One day. Or go to Japan just because. There we go. And say, here we are. All right. Let's see. Moving along. Next on our agenda is the City Manager Report. So City Manager, Mr. Hess, do you have anything to report for us tonight?
Good evening, Vice Mayor. Yes, I do. I do have one item. I'd like to introduce our city's communication manager, Jonathan Jones. He's going to provide us an update on our latest new agenda management software. So if Jonathan, come on up.
Welcome, Mr. Jones.
That is a extremely tough act to follow. Ramen museums and boogie boarding. I can't top it, but I will try. Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of the council, Jonathan Jones, Public Information Office. It is great to be back, and it is my privilege and my honor to present to you tonight. Hang on now. The city has upgraded its Granicus system to Peak Agenda Management. Thank you. I wrote hold for applause, so I appreciate that, Vice Mayor. Thank you. Thank you. It's actually very cool. And it debuts tonight with our city council meeting, with rollout coming later to different boards and commissions. So when the community goes on the clerk's meetings and agendas page, they're going to see a little icon right next to the city council meeting that says Agenda Packet. What's Agenda Packet, you ask? Agenda Packet comes with a beautiful table of contents where all of the attachments are labeled, so the user knows exactly what they're clicking on. But if they don't want to click, the beauty of the Agenda Packet is now that the user can seamlessly scroll through the entire meeting and follow along in sequential order. It's very cool. That said, if they still prefer the old agenda, it's there. So you can go that or the Agenda Packet. But I'm not done. Now, everything is numbered in sequential order, and every topic has its own numbering system. For example, consent, 1, 2, 3. Reports, 1, 2, 3. Before, it would start at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 for the whole meeting. So this makes it a little easier to cite and to follow along, okay? I think that you don't have something like this without the council's commitment to continuously improving the customer experience. It was led by our city clerk here in collaboration with IT and the city manager's office. And I think it represents an excellent example of city departments working seamlessly together and proactively. I wasn't getting many emails asking for peak agenda management, but working together proactively for the betterment of this community. That's all I got. Hey, thank you. Good.
Did it say hold for applause there too?
Any questions?
Yeah. Questions, comments, council? Yes.
So during meetings over the years, I've referred audience members who are flipping through packets to the agenda item. It's now easier. I can tell them what page to look for. I think it's very helpful. It's created a much easier, streamlined process online. But earlier I mentioned how when you print it out, it's a little bit tougher for me because I like tactile.
Print it out.
We're going to have to adjust, but I know that it is going to help the audience and participation. To me, that is key, and so that's why I'm looking forward to having folks be able to follow along.
Likewise.
Yeah. Any other comments, questions?
Now I have to say something because he's waiting for that applause. Thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
I did go online today and I opened the agenda packet, so I think that's very helpful to streamline all the, to look for the reports easily. Like my colleague, I already gave my input to the city manager and we'll pass it on to the city clerk. Just minor things for printing that helps us appear on the dice. But otherwise, good job. Thank you. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Good job.
Thank you, Council Member.
Councilmember Rosati? Thumbs up? Thumbs up. Awesome. And
thank you. Oh, please.
Yes, I was just going to say that I'm digital, 100%. So it's, you're working with two different styles here. And I do really appreciate, especially with the single agenda with the links, that all of the attachments now have a description. So instead of just attachment 1, attachment 2, attachment 3, it tells you what the attachment is. So it's easier to refer and remember which is which when you're going back and forth. So I really appreciate that. And it also is numbered now like an outline, which it's different. It's a change, but it's something that once now I'm kind of used to it, that my brain makes sense. So I'm not trying to keep track of the numbers. So always innovating, always trying things new. I really appreciate that and the teamwork on this. So, much appreciated on being willing to make this work. So thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
Okay, Next up, we have a reporting on closed session. Mr. City Attorney, will you please report?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, and for the benefit of the public, the City Council met this afternoon at 4 p.m. to discuss two items in closed session. The first item was a matter of existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in the matter of Whitehead et al. Versus the City of Burbank. It's a personal injury case. The second item was a conference with real property negotiator, Mr. David Kriske, Assistant Community Development Director, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 concerning potential acquisition of a portion of the Burbank Western Flood Control Channel of property from the Union Pacific Railroad for purposes of completing property acquisition for the San Fernando Bikeway project. The City Council took no reportable action on these two items this evening.
Great, thank you for the report. So now we will have general public comment. I will be calling out the speaker's name as well as the person who is next in line to speak. In order to keep public comment moving in timely fashion, we have a designated seat in the front row for speakers who are next up. It says public comment on the chair. A timer is also available on the podium. This is also the last call for anyone who needs an interpreter, or we will release you in just a minute to see if anyone catches you last minute here. Persons may choose to use the first period of public comment to address an agendized report, but will not be able to speak on that when the item comes up. Please state your name for the record when you speak. And so now, have our interpreters had any requests for assistance? No? All right, then you are good to go. Thank you so much for being here and being willing to interpret if asked. So now, general public comments beginning, so no more public comment cards, no more phones. Madam City Clerk, how many public comment cards and phone calls do we have in the queue?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We have 18 cards and 5 callers.
That's
23.
23. Thank you for the math. 23 comments, which that
snuck in 6 callers. 24.
So 24. All right. So 24 speakers. What that means is 2 minutes each. Okay. Let's see what we got here. So 2 minutes each, and our first speaker is Mike Van Gorder, followed by Ron Bax. Welcome, Mr. Van Gorder. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the council. Mike Van Gorder, I have the honor of serving as a planning commissioner for this beautiful city. At the beginning of planning commissioning meetings and the beginning of this meeting, we pledge allegiance to the flag and to the republic for which it stands. And it ends with liberty and justice for all. It does not say liberty and justice for some, or for citizens, or for a vocal minority who like red hats. It says for all, no exceptions. But liberty is under siege, and injustice is on our streets, with cowardly, unidentified agents of state-sponsored terrorism moving in packs and snatching our neighbors from their jobs and their children's schools, or their routine court appearances in the faithful pursuit of American citizenship. I'm proud to be one person in a massive citywide effort, the Burbank Community Defense Network, who literally every day patrol this city to report ICE sightings, distribute Know Your Rights cards, educate the public and local businesses about keeping the community safe, and performing rapid response actions to document and sometimes repel lawless ICE kidnappings. We are defending the ideal of liberty and justice for all. We are vocally opposing performative cruelty, so to discourage ICE and show every neighbor that they are worth fighting for. And this council failed to show this community that spirit. They feared instigating the presence of thugs that are already here. They claimed that supporting a statewide effort to curb lawless, unidentified federal overreach would, quote, have no effect, as if no symbol or gesture or act of bravery or humanity has ever had an effect. The effect would have been to tell our neighbors that they're worth fighting for, that we're willing to endure inconvenience or hardship or persecution to pursue liberty and justice for all. And instead, we have a conversation about rental-adjacent terminology happening tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, this community deserves better. And one day, everyone will have been against this. If you, like me, want to act now, then email burbankagainstice@gmail. Sign up to show our community and some elected officials that have fallen behind what courage looks like. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Ron Bax, followed by John Escheto. Welcome, Mr. Bax. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, council members. You have the 3-minute version in front of you. We have to switch to the 2-minute version. So, good evening, council members and Burbank residents. I'm Ron Bax. The Burbank Tenant Union recently claimed housing providers pocket 65% of rent as profit, spending just 36% on expenses. This wildly inaccurate and unfair. As providers, I know really profits are about 10%, often only 5%, and maybe negative. Their claim comes from a biased, unverified source meant to mislead. In 2 minutes, I'll share the truth and why it matters. Rent vanishes quickly. 35% goes to repairs to keep properties safe. Another 40% goes to mortgage, principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. That's 75%. Add 5% for management in some cases, leaving 20%. Taxes, federal and state, reduce that to 10% profit. For those with bigger loans, where they would have stretched to get their properties, going to 50% mortgage, it drops to 5% after taxes. That's less than savings account, ignoring our unpaid hours. This matters because false claims push policies like rent caps below 5%, stricter than state law. This could bankrupt small providers, forcing sales to corporate landlords who don't care about our tenants in Burbank. That hurts everyone. Council, as you shape the 2025 budget, I didn't take that out of this one, reject unfair rent caps and consider incentives to support small housing providers. Base decisions on facts, not fictions, to protect our housing environment. And so I have 13 seconds. You recall that a few weeks ago I presented an analysis where housing providers are getting 2.5% on their equity, where at the bank they can get 4% with all their labor, which doesn't occur when you're in the bank.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Next up is John Escheto, followed by Mark Scroggs. Welcome, Mr. Escheto. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. I want to address the ordinance on tonight's agenda concerning boards, commissions, and committees. First, a disclosure. I'm John Escheto, and I'm currently a member of the city's Senior Citizen Board. I'm not here representing that body. I'm speaking as a citizen of Burbank, but with my perspective based on my past years serving on that board. With regard to the ordinance, I want to be clear. As the provisions of the ordinance are included as I saw them in tonight's package, I really have no issues with what's been presented and what's going to be voted on tonight. But what I want to speak to is an opinion I heard voiced 4 weeks ago when this topic was discussed last, that based on certain council members' experience as liaisons to boards and commissions, it seemed like they were questioning what value does the city derive from some of these boards. And I went back through our meetings for our board and discovered for the last year that out of 9 scheduled meetings, one council member or another attended only 5 of them. The one member who showed up the most attended a total of 4, and out of 9 meetings, that's not even a 50% attendance. So I'm not aware if attendance by a liaison from council is required or even codified anywhere, but it still seems that that's part of a liaison's job, showing up regularly. If you want to really be informed about what's going on in our meetings, if you feel like you have a question about our value or whatever, please come to our meetings. The next Senior Citizen Board will meet tomorrow at 1 p.m. at Joslin Senior Center. And speaking for myself, I'll be happy to welcome your show of support for our service. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Thank you, Mr. Escheto. Next up is Mark Scroggs, followed by Mary O'Hare. Welcome, Mr. Scroggs. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Mark Scroggs. I noticed recently that Burbank is cutting into Hollywood Boulevard's stores with resources and memorabilia, which is great because it attracts tourists and locals here that normally wouldn't come to Burbank to look for that stuff. Hollywood Book and Posters on Magnolia, I've known those people for about 35 years, people who've been there. It's a great place. Be Kind Video, which is across from Porto's, I didn't realize this, was featured in the Hollywood Reporter. The owner is actually the great-grandson of the French film director Jean Renoir, who's in his great-great-grandfather was the painter. They've got so many videos in that there, so that's really nice. The Burbank libraries also have a great collection. People want to get these materials. They want to get VHS tapes. I don't know why they do. They want to get Laserdisc. They want to get DVDs because they want to own them. Now, why does this matter? Because most films and television shows now aren't available online or streamed. Many of them, just get taken off, have gotten taken off over the years because they don't want to pay the residuals. So people want to find them. They also want to own them. They realize if they buy something on Amazon, like you own the film, you don't. You have it until their lease is up on it. So you're really just leasing material. A lot of people come to look for that stuff. The current and the next generation of the Quentin Tarantino, so I knew you used to go to Hollywood Book and Poster, go to these stores all the time. So it attracts them and brings them to Burbank, which is great, because otherwise they're going to Eagle Rock or somewhere in Hollywood. So this kind of brings a level of kind of hipness to the city. So this weekend, when you're at the Magnolia food trucks, check these places out. A lot of other places have stuff too, but it's something I just wanted to point out.
Thank you, Mr. Scroggs. Next up is Mary O'Hare, followed by Eddie Pullen. Ms. O'Hare, welcome.
Great. Thank you to the City Council for opposing State Bill SB 79, which is both dangerous and bad. Please roll the tape.
We need more affordable housing in California, but Senate Bill 79 is not the answer. SB 79 allows 6-story apartments anywhere within a half-mile radius of every qualifying bus stop or any transit stop. Here is a typical city neighborhood, and this is a half-mile radius. Building will be allowed by right, and no development within this radius can be stopped. So this can become this, and no city can stop it. There is a better way. Housing elements already address the housing needs of the state. Instead of this, they propose this. And those half-mile circles, they probably don't apply to my community or my district, right? Wrong. These are affected areas right now. SB 79 will impact everyone, everywhere. We don't need to ruin the neighborhoods we have to get the affordable housing we need. This massive housing agenda is backed by Wall Street investors and their Sacramento allies who want to rezone your neighborhoods for their own financial gain. Ask your state assembly member and state senator to vote no on SB 79.
Burbank's budget and safety are at stake. We can't even stop building in fire zones. So this is a ridiculous bill. It is time for citizens to contact Nick Schultz and Carolyn Menjivar before Thursday by phone. They don't pay attention to our city councils. They do pay attention to voters. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Eddie Pallone, followed by Jason Lewis. Welcome.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Eddie Poland, a Burbank resident. Tonight I begin my comments by commending the work and leadership of our city clerk, Kimberly Clark. So often we'll hear a generic reference as city staff, and that staff could be any one of a number of people, but most likely it includes Kimberly. I know there's a lot she and her staff are tasked with to keep the gears of government moving. On behalf of, I'm sure, many people in this room, thank you and your staff for your service. With the remainder of my time, I would like to urge the council to vote no on the consent calendar item number 9, the proposed commission-related changes to the city charter. I understand that the proposed changes have a noble aim of making city government more efficient and effective. However, we should not be rewriting our city charter until it's been time for reasoned discussion, decision-making. I urge the City Council to direct staff to collect input and encourage conversation on the purpose and effectiveness of city commissions and boards, and then return to Council with policy options that have been vetted by the community. What's the rush? If there is a sense of urgency in reforming city government, I would suggest City Council and staff direct their attention to other areas of government inefficiency. How about asking why it takes 18 months or more to open a new coffee shop or restaurant in Burbank? How about building permits? Should that process be so slow? What about single staircase reform? And why are we taking so long to complete our safe bicycle network? For me, the biggest example of the City of Burbank government inefficiency is the slow walking of rebuilding the dangerous Olive Avenue Bridge. It's been over 1 year since Council with staff support allocated funds to begin this process. After 14 months, we still don't even have concept drawings or any published plans for community comment. Let's stop this rush to rewrite our city charter and vote no on consent calendar item number 9. If government efficiency is so important, let's focus on areas that are more pressing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Jason Lewis, followed by Eric Hawk. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, and audience. I'm here tonight again to speak about issue on item 9, the consent calendar. I gotta say, it feels very cynical. It's a consent calendar, like you don't want to talk about it. I'm sorry, planning, IOB, library, transportation, elected twice to clerk and your current seat. None of you would be sitting where you are without your engagement with the community. I replaced you, Councilmember Anthony. I don't understand what is going on other than we've only looked at one side of this issue, which is the amount of time that it takes to replace people on boards and commissions. There's 3 of you that got appointed here or left your commission seats empty, and there was a reason to backfill. Missing from the report is any follow-up from folks who left their seats, whether they were removed, whether they quit, or whether they didn't ask for a reappointment. We have no information from the people who decided to either not show up or explain themselves. And what's really interesting is if you look at the way that we've just built these boards and commissions, the largest ones are the ones that clearly in the description need more diverse opinions. So at transportation, there's more diverse opinion categories than there are positions even on the Transportation Commission. So it really feels like we should be investigating the whole circumstance. We just signed a new, what are we calling it? A conduct and attendance policy, which I have no problem with. I signed, I've read, it's very good. What's missing is the other side. How are commissioners and board members being treated by staff? Why are they quitting? What is the relationship they have? There isn't anything in there that talks about following up with people and getting more information. So I think that before, granted the students left so they can't see the ladder being pulled up and less people being involved in government. So I think we should not be so cynical. We should be talking to people why they left and figuring out why staff is so overburdened and not just cutting these commissions off the knees. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Eric Hawk, followed by Brian Smith. Welcome.
Okay, hey, and good evening to the wonderful members of the Burbank City Council, terrific city staff and members there, as well as wonderful folks who've taken time out of their evening to participate in this meeting. My name for the record is Eric Hawk. I am the current president of the board of directors of the Burbank Community Band. And first, I'm very happy to announce that following our traditional summer break this past Friday, we got the band back together, and rehearsals of this community's volunteer band have restarted for the 25-26 season. I should say it's always great working with the team over at the City Parks and Recreation Department, who work very hard to make sure that the band always has a place to rehearse right here in Burbank every season. As this is the beginning of our 25-26 season, I hope it'd be okay just to explain a little bit about what the band is for those who may not know. The Burbank Community Band is a traditional concert band made up of between 50 and 60 musicians who play brass instruments like trumpet, trombone, tuba, French horn, or woodwind instruments, flute, clarinet, saxophone, along with percussion and string bass. And we've been here in Burbank for 85 years, since 1940. All of our musicians are volunteers, and so some of our members are professional, and some of them have not had the good fortune to have professional training. But we come together Friday mornings to rehearse and prepare for wonderful performances that we can share with this community. We always are seeking new volunteers, so if you or others you know would like to play with a group of wonderful musicians, we rehearse Friday mornings from 9:30 in the morning to 11:30 in the morning, in this season at McCambridge Park Recreation Center. And I'll be coming back periodically to tell you about some of our upcoming performances. We have a great one coming up in late October, our Halloween show on Saturday, October 25th, Veterans Day on Tuesday, November the 11th, and a December holiday show on Saturday, December the 20th. But with that, have a wonderful evening. Okay.
Good timing. Perfect.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you so much. Next up is Brian Smith, followed by David Donahue. Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Brian Smith, I'm a member of the Burbank Water and Power Board. I don't represent the board, I'm just a citizen. And I do have to apologize, I sent you an email and I said that that the police commission had been carved out, and it hasn't. But I did want to talk about item number 9 on the consent calendar, and ask that the council reconsider reducing the number of members on the committees. We're here and we serve at the pleasure of the council, and I don't see anything in the report that shows what the benefit is of reducing the numbers and taking more people out of the process. I also don't see anything in there that identifies, so we're talking about 12 people. I don't see anything that also identifies what the additional cost or burden is of those 12 people serving on the committees or the boards. So, and I can only speak for our board in particular. Our members show up. We deal with a very large budget and rates and capital projects, and you have some very thoughtful, experienced members. They show up all the time, and they advocate on behalf of the city and on behalf of the council. So please reconsider reducing the number. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is David Donahue, followed by Diana Pulver. Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Council. David Donahue, business owner, homeowner here in Burbank. Mr. Williams, I think, said it right about how the Burbank Water and Power Board, they are probably one of the best, most well-attended, most, engaged board that's out there, and I really applaud their efforts and also Mr. Williams' efforts and everybody who's on a board member there. It was interesting also, several people, speakers, identified themselves on boards and commissions, but then also specifically said, I'm here as an individual. A earlier speaker identified themselves on the Planning Commission and then began to berate this body. And I think that that's not necessary. If you're going to speak and criticize the council, you can. Do it as an individual, not representing yourself on a board or a commission. Also, what was also spoken against SB 79, I think that that is a community killer. I think that if I am definitely a YIMBY, yes, in my backyard. In fact, I always think it's funny on social media when they call me a NIMBY, because I actually have a company that's called YIMBY ADU. So, okay, and I built an ADU in my backyard. There's a part of the debate, part of the conversation where you can be circumspect. And very shortly, on Empire, that 7-story monster of a building that I walked with city staff, where there's 7 parking spots, is going to be unleashed. And we're going to just see how that's going to be. On the consent calendar, I want to voice my support for item number 5 to allow the police chief and the fire chief to execute operational mutual aid. I think it's great to give them the consent so it makes them to respond to issues much more quickly. Also, as a member of the Burbank Fair Housing Group, I encourage council and members of the community to go to the Burbank Fair Housing YouTube, where we continue to have the honor to interview tenants and housing providers stating the case against rent control. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Diana Pulver, followed by Abby Ponser-Kamkar. Welcome.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Diana Pulver. Please do not impose additional onerous restrictions on housing providers who are struggling, just like everyone else is in these inflationary times. Small business, the lifeblood of the middle-class economy, is not as agile in navigating the repressive restrictions imposed on us. We can't compete with the big guys. Adding additional restrictions makes me feel maybe I should call it quits. But then something happens that makes me think I should keep fighting. I received a move-out notice from one of my renters. The reason? They just bought a house. And that is what makes my business as a housing provider worthwhile. I like to think that as a housing provider who keeps rents below market, I help them buy into the middle class. Over the years, this isn't the first time that this has happened, and I hope it won't be the last, which is why I say, don't LA my Burbank. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Abby Ponser-Kamkar, and followed by Brian Snodgrass. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. My name is Abby Ponser-Kamkar. I'm not here in my official capacity as Vice President of the Burbank Unified School Board, but I am here as a parent, homeowner, and community member in support of reappointing Dr. Emily Weisberg to the Library Board of Trustees. I have worked closely with Dr. Weisberg over the past several months, especially, and years. I understand there's been some public discussion regarding Dr. Weisberg's attendance at library board meetings, especially this last summer. What I can share from my experience is that Dr. Weisberg is an incredibly dedicated educator, collaborator, and advocate for literacy. No one works harder than Emily at meetings and outside of meetings. Her ability to bring an educator and board member perspective have been invaluable to our community. She cares about the role of libraries in our community, the goals and operations of our library, and how our libraries can work with other city agencies, and yes, our schools, to serve our city. Our city and our schools work together in myriad formal and informal ways, and we should seek to strengthen, not break, those relationships. I want to emphasize that Dr. Weisberg should not be punished for the misconduct or bad behavior of another Board of Education trustee. She should not be held to a different or harsher standard than what was established for trustees before she joined the library board. The measure of her service should be based on her own commitment, contributions, and the value she brings to this community. The Board of Trustees supports her reappointment. Listen to that group. You appointed them, and you trust them. They know her contributions in the past and her ability to make contributions in the future. As both a parent and fellow community member, I deeply appreciate the voice she brings to the Library Board of Trustees. I believe that reappointing Dr. Weisberg will strengthen the board and continue to benefit the community as a whole. For these reasons, I respectfully urge you to reappoint Dr. Emily Weisberg to the Library Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Brian Snodgrass, followed by Emily Weisberg. Welcome.
Hello, Council, City staff. My name is Brian Snodgrass. I'm a member of the Board of Library Trustees, but tonight I'm here as a citizen, and I strongly am against the decrease in board and commission members. Our city should be celebrating the number of board and commission members that we currently have, not taking spots away. The more people we have supporting the city and its services, the better. At a time when voices are being silenced both federally and on the state level by elected officials, I am saddened to hear that the city of Burbank is even considering this decrease, thus shrinking civic engagement opportunities at a time when we need more engagement more than ever. You should want more voices out there supporting Burbank, not less. In addition, I also truly hope that the City Council supports the recommendation of the Board of Library Trustees by keeping my fellow board member, Dr. Emily Weisberg, on our library team. I'm not here to speak about her work on the school board. That should remain separate. This has to do with her strengths as a library board member. If Council decides to vote to remove Dr. Weisberg from the library board, it sends a strong message that the voices of the city's boards and commissions don't matter, thus decreasing the strength of all of our boards to do their important work to support Burbank. Please keep the current number of board and commission members the same, as well as keeping Dr. Emily Weisberg on our Board of Library Trustees.
Thank you. Next up is Emily Weisberg, followed by Lily Rossi. Welcome.
Good evening, council members. I am here to speak about my role on the Board of Library Trustees. Let me start by saying I am not asking for special treatment. I am asking for procedures to be enforced uniformly and for our board's recommendation to be considered and respected. At our meeting this August, we were informed that an attendance policy was being enforced and that I had violated the policy. Both came as a complete surprise to me and to the entire board. A friend on another board had a similar thing occur, but because she, like me, had not received appropriate notification, the issue was dismissed. And I have to wonder why the same response wasn't afforded to me. I am honored that the entire Board of Library Trustees unanimously voted to excuse my absences and that you received a memo sharing these results. I also know that our board chair and all of the members wrote to you asking that I remain. They are in the best position to assess a member's impact and absences, and I truly hope that their recommendation isn't ignored. I have served on library board for 7 years, 5 while I've been on school board. I have done so respectfully, enthusiastically, and intentionally. And I am asking you to protect my role on the library board and all board and commission members from political attack. I'm not asking, like I said, for special treatment. I am asking for procedures to be followed uniformly, rules to be applied in the same way, information to be shared proactively, and for the recommendations of board and commission members to be honored. I am asking that not just for myself, but for everyone who devotes their time and energy to bettering our city. I also briefly wanted to speak out and ask you to not reduce the number of people on boards and commissions until you're a full board and Mayor Perez's return from maternity leave in order to provide her valuable opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Lily Rossi, followed by Jackie Waltman. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, City Council. My name is Lily Rossi, and I am I'm on the library board, and I'm here as a 20-year citizen of Burbank, and I would like to address 2 items tonight. The first is regarding decreasing the size of our boards and commissions, and I want to say it's so incredible that we have so many members of our community who want to support this city as volunteers. With the planning and the construction of a new library underway, having a need for broad and informed and representative input has never been greater. The Library Board of Trustees must reflect a wide range of community voices, and we act as ambassadors. So once we leave that space, we are out in the community advocating for the work that we're doing inside those rooms. Reducing the number of members would limit the diversity of experience and skills that are vital for a successful and inclusive library project. The second issue is the absences by Dr. Emily Weisberg at the Library Council. The council itself has made a unanimous recommendation that I truly hope you listen to. Simply put, she should remain on the council, and the wish of the council members who work with her directly should be taken seriously. I understand that recent discussions might be influenced by her involvement on the school board, and that's generated a lot of controversy and attention, but I would ask that you keep this decision focused on her service to the library. Her record is thoughtful, her voice is engaged, and so valuable. Her service to Burbank itself is such an asset to our community. Thank you for considering these requests with the fairness and integrity that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Jackie Waltman, followed by Carmenita Helliger. Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Hiya, City Council. I'm here to talk about proposed rent cap and registry. If the goal is to actually help low-income renters, it seems that, to me, that the city could do that in a much more efficiently by taking the $5 to $6 million the Burbank staff has proposed a rent registry would cost, and to take those funds and provide direct rental assistance to low-income renters. You have each stated that your goal is to assist those having trouble making their rent. You have stated that there are many renters in this city who are in jeopardy of being evicted because they cannot afford their rent. There have been anecdotes put forward about renters losing their housing because of rent increases. My main question is, where's the proof? There are also high-income renters who do not need rent cap, but will benefit from a rent cap. Those renters are likely to stay put, and the availability of affording housing will shrink even further. If your goal truly is to assist the renters in this city, I propose that the $5 to $6 million for a rent registry be placed instead to a rental assistance fund to be dispersed to those renters truly in need. Very few, if any, housing providers want tenants to move because of the expense incurred to get a unit ready for the next tenant. Housing providers are running a business and are not the evil, greedy villains that have been portrayed in this chamber. They know that the market determines prices. If the rent is too high, the unit will stay vacant. The council would make a much better decision if they considered both sides of this question in an unbiased way. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Carmenita Helliger, then Daniel, and that's my last card. Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning, council and staff. My name is Carmenita Helliger, and I'm a 20-plus year resident for the city of Burbank. I want to preface my statements by saying that I feel like I have a great relationship with each one of you. Even if I don't agree with you on an issue, I leave the conversation with the same respect, the same level of respect as I entered. I currently sit on the library board, and I have in the past been the chair of the library board. We were informed about our colleague, Dr. Weisberg, missed meetings, and since I was appointed by the city council to serve on the library board, I hope that you still trust me and the entire board's recommendations to keep Dr. Weisberg. Today, I don't think that there should ever be an agenda item that strips away access to Burbank residents. Also, such a major change should not be done without our mayor present. I agree with term limits for boards because it gives more residents access to serving. I also think that our city council should have term limits as well, but that's for another day. What I don't agree with is the shrinking of the boards and commissions. We actually should be increasing the boards and commissions. The library is one of the first chartered board. In 1920, we had a population of 2,900 people. In 1930, we had over 16,000. Right now, we have over 100,000. You should be increasing your boards. You should be increasing your city council as well. Boards and commissions are where we learn about the Brown Act, we learn and we hear from our public, and we get to meet them. Each one of you have all served on the boards, or you have run that as our city clerk. If you have done all that work, and you climbed the ladder, and you ended up as our leaders, why would you pull the ladder up after you so we can't do it?
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Daniel, and that's my last card. Welcome.
Good evening. I want to talk a little bit about a new independent expenditure organization here in Burbank called Burbank Fair Housing PAC. They formed within the past 6 months, and in those 6 months, so their financial disclosure was just made public. They've raised about $35,000, and they've spent $24,000. And so as I go through this disclosure, it lists who's donating and where they reside. And I see a lot of non-local people. So I see Van Nuys, Glendale, La Crescenta, Glendale, Los Angeles, Cambria, and Arcadia. A lot of money coming in from out of town, trying to affect Burbank policy. And what I'm also looking at is how much they're donating. And I see donations of thousands of dollars, $1,000, $2,000, $5,000. Even someone in this room who complained that they're having trouble making a profit was able to donate over $16,000. And what my issue is that a lot of the folks who have formed this independent expenditure and who are donating money are also the folks who show up to every meeting. They say that they are Burbank mom and pop landlords. And as I look into this, I realize a lot of them are actually not residing in Burbank. A lot of them are donating a lot of money, and the amount of units they own are 10, 20, 35 units. And I feel like there's some dishonesty, there's misrepresentation here. And it makes me wonder, if they're misrepresenting themselves when they come up here and speak, why should we trust them when they say that these regulations, these protections are going to affect their ability to make money, their ability to remain as landlords here in Burbank? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Let's see. We have completed the in-person general public comment and will be moving on to call-in public comment. For callers, please remember to lower the volume on your TV or computer and take your phone off speaker when you deliver public comment. Madam City Clerk, do we have any callers on the line?
We do have callers on the line. One hung up. We don't know if she got disconnected, so we'll give her the opportunity to get back in the queue, but we have 5 then.
5, okay, thank you. Please bring in the first caller.
The first caller is Mike Darian.
Good evening. Good evening, council members. My name is Mike Darian. I'm a public provider. Additional rent control and rent registry may sound helpful, but they could have serious long-term consequences for Burbank. The reality is that these measures can drive away responsible housing providers, reducing investment and maintenance and improvements. Over time, this leads to fewer well-maintained homes, more deterioration, and shrinking supply of quality housing. Beating up on housing providers may quench the thirst of some renters union members, but it does nothing to solve the deeper housing challenges. Taking advice from sources with little or no business experience is dangerous at best and impractical at worst. On my extra time, I want to share a story. A few days ago, a friend of mine, a broker, told me about a retired teacher who owns over 40 rental units. She started with nothing, working hard her entire life, and is now in her 80s. Would you call her a corporate owner or a mom-and-pop owner? Would you be inspired by her or begrudge her? As leaders, I hope you will make decisions that inspire all of us, rather than divide us into housing providers versus tenants. Think about the future. Decades from now, when you drive through Burbank with your children or grandchildren and see the impact of these decisions, please remember this moment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Joe Pimienta.
Welcome, Mr. Pimienta. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, and everybody present in the chamber. I hope you're doing well this evening. I'm calling tonight in particular just to say predominantly to Council Member Constantine Anthony and to Vice Mayor Takahashi. I wanted to thank you for your deliverance of the last session when you spoke about the bill, SB 805. Thank you so much for what you said. Thank you so much for what you stood for. Your remarks were incredibly gentle and kind and bold, and I really do hope that in the future we remember you by those words. Meanwhile, the other 2 council members who pretty much said what they said, it's just embarrassing. Like, I'm really embarrassed as that y'all said what you said. So just to keep it as this, I just want to quote what someone said, that just because there's not much you can do, it really shouldn't. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't do what you can. And in the last session, you pretty much revealed what you don't even want to do. You were presented with the opportunity to stand up to thugs that are deliberately kidnapping people in our streets, and you stood by and did nothing. Shame on you. May you be remembered for your cowardice. In other topics, though, I do want to bring up that on the consent calendar item where they are considering removing seats from the different commissions, y'all have been there when there's so many people coming in and wanting to participate, and now y'all want to limit that? That doesn't make any sense. Following an agreement with what was said earlier, I think that they should be actually expanding the position. And lastly, I think that there's going to be a discussion about the whole terminology about landlords to housing providers, and I just want to remind you, that's a distraction. You know that they're just wasting your time with this discussion. So do as you will. But as always, thank you for your time. Thank you for your service. Enjoy your evening, and I hope to be present in the chamber in the near future. Good evening.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Terry Friedman.
Welcome, Ms. Friedman. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Takahashi and council members Mullins, Rosati, Anthony, and all our city staff. As council spoke during our last meeting with a concern for wasting staff resources in regards to, in my opinion, unnecessarily shrinking our commission board and thus civic participation, I'm dismayed to see that there's a double standard when it comes to the interest of landlords and not our residents and members of the community who live here and rent here. I am a renter in Burbank, and I have a more recent lease from 2021, so I think it's fair to say this is a modern reflection of the language that's being used in our legal agreements between landlords and renters. My agreement is in connection between myself and with my landlord, who can go by other terms. One is owner, one is agent, another is lessor. The word landlord is written 108 times in my 11-page agreement. The words housing provider do not appear once. This effort to create a euphemism for the word landlord is nothing but virtue signaling by business owners, many of which who do not live in Burbank. It is just something that they are ashamed to be associated with the reputation that they have built for themselves. If they do not like the connotation of landlord, it is my behest that they work to improve their reputation and not create newspeak around the language that we all understand for our legal agreements. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller would like to remain anonymous.
Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Council. I'm addressing item O on tonight's agenda, urging you to reject the proposal to excuse school board member Emily Weisberg's absences from the library trustee meetings. Instead, I ask you to consider dismissing her, or at very least postponing the decision to allow for adequate consideration. My request stems from Dr. Weisberg's troubling behavior, which undermines our community's values. She has repeatedly targeted Burbank businesses and residents with bullying tactics, including doxing them and encouraging boycotts over personal disagreements. For example, a few years ago, a candidate she had opposed planned a meet and greet at the Three Sisters Coffee House, and is either Ms. Weisberg or someone she influenced harassed the owner, intimidating them to cancel the event on the day that it was scheduled. And I heard this directly from the business owner. This is not an isolated event, but this is the one I'm going to share because it's the one I have a first-hand account of. And it is the conduct that we expect from elected or appointed officials. Burbank cannot tolerate a culture where absences, lack of decorum, and harassment are overlooked for those in favored circles. Weisberg claims to champion anti-bullying policies in our schools, yet her actions reveal a double standard, and she demands accountability from others while seeking excuses for her own absences. So I urge you to break the cycle of unaccountability. Do not excuse Dr. Weisberg's absences. Hold her to the same standard that she demands from others. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Kyle Anderson.
Welcome, Mr. Anderson. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Council. I want to speak to Councilmember Rosati's ongoing pattern of spreading misinformation, most recently in his refusal to support a simple letter backing Senate Bill 805, the No Vigilantes Act. This bill would require all law enforcement officers in California, including federal agents like ICE, to identify themselves with a visible name or badge when interacting with the public. It also explicitly clarifies that bounty hunters cannot act to aid immigration officers. These are new protections, not redundant laws, and they address real harm happening right here in Burbank. Members of our community are being kidnapped by masked ICE agents who refuse to identify themselves, or criminals posing as these agents to commit even worse crimes. Councilmember Rosati dismissed this bill by falsely claiming it does nothing new. And then when he was shown it to be untrue by me and other members of the community, he pivoted to claiming that it doesn't clarify federal officers, which are included. The bill is very clear. The fact remains, Rosati is either willfully misrepresenting what the law does, or he simply doesn't care enough to read it before supporting. Either way, or before denying support, excuse me. Either way, when residents are at risk of kidnapping, this kind of dishonesty is dangerous. And honestly, it's very shameful, the side of history that Rosati and Mullins have both chose to plant themselves on. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have another caller?
That was our last caller.
That was our last caller. Okay. There being no further public comment, I now declare the general public comment period closed. Now is the time for a brief response from City Council, City Manager, and or the City Attorney. City Manager, City Attorney, do you have any responses?
Yes, Vice Mayor. Briefly, I just wanted to reiterate our stance on SB 79. We are very opposed to it. I actually appreciate the speaker's video today, so we will send that over to our state lobbyist as well. But we have done a lot of letters. We are tracking it. We know there's action later on this week, so that is a hot bill, as we call it, that we are monitoring and making sure that we could do whatever we can to oppose it.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, as to the several assertions made about kidnappings by ICE agents in Burbank, we did review each of the complaints that had been received by the community, including a woman who was approached by individuals without identification. And in each of those circumstances, the police department was able to identify that either there was a warrant, or in the case of the unidentified individuals, they left. In all but perhaps one circumstance at Home Depot, I don't think we ever had conclusive evidence of that. However, we did review the complaints that we received, and we did not identify the same type of mass raids that we have seen in our neighboring cities. So, and council did ask for us to review that information, and that's been part of our community analysis to date.
Okay. Any other comment from? No. Okay. Council members. Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you all for coming out today. I just want to reiterate one of the public commenter statements. If you are serving on a board or a commission, please, when you come to this podium, make sure you are speaking on behalf of yourself as a community member, unless you have the explicit authority. As we've seen earlier, there was one member speaking on behalf of the board. If the board or commission does vote and puts forth a statement, you're more than welcome to share that, but you as an individual need to expressly state. It helps identify personal issues from boards and commissions. So I want to just reiterate that.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Collins.
I'll volunteer. Thank you. Well, first, I want to congratulate all the students. Brandon, you did an amazing job presenting tonight. Congratulations. You're a great speaker, and I look forward to seeing you here in other capacity in the city. So thank you for being here tonight, and for the sister city committees for doing such a great job. Then I'm going to try to go down my list and address some of the items that kind of on the agenda, not on the agenda. So really quick, Mr. Shadow with the Senior Citizen Committee, thank you for being here tonight and speaking. I am your liaison, and the alternate is Councilmember Anthony. And no, we're not required to attend every meeting as long as one of us either present or show up. And I really would, tomorrow when I attend the meeting, because I'm planning on being there, we were dark in June, we were dark in July, but like you said, I've been there at least 5 times, and then I'll show you the schedule. So there's many meetings that go on during the day that we sometimes have to leave. So the council is not required, we're required to show up here and represent you, but we do our best to show up to the boards and commissions as much as we can, or have the alternate attend. And then I want to address Miss O'Hare. I think she's there. Thank you for the continuous support in bringing SB 79 to us. I really appreciate that, because we learn a lot from you guys as well. So we appreciate it. And you know, the city manager addressed that concern already. Mr. Pallone, really just quick correction. The number of boards and commissions are not in the charter, so we do not require to change the charter, because that takes the vote of the public. They're actually in the code, so I appreciate you bringing that to our attention, but I just wanted to make sure the public they don't worry about, oh, we're going to amend our charter, because that requires the public to vote on it. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. And Mr. Lewis, you do bring a good point. As far as when people leave boards and commissions, or members leave, we typically receive an email personally from the members letting us know the reason behind their leaving. And I urge any member that you mentioned something about if they were abused by staff or they were mistreated, I highly encourage them, if that's the case, and if you know of someone, they need to contact council, contact the city manager. We do not tolerate for any member to be abused. I'd hate to use the word abuse, but I'm using the word you use. If anybody's uncomfortable in the treatment, please feel free to contact me, any members of the council, the city manager, because we do need to look into it. It's not acceptable to me. Eric, it's always great to see you. Thank you for being here tonight. The other board members or other members who spoke here tonight regarding item number 9 on the consent and also item number 1 on the report, we will get to it once we start talking about the agenda. And that's it for me. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Rosati?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I just also wanted to congratulate our exchange students and glad you were able to share what's special about our community. I think that just fantastic in both directions, going there and them coming here. Mr. Van Gorder, and to the caller regarding SB 805, you're entitled to your opinion. That's what makes the world go round. I would just say stop spreading fear in our community. Nobody's being snatched. Nobody's being kidnapped. We get updates from our police chief weekly, daily on these things. So just stop the fear. I know it helps you in your cause, but it's not helping the community. Ms. O'Hare, SB 79, thank you for the update. And you know our position on that, so we appreciate it. Mr. Pallone, same response. It's not a charter change, so just to let you know. Mr. Smith, thank you for coming down. We're going to discuss that later, but I appreciate your email if you're still here. Mrs. Heligar, I agree. We should have term limits. So I've been saying that a long time. When I was on charter review, a body of 5, I also introduced that. So thank you. Daniel, regarding the fair housing, I'm not surprised that they're organized. The tenants union are organized, so I don't see a reason why the other side can't get organized. And yeah, their investments are important to them, so they don't necessarily have to live in Burbank to have an investment in Burbank. There's a lot of people that own property in Burbank and live outside of Burbank, so I don't see why that's an issue. But I'm not surprised. I mean, I don't think anyone should be surprised by that. And to the caller regarding landlord versus housing provider, I've discussed this publicly several times. I don't have a dog in the fight. The reason why there's possibly a change in using the word housing provider is because many of the real estate forums have changed to the word housing provider, and they've removed the word landlord. So they're just trying to streamline it and bring it up to date. But I don't think anyone's ashamed of the word landlord. I'm certainly not ashamed of the word landlord. And again, I don't have a dog in the fight. So whatever this body chooses to do, we do. And Eric, thank you for always coming and giving us the update. I often pass you guys in the park when you're practicing, and it's just it's a great sound when you're out in the morning and you guys are out there with your music. So thank you. Thank you, Madam.
All right. So thank you to everyone who came out tonight to speak, taking the time out of your day to come and direct your comments to us. Thank you to those who sent emails, who called us, who met with us since the last meeting. Many of you spoke on items that we'll talk about in a bit, so we'll address those when we get into the agenda. I also just wanted to highlight one of the things in the announcements about the emergency prep at the library. I'm really excited about that. And a quick question for staff. The 5 announcements we had tonight, is there a place on our website where folks can go and see all that information quickly without having to review the video? Is that all available online?
Not not in one location. A lot of them are events that are on our calendar. That would probably be the best idea. We'll take a look at that and see how maybe we could do that a little bit more concisely.
Okay, yeah, Mr. Jones? Yeah.
Vice Mayor, members of the council, Jonathan Jones again. Yes, he's absolutely correct. On the calendar, also please Burbank CA on X, Facebook. We post on Nextdoor, Instagram. It's all there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So in case somebody missed the announcements or doesn't want to go through the video, that there's ways to find that information. Great. For those who spoke about housing, you were heard. Mr. Scroggs, thank you for coming and talking about entertainment businesses and entertainment businesses. Laserdiscs, I haven't heard about that since I was in late high school, early college, and everyone was collecting them. So it's cool that people are still collecting them, that they still exist. And then Mr. Hawk, thank you for coming again and speaking about the community band. Exciting that you guys are practicing again. Can't wait for your first presentation or your first performance. You know, I'll try to be there if I'm available. I'm there. If my fam's home, they're with me. And let's see, if I didn't get to you or we didn't get to you, you were heard, I have notes, and I'm always available for follow-ups. You can find my information on the website, my phone number, my calendar link, so please follow up if you'd like to discuss more. 2 minutes is not a very long time, so if you feel like you want to talk more, please reach out, okay? All right, next up is the consent calendar, which may be enacted in one motion. Madam City Clerk, please. Yes, sorry about that. Do you want to take a, okay. I think maybe, yeah, okay. Madam City Clerk, can you please read the consent calendar?
Thank
It's
you,
kind of
Madam
long,
Vice
you might
Mayor.
have time.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We have 9 items on tonight's consent agenda. Item 1 is approval of the amended City Council minutes of the joint meeting of July 15th, 2025, the City Council minutes of the joint meeting of August 12th, 2025, and the dark meeting of August 19th, 2025. Item 2 is approval of the Housing Authority minutes of the joint meeting of June 3rd, 2025. Item 3 is approval of the Parking Authority minutes of the joint meeting of August 12th, 2025. Item 4 is adoption of an ordinance amending Title VI, Chapter 1 of the Burbank Municipal Code to clarify the city's parking restrictions near intersections. Item 5 is introduction of an ordinance amending and restating Title II, Chapter 1, Article 3, Divisions 309 and 310 of the Burbank Municipal Code to establish the authority of the Chief of Police and the Fire Chief to execute operational mutual aid and cooperative agreements with other governmental agencies. Item 6 is adoption of resolutions continuing appropriations from fiscal year 2024-2025 to fiscal year 2025-2026. Item 7 is adoption of a resolution authorizing acceptance of the California Office of Traffic Safety 2026 Selective Traffic Enforcement Program grant for $190,000 and amending the fiscal year 2025-2026 adopted budget by appropriating funds. Item 8 is approval to initiate planning and design of Phase 2 of the downtown Burbank San Fernando Boulevard reconfiguration project. And item 9 is adoption of an ordinance amending Title II, Chapter 1, Article 4, Boards, Commissions, and Committees of the Burbank Municipal Code relating to boards, commissions, and committees. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Mullins.
I'd like to see if we can pull item number 9 for discussion. I believe that was, okay.
Yeah. So we're going to pull item number 9, which means we'll put it at the end of the agenda tonight after the other 2 items. Okay. So for those of you who might be here for number 9, that will be at the end. Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
I would like to offer an amendment to item number 5, and I want to see if I can do it quickly without having to pull it. I'm going to offer the language, and if we can support it or not support it, that'll be the end of it. We have to, if there's a discussion, we'll have to pull it. So, just real quick on agenda item number 5 on page 41. There lists 5 duties of the chief of police, and then on page 42, 5 duties of the fire chief. I want to add number 6. Any mutual aid and or cooperative agreements lasting longer than 14 days shall be approved by the city council. identical there and identical on the other page. Number 6, any mutual aid and or cooperative agreements lasting longer than 14 days shall be approved by the city council. I'll move to add that language.
Can I? Sorry, can I?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary. The whole point of this this whole agreement is to formalize and streamline our process to provide authority to both the police chief and the fire chief. If it became something of greater magnitude, that's where emergency would probably be declared, and that's where I would come in as far as director of emergency operations, and that would ultimately then be ratified by the council. So I think for these routine things, I from a staff perspective, we don't feel it's necessary.
If I could also just clarify, the duties of the police chief and the duties of the fire chief are not enumerated. These are actually the conditions under which they would be able to enter into a mutual aid agreement. Number 1 under each on page 41 is sufficient funding exists within the approved fiscal year budget to cover all costs associated with performance of the agreement. Number 2, the agreement shall be subject to available staffing resources. So implicit in this amendment is that whatever agreements they enter into, that they're already fall within the resources approved by council. So that is kind of a natural control on both of these delegations, proposed delegations.
And I'm totally, and I understand that is the implicit language. And for me, I would just like some explicit language. I'm happy to extend it to 30 days if you feel comfortable with that. But
So
I would just
I'll give you an example of one that came to council that under this wouldn't come to council. The city appropriated funds for the police department to upgrade its 25-year-old computer-aided dispatch records management system. It was completely upgraded, and then after BPD was live on the software, the airport realized, oh, we share the same CAD RMS, but they weren't under our licensing. And so what we needed to do was simply amend to add them to use of a software agreement, and there was no authority for that. That would be a circumstance where that mutual aid agreement to allow them, because we share resources with the airport, to use that software required an agreement for which the police chief didn't have authority. So those are the sorts of things that we had were the purpose to be addressed by this.
And I understand that, but those kinds of issues are not the kind of emergency issue that we're trying to facilitate here. Something like that can come back to us in 14 or 30 days, and we can approve it after the fact. And so that's my only consideration, is that we're removing council from these authority decisions, and I want to give you guys flexibility to do it in emergency circumstances, but once it's hit 14 or 30 days, I would like it to go through the other processes. And yes, it is implicit. I would just like it to be explicit. And that's why I'm asking for that amendment. And I'm just putting it out there. If it doesn't get a second, it doesn't get a second. That's all. It gives us an extra safety valve on our end. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah. Councilmember Mullins.
I'm fine with staff's recommendation. I think coming from the city attorney, city manager, and the chief of police, I'm comfortable with their decision for the language, because if we're going to sit and go through the different language and the different scenarios, I think it's going to require us to have a really full-blown report on it.
Okay.
So I'm fine the way it's presented.
Yeah. I think for me to understand and consider the amendment that you're asking for, I would need a little bit time to think and process it. We can always amend it if it's important to amend it later.
If staff feels that the implicit understanding and the length of those is sufficient, then I'm happy to pull the amendment, and I'll move to move the consent.
Because you can pull it. I mean, you don't.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right. So we've pulled 9, but not 5. Is that right? Okay.
Yeah, I'll move
All
1 through 8.
Move 1 through 8. Second?
Second.
Okay. Please do the roll call.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes on 1 through 6, no on 7, and an enthusiastic yes on number 8.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes on all, with exception with 9, we pulled.
Councilmember Rosati?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Takahashi?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Madam Vice Mayor, thank you and council and staff for having the discussion with me.
Sure, yeah, that's what it's for. Okay, as we let staff kind of make their way out. This is all the staff that's ready to jump up if we have a question on one of the consent items. She's going to run to the restroom, okay. Restroom. Okay. All right, we have 2 reports to council this evening. After staff's presentation, the City Council will proceed with in-person public comment only. Speakers will be allowed to speak on the item at the conclusion of the presentation, as long as the speaker has not spoken on the item during the first period of general public comment. Please be sure to submit your public comment card now, as no additional public comment cards will be accepted once the comment period commences. All right, and we're off to the races with the first one. Okay. The first report to council. Yes, we have a council member in the restroom. Pause here. Just going to take 1 minute to let her come back because we're going to probably have a very short report. So, yeah. Yeah. Giving her a minute. I know. Normally, we do this when there's a presentation. So the staff does a presentation, then we use the restroom. So give it a second. The door. There she is. Yeah. All right. All right, the first report to council tonight is the consideration of the Board of Library Trustees' recommendation to excuse the absences of a board member. I welcome Madam City Clerk to please present the report.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Good evening. Vice Mayor Takahashi, members of the City Council, Kimberly Clark, City Clerk. Tonight, I will be presenting reports to council item number 1, consideration of the Board of Library Trustees' recommendation to excuse the absences of board member. Board member Emily Weisberg was originally appointed to the board by council on July 17, 2018, and was reappointed on July 12, 2022, to serve a term ending on July 31, 2026. The board holds meetings on the second Wednesday of each month. Within the past 12 months, Board Member Weisberg has missed 5 out of the 10 regularly scheduled meetings, which puts the member's current attendance record at 50% of the regularly scheduled meetings, which is below the 75% threshold. While an amendment to the attendance is being considered by council tonight, the current attendance policy under Burbank Municipal Code Section 2-1-403 requires that the attendance record of a board requires that a board member who fails to attend at least 75% of regularly scheduled meetings during a 12-month period shall be reviewed by the board and the matter be agendized for council consideration. On August 13th, 2025, the board reviewed the absences of Member Weisberg and voted to recommend the council excuse them. The reasons for Member Weisberg's absences and rationale for the board's decision are outlined in the recommendation letter from Chair Darren Borders. At this time, I'm happy to answer any questions council may have.
Thank you for the report. We will now do public comment. So public comment period for this report to council is now beginning and no additional cards will be accepted. We have 2 cards, so you get 3 minutes. And remember, if you spoke on this before, you can't speak again. So our first speaker is David Donahue, followed by Jason Lewis. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Takahashi and council members and staff. My name is David Donahue, business owner and homeowner, also president of Vision Burbank, and very proud community activist. I wanted to kind of speak to this agenda item because I do believe it's important, as Ms. Weisberg's supporters have called her an exemplary member of the community. She has stood forth strong and done a lot of wonderful things. To her counterparts, board members, supporters, those that are her friend, you are in a good light. For those of you, like myself and other members of the community, that dare speak anything against her, you will be doxxed, you will be publicly humiliated, and you will be called every phobe in the book. And it wasn't until a page called The Burbank Bigots was opened that the Burbank Bigots is why our anti-LGBTQIA candidates and organizers like David Donahue's organization, Vision Burbank, getting involved in Burbank Pride. I support Burbank Pride. Last year, I proudly had a booth for Vision Burbank. We did a custom rainbow logo for Vision Burbank. I was proud to be there, and so are every member of the board of directors with Vision Burbank. Emily Weisberg went on that page, says, my understanding there was going to be no political tabling, and Mrs. Mercurian has also come out against the SAFE Act as they're posturing and supportive of the LGBTQ community, along with Vision Burbank and a council member, is tokenism as best. The Burbank Bigots replied, doesn't she also have some connection with Glendale drama last year? Ms. Weisberg responds, I'm not sure about that, but she's supported by Balekian, who definitely did endorse the Burbank Armenian votes, who absolutely did so. It's insidious and dangerous for someone who doesn't care about all students to pretend to be inclusive and supportive, and I'll give you that. This is the first time, and I am thinking I'm risking every political opportunity I ever may have, is by going against the machine, led by Emily Weisberg, part of the group. She is vicious and vindictive. She is categorically should be removed as missing half of the meetings on the library board. There was an infrastructure oversight commissioner who missed 3 and was removed by this body. The caller who mentioned 3 sisters and her doxing and harassment is true. I spoke to the owner. I saw the emails. I saw the hate speech that came out against probably one of the leading female entrepreneurs in this community to date. And that is horrible. And to Councilmember Rosati, thank you very much for saying to stop the hate. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Jason Lewis, and that's my last card. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Council, Vice Mayor, Council members, staff, and the audience. I apologize that I didn't introduce myself earlier at all. My name is Jason Lewis. I am a community member, a homeowner, not a housing provider, just a homeowner. I do have an application for an ADU. I'm also a member of or commissioner for the Transportation Commission. I was approved last month. I'm not here to talk about that at all. I'm here to talk about really the acceptance of a recommendation, a unanimous recommendation by a board, one of your boards and commissions. As a past chair of the Transportation Commission, I can tell you it is really hard to get a unanimous vote on anything, let alone the minutes. I mean, I'm being perfectly honest. You can check the minutes and see that. I do not stand here as someone who's agreed with Dr. Weisberg on nearly anything except for children's education. I don't know what that means to be doxxed or outed. I've opposed her publicly at other council, at Board of Education meetings. I do not support everything she says or has done on the Board of Education. But what I am here to say is that when you have a unanimous recommendation by people who have to sit with somebody for months at a time, and when they are missing, if they want them back, that is usually a good sign. I am somebody who has missed very few meetings, one where I was in Montreal for a work trip that was the last minute, so I know that most of us do not take our duties lightly. We do not have an absence policy that is anything but unexcused. There is no good reason to be absent according to the policy, so I think that that should be something to consider. I do not know any of the details behind Dr. Weisberg's absences. I do not know anything of what previous commenter made comments about. I have no political ramifications have come at me for opposing Dr. Weisberg in anything. And I should also say that it is important to, as we go into a new attendance policy, to not be making an example out of people. If it is true, if someone's removed for missing 3 meetings, if there was no excuses, then perhaps, maybe we need to have an excuse. Part of the absence policy, again, as someone who makes all my meetings, so I would say that to take the recommendations of the board members that she sits with more weight than folks who have access to grind. Again, as somebody who was at Three Sisters this morning and knows the owner, I do not know what's going on when that's the case, but I do understand that we all act in our faith in this community, do the best that we can. We sometimes act in ways that are seen as against other people. I'm sure lots of people have seen me doing that, but I am here on behalf of the folks who I speak with who say that these boards and commissions matter. They're hard to get on. Many people try to stay on them, myself, who's been reappointed twice now. And I would say that take these recommendations seriously, and perhaps this should be a lesson that we should have a reason for absences. I'm not saying you all should be vetting why we're all missing, like for students, but there should be a reason. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, that's the end of our public comment, and now we will move on to response. Does the staff have any response to public comment? Any response from staff for public comment?
I don't have any response.
Okay, then council will move on to questions. Yeah. Okay. So first, we'll do. Did you have a response?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we pushed the consent item. So there is no new attendance policy. So we're under the existing attendance policy. I just want to make that clear because that was getting a little confused, at least during some of the public comment. So we are here to answer questions too related. We do have the library services director here, so if there's anything related to process, Mr. Lashley is here as well.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, yeah, so questions first, and then we'll move on to discussion. So any questions for staff? Councilmember Anthony.
Yeah, so the current policy that we have, my understanding is there's no threshold per se about when somebody is removed, only when it comes to us for discussion. And at the same time, there's no recommendation on what should be discussed. It just gives us options. Remove the member, keep the member. I mean, we can do put them on probation, censure them. Is that right? It's pretty open.
That's correct.
And then just, I know it's not.
Can I actually read from the code here? So so the board, commission, or committee shall, so this is review the reasons for the absences with the member and make a determination whether the absences should be excused or unexcused by the city council. The report and recommendation shall be transmitted to the city clerk, who shall agendize the matter for council consideration. The city council shall take appropriate action, including but not limited to excusing the absences, removing the member, or such other action as the council deems appropriate.
Okay. And then my only other question is, Dr. Weisberg actually came up and said there was no notification of when she had reached a threshold. We normally notify members when they hit 75% absence. Isn't that correct?
Two absences, 3 absences consecutively, 2 absences in a quarter.
Okay. Well, my question is, not only did she not get a notice, she said another board member had also not received a notification. I know that when I served on transportation, we do an update from staff every meeting. They go through it. Do not all of the boards and commissions, do they not do regular updates? Was there a possibility that it was missed and that she never received notification that she had reach the 75% threshold, let alone the 50?
If I could bring up the Library Services Director.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and Council. Eric Lashley, Library Services Director. I'll try to give some background on that. So I became Library Services Director in December and only recently have been aware of the attendance of our board member. There were 2 absences before I became Library Director. So I have no knowledge if they were notified at that time. So what I have received information, just to give clarification, I received information from the city clerk's office on August 5th that board member Weisberg had failed to attend at least 75% of the meetings during the 12-month period between August 1st, 2024 and July 31st, 2025. And I needed to place an item on the agenda to the next library board meeting for the trustees to discuss the absences. I drafted a memo to the board outlining the current attendance policy and issued concerning the attendance. And I sent a draft to board member Weisberg on August 8th and letting her know that there'll be an agenda item on August 13th about her absences. On August 13th, the meeting of the board happened and they voted, as you see tonight, from Darren Borders to excuse the absences. Then my executive assistant notified city clerk of their actions, and they notified me on August 19th that this would be on the agenda for tonight, and to please let board member Weisberg know that this would be on the agenda. So that's what I know.
Okay. So, Mr. Lashley, to your knowledge then, when you reached out first to tell her there'd be an agenda item, as far as you're aware, that's the only notification that Dr. Weisberg received on her
To my
attendance.
knowledge, yes.
There is no notice requirement in the code section.
Right.
It says the board shall review the attendance of the member.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Rosati?
You want me to go? All right. I reviewed all the documents. There was a letter that was provided that said that vaguely that they didn't understand the attendance policy or didn't know about the attendance policy. Do we still give out the handbooks when you become a commissioner? And is the policy in the handbook?
Councilmember Rosati, yes, the handbook is available to our members, and it was recently updated by myself. March 2025 was the last update.
Okay. And
that does include the attendance policy, correct?
It absolutely does.
the attendance
It's on
policy in
page
there,
10.
This commissioner, is this her first term, second term?
Second term.
Second term. So second time around the block, 4 years, and then another 4 years.
Correct.
Right? Got it. I guess I was a little surprised by the letter because it blames staff for the error, but I don't see where there was an error. And there was 5 meetings that were missed?
Correct.
Out of
Correct.
a total of 10?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, no more questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Mullins?
Thank you. So I typically do not read part of emails or any emails that we receive from members of the public before I ask questions or before I make any statements. But this particular email that we received, I think the whole entire council received it. I think it was sent today. Made me really feel somewhat frustrated and also feeling as the public is really not aware of the process, and perhaps they're not aware of the reason behind the city clerk bringing this to our attention. And if council allows me, I'm not going to read the entire email because it was very lengthy, but I do want to read a part of it, and then I have a question to the city clerk. I just want to clarify some things that were said in the emails, and also other emails that we received from members of the public. I'm going to start with that in mind, talking about Board Member Weisberg. It appears as though proceeding with the removal of Board Member Weisberg would not only be counterproductive to the board's best interest, but it would also appear to be a little more than political stunt designed to remove a voice that is in opposition to those council members that are spearheading this campaign. My question is to the city clerk. Have you received any instruction from this council as a whole, each and every one of us, to spearhead a campaign or ask you to bring this to get rid of Board Member Weisberg from the library board?
Absolutely not, Councilmember Mullins.
Thank you. And so what the city manager read earlier in our code was the process. Forecast agenda, you're all familiar with this? It's online. I just happened to look at it today, and what a coincidence. I'm looking at September 9th, and I see 1, 2, 3 items. Consideration of the Parks, Recreation, Community Service Board recommendation to excuse board member. Item 2, consideration of Sustainable Burbank Commission recommendation to excuse the absence of a board member. Item number 3, consideration of Community Development Goals Committee recommendation to excuse or not excuse board members. This is the normal practice, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So we have 3 items coming up on September 9th that we are faced with the same exact situation. And when I saw this, I read the emails, because I do read each email, whether it's good, bad, or whatever they tell me in there. I definitely struggle, because whatever I do today, and given that, Madam City Clerk, I sat in your seat for 10 years, knowing that the policy comes in because there is a policy, knowing that Councilmember Anthony, when I was the clerk, had removed individuals from being on boards because of absence, for whatever reason it is. Then I received this email that says it's an opposition of those spearheading a campaign, as there is a campaign against board member Weisberg. And I can assure you, there's no campaign. There's no spearheading a campaign. There's no vindictiveness. And for every person that came and spoke, the issue here is not about the performance. The issue here is not about the quality of service that we receive. And I wanted to affirm that as the city clerk, because we have seen these reports come before, and it's always very difficult to make that decision to remove a volunteer because of our policies, because we have to comply with the policies. So I'd like to ask our library director, if possible, could you please come up again? Thank you. I'm wondering, do you receive the attendance report from the city clerk's office?
I do.
Okay. And council received that report? Do we review it and staff reviews it to make sure that they keep track of what board member, not only for your department, this is citywide. And I guess that's the reason why it went on the forecast, to make sure that we are addressing these issues. Do you believe, in your opinion, that your staff that's a liaison to the board, have they read the report? Have they done their job to make sure that the members are notified of?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So I'm looking at the attendance report for the library that we received today from the city clerk. And I have all the members' names with every meeting starting in January 24, 2023. All the members, with the exception of 2 that missed 1 meeting. So there are a lot of members that had 10 out of 10 attendance. So you would not have a need to talk to anybody in there, obviously. And then member Weisberg has 5 out of 10. So I'm struggling with this report because all the other members have attended. But you believe that staff has had conversations in the past. We don't know. I understand you started in December. But I want to also be fair to the members. I want to make sure that we are giving them the opportunity that they have already been notified that they have missed the meetings.
I have no knowledge of what happened in the past, though. I really don't.
Okay. But the staff member that is currently overseeing the library is still the same staff member?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, she's not here with us tonight. Okay. Thank you. But you do get the report, and I think, yes, thank you. So the reason for these questions is to really look at what is fair and what has been done, what hasn't been done, so that we're fair to our volunteers who come and want to serve in our city. Is the, Madam City Clerk, the policy for the attendance, that's also available online because the book is available online?
That is correct.
Okay. Do we have any type of videos, any type of training or anything that we have posted previously online in regards to the overall policy for city board members?
A member of staff had suggested to me that such a video existed. I did do a search. It wasn't exhaustive, but I wasn't able to locate a training video.
Okay.
But I can follow up and see if that can be reposted.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Those are my questions right now for the city clerk. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. All right, so I have a few questions. One of the speakers, I think it might have been the commissioner, stated that someone previously was in a commission position and was excused because they were not informed of the rules. Do you have any knowledge of that happening?
The board and the member were not identified, so I cannot speak to that at all.
Okay. And do you have any awareness of another board or commissioner who has asked that that be considered? Does that that you know of, has that been asked?
I do not.
Okay. And previous commissioners who have been removed, I don't think any commissioners have been removed since I've been on council. I think the one we considered was one from public art because she was out of town and a meeting was scheduled while she was out of town, right? That's the only one I remember us doing.
Just to correct you, she was not removed, but
she was not removed, sorry.
A member of
Thank you.
IOB was removed for absences.
The IOB
was.
Yeah, we
okay.
had only one since we all been on council. Prior to that,
What's that?
Councilmember Anthony and Schultz and Telemontis and Frutos were on there when I referenced when I was the city clerk. Yeah,
Got
but
it.
we only had two that came before us so far.
Okay. And the IOB member that was removed, that we did decide to remove, I think they didn't show up, right? They didn't show up to the meeting.
They did not.
Right, okay. And the attendance policy, when do commissioners sign the attendance policy?
There is no acknowledgement signature required for the attendance policy.
Okay.
There was some confusion because a document that they are asked to sign, and this is fairly new, is the council expectations for board,
Got it.
commission, and committee members.
Okay.
And I think that got confused with some kind of attendance policy. That document
Got it.
does not mention the attendance policy at all. It's more about the conduct and expectations, council goals, and how the board or commission's works within the council goals framework.
Okay. And so when do the commissioners generally receive the information about the attendance policy? When they're first sworn in?
Not when I administer the oath of office. When I administer the oath of office now, they get a copy of the Brown Act booklet to take home with them. It's always updated, so we always want to provide the latest version. We give them the oath of office. We make sure they know who their liaison is and when their first meeting is. And we do ask them, we email ahead of time when we congratulate them. We email them a copy of the council expectations document, ask them to review it. We have them sign it. We scan it, and we now keep a file of that. So it's going to take a while to get all of them because I only get that bite at the apple when they come to see me to be sworn in.
Right. And you may have answered this question already, but just so I'm clear, when do commissioners learn about the attendance policy?
There is an orientation that is provided by the staff, the liaison. I think it's in concert with the board chair. There are directors here from different departments who can speak to that much more efficiently than I can and much more effectively. I was thinking maybe even Marissa Garcia, who's here from Parks and Rec. She oversees a number of the boards and commissions. That is done during the orientation at some point, but I obviously have not attended those meetings, so I don't
Okay.
exactly know when it's rolled out, but it is explained to them.
They are done early on as part of orientation. So that handbook and I mean, I think departments will do it different ways, based on who's the staff and stuff, but that all happens early on in the process.
Okay.
And the existing attendance policy has been in effect since 1997, so it's been a long time. It was clunky, and we are looking to update it, but the one that's currently on the books has been in effect for the last, 28 years.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes. Quick question.
Madam Mayor, I want to also go back a little further prior to City Clerk Clark starting. When I was a city clerk, we had like a folder binder. We used to give them copies of the books, the Brown Act. We actually handed everything to the new members when they came and took the oath of office. But as things, changed, the new procedure, new process, and now we're looking at even changing once we approve, item 9 or we don't approve it. So the book has been in existence for many, many years, even before I started. We just update our codes as required. So it's always available, and it's also online.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was trying to remember when, on the 3 boards I was on, when I was informed of the policy. I knew it, I know I knew it, but I was trying to remember when I found out about it, and I couldn't remember, so I was curious when that happened. Let's see. There are, as Councilmember Mullins mentioned, there's a number of items we're going to be just considering of multiple commissioners with absences. I'm curious, when do you review the absences? And is it all at once in all of the commissions at one time, or is it throughout the year? Or when do you review the absences for the commissions?
Right. Thank you for that question. The city clerk's office produces an annual attendance report that is distributed to council, and that tracks the absences for the year period, not calendar year and not fiscal year. It's like the third rail. It tracks the absences from August 1st through July 31st of the next year. So it's a little bit of an odd duck, but that's the period. Then at that point, we present the report to you, and then my staff goes through and says, these are all the folks that we need to address, the absences. This year we had 9 total. This is the first of 9. There will be 8 more reports coming your way on various members with attendance excessive absences.
Right.
There's 3 coming we're trying to schedule them still, but there's 3 coming to you, as Councilmember Mullins pointed out, on the 9th, and then there's the other 5 thereabouts will trickle through. We're trying to get them pushed through as soon as possible, but potentially on September 30th. There'll be another. So 8, You have 8 more to consider after this.
Okay. So 9 seems like a lot of people, and I don't remember us having that previously. There hasn't been that many all at once. So I'm curious, do you have any idea why this year in particular we have so many that were on the, any idea?
I do not.
Right. Okay. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Can I ask? We've been having a pretty robust discussion about boards and commissions for a while now. Is there any thought to the idea that staff is maybe tracking these more and actually cracking down possibly and reading up and going back and looking at the absences? Is that a possibility? Like, were we skipping some of these because there wasn't a clear policy, but now that we're outlining it?
We do have a policy on the books, and it is followed. They get, the processes has been followed pretty reliably.
All right. I just don't want us to think that we haven't been looking at
I
absences.
feel we have done, I think if there's one thing, we really do a good job as far as tracking attendance over the years. So,
Okay. So it's just
what has created this, the additional issues that you got to do as far as they're not meeting their expectations, which is as far as attendance. I'm not sure what's happening there, but I feel as far as us tracking attendance, we've always done that going back for a while.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, it's odd. Just kind of when it rains, it pours kind of thing, I guess.
Well, I think there's a lot going on in people's lives, back to school, children, jobs, responsibilities, colleges. There's a lot because when we typically receive an email for resignation, it's time commitment or moved or job commitment. And I've seen those letters over years. It's just taking on too much responsibilities and finding out, I can't commit to this right now, so I'd rather sit aside and allow somebody else to do it. It's been happening over the years, so I think it's just maybe happening more often because of time commitment.
Yeah, maybe. Okay. And then for this commissioner, as far as you know, this previous years, this is her 7th year, right, on the board. So previous years there were no issues with attendance?
I have actually all those records. My assistant city clerk, Linda, has them. Oh, she had them open a minute ago and closed it. Just give us a second to open that. I have not actually seen it, but.
Okay.
Yeah, do you want to go ahead and snap it? I'm going to go ahead and let Linda read it because it's a little awkward. She's on that side.
Yeah.
Linda Tice, Assistant City Clerk. Looking at her previous attendance rates, just a overview. This year has kind of been out of the ordinary with 50%. Previously, it was 8 out of 9 meetings attended, 89% attendance rate. From 2022 to 2023, she attended 8 out of 11, which was 73%. 2021 to 2022, 7 out of 10 meetings attended, 70% attendance rate. Prior to that, 10 out of 10 meetings attended 2020 to 2021. 2019 to 2020, she attended 9 out of 10 meetings, 90%. And in her first year, 2018 to 2019, she attended 8 out of 11 meetings, which was 73%.
Okay. And then the years where she attended 8 out of 11 or 7 out of 10, did that council then consider that as well? Because that's under 73%, so that under 75%, so that would trigger it, right?
I reviewed reports for those years, and I did not find any sort of report.
No, right? Yeah, okay. It's interesting. Okay. And partly I'm asking a lot of these questions because I kind of want to, we're going to be doing 9 of these, right? So I kind of want to be like setting like the stage of understanding how this all kind of comes together. So hopefully we won't ask these questions again and again each time somebody's coming up. Okay. And then you also mentioned that her term ends in July of 2026. Okay,
That is
so that
correct.
would be 8 more meetings, if I'm counting correctly. If they're not, I don't think they are, because the dark meeting, I think, is July, I want to say, for them. Okay. Let's see. And this is really, and maybe it's unorthodox, but is it okay if I ask the commissioner one question or a couple questions? Are you okay with that?
It's the council's prerogative.
Yes, so council, is that okay? Is that okay? Commissioner, would you be willing to answer a couple questions? I don't want to put you on the spot if you're, yeah, would you be willing? Thank you. I was trying to debate or not whether to ask you, but I think it might be worthwhile. Commissioner? Board member. Sorry, board member, not commissioner. Okay, board member. Shoot. Yeah. Okay. So this year was a tough year. 5 out of 10. Yes.
It was.
Okay. And on the report, it stated that the reasons were because of work, basically.
One, I was sick.
Okay.
I took notes on this. I think there was an August one where I was sick. And, as I said in my email, and this is not intended to throw anybody under the bus, but I did, and I think this had more to do with the transition of library directors. I didn't get a notification after 2 meetings missed. One of the things that I would have been able to do, so 2 of the meetings that I missed were emergency board meetings. 2 of them were to attend what are LCAP budget meetings, which are meetings where we discuss the budget. Those aren't mandatory. I attended those because I felt like it was important to do, but had I known that I was coming close to there being an issue, I just wouldn't have gone. So it would have been really, and again, this isn't me saying that Ms. Clark didn't do her job. She's extraordinary at her job. I think it was the transition between library directors is my best guess. But, being on library board is a huge priority. I love it. And had I been notified, I could have hypothetically, right, adjusted and either, left 15 minutes early, something like that. So it's important that this wasn't just me kind of saying, I truly did not know. And yes, like if I looked back, I could have gone, I missed A, B, C, and D. And I get that the attendance policy has been what it's been for 20-something years. But I checked with my colleagues. We didn't attend an orientation. We had ethics training for sure. But there was no orientation. So the ethics training had to do with Brown Act. And again, like, I don't want to make excuses, but I do want to say that I think if the policy had been adhered to of when you get 2 notices, you would have been given a heads up, then there would have been an adjustment because that would have been important to know. So again, this is not, I'm taking responsibility for the absences. I did it. But it isn't because I'm blowing it off, and it isn't because it's not a priority.
Okay. So how many of the 5 absences were absences you could not avoid, would you say?
2. Well, 2 were special board meetings, and 1 I was super sick.
Okay.
So I guess technically 3.
3, okay. And that's in the past, that's also been, 1 year you had 7 out of 10.
Yeah,
That was
and I would have to go back. I could go back in my calendar and tell you what those were, but off the top of my head, I have no idea.
Okay, and counsel, it's okay, I have one more question for her. So moving forward now.
Yeah.
You have 8 more meetings of your term.
Yep.
Okay. And you're still working the same job. You have the same potentially emergency board meetings. Basically, we're looking at making sure we have somebody in the seat, right? So if somebody is missing a lot of meetings, then even if you're high quality candidate missing meetings, we want to have you there, right? Yep. So my question for you is, moving forward, can you guarantee and can you commit to attending? Like 75% of the meetings, that would be.
That is all. My goal is to be at every single meeting.
Okay. And now you know
Always.
the policy,
Mhm.
right? And so for me, that's the biggest concern. Is that just
Absolutely.
making sure moving forward that you are going to be there.
Yep.
Right? And that your work situation is not going to change, but your commitment's going to change. Well, not change.
No,
but
my
it's gonna-
commitment won't change, but
Yes.
now that I have a clearer understanding, it'll be easier for me to either request that we do special meetings on a different day, which is possible, if that comes up again. Again, there are ways to work things if need be.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. Yes, Councilman, is it okay if council members?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Thank you for coming.
Sure.
So you missed 50% of the meetings, and you weren't sure you were in jeopardy of.
Correct.
Okay. We've received many emails about your outside activities as a school board, and you yourself has said that you work between 50 and 60 hours.
That is untrue. I know that was said I said this summer I worked about 50 hours a week.
Plus you have a job.
Yep.
Right. So
And for 5 years, that's been the case
So
for
given
me.
everything that's going on with the school board, wouldn't you want to focus on that?
I understand.
And I'm going to address the 600-pound gorilla in the room because these are the questions that we're receiving. And because this is Burbank Unified and Burbank's in there, that's why I'm asking the question.
Sure. I mean, and look, I understand that you are, based on the email that you sent to Dr. Macias, I understand where you're coming from. I am very capable and know what my limitations are. One meeting on a Wednesday evening, once a month, doesn't limit my focus, energy, and attention on school board at all. Again, I can adjust when special meetings happen, but I also don't know that I think it is entirely fair to take my role as a school board member and utilize that as like do you ask other people?
Sure, if you're busy and don't have time to commit, yes, we ask those questions.
Right.
Do you feel like you deserve special treatment? There's
No.
other people that have not, who've missed less meetings, and yet we've let them go. And in past councils, they had a hard and fast rule where 3 and you're out.
I'm not asking for special treatment. I'm asking to have a conversation and for you guys to respect the recommendation of the board and the chair, who are in the correct position to be able to weigh in on whether or not I am a valuable member of the team. I'm not asking for special treatment. The other people that you dismissed, I don't know if there was a unanimous approval to keep them. I don't know any of those details.
It's just, to me, it's just 5 meetings is a lot out of 10.
Well, that also doesn't count the meetings when we were dark. So we're talking about like, there were 5, it doesn't matter. Right.
I just want to make sure that we're not misleading the public. Those were not dark meetings.
No, I know.
Yeah, so it's not, there is the dark meeting in July, but
I
that,
think what she's saying is if there weren't dark meetings, she would have the opportunity to attend those meetings and up her
but that would
percentage.
have been an extra meeting. It would have been 11 meeting, not 10 meetings. So
Right, and we're asking questions here, so we're not going to argue with them.
but I think it's important because I'm sure people are watching, and every word you say, every word we say, it might be perceived as misleading, and I want to make sure, and the city clerk can correct us if this is incorrect. I want to make sure the dark meetings were not included in here.
They were not included. I have a table in front of me. There was one dark meeting on July 9th, 2025, and then there was a meeting canceled on January 8th, 2025. So that still left 10 meetings. And we only count the attendance
And just for
as a fraction of how many meetings were held total, if that makes sense.
And just for clarification purposes, I did not send an email to the superintendent. I responded to an email from the superintendent. The superintendent
Correct.
emailed, and I responded to the email.
And you clearly conveyed how you were going to vote.
So let's
I
stick
clearly
let's stick
conveyed.
with questions,
I
please.
clearly conveyed what I conveyed.
So let's stick with questions. Are you done with questions?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So thank you so much for fielding our questions.
No
Really
problem.
appreciate it.
Could I ask the board member a
Oh,
question?
sure, go ahead. Sorry, if she's okay with it.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I'm dismayed at the 50%, but I understand the work that you do is important. And so I have a personal bias. I am friends with you, and I want to recognize that bias in myself. And so I would like to ask if you'd be open to a more strict requirement. And this is me asking, knowing my own bias, I want to be a little bit tougher on you because we're friends. We are voting later on an agenda item that clearly states if a board member is excused absences and they miss one more meeting, they are automatically removed. Would you be open to having that put as a probation for you? I don't want to see you miss any more meetings in your term. Are you okay with that requirement?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Wait a second. We're not being fair to all the people that adhere to these rules. We're not being fair to the list that Councilmember Mullins just gave out. Just throw it away. Throw that list away if we're going to give this a hall pass tonight. Just
In
throw,
about-
just
in
throw
about
it
20
away.
minutes, we're
And
about to throw it away.
We can talk about that in a second. Are you done with the questions?
I'm done. That was my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Okay. It's interesting. Okay. All right, let me just check if I have any more questions. Thank you for allowing me to ask questions of the board member, not commissioner. And, okay. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Are there any more questions? No? Okay. Now is time for deliberation. So who would like to start?
I'll start.
Councilmember Anthony, I saw his finger first.
Go
but-
ahead.
Yeah, okay.
I want to reiterate that I recognize my own bias in this issue. I'm trying to be as strict as I can be. I feel like I am trying to be more strict than I should be. Later today, we're going to adopt a whole new policy on attendance. For whatever reason, whether it's the changeover of the library board or a misunderstanding between staff, and it's not just library, we have 9 people coming for some reason this year. Attendance is a problem. And it's one of the reasons why we're going through Agenda Item 9 later this evening to change the attendance policy. And so I would feel very comfortable applying this new policy that we're voting on later on Board Member Weisberg and any of the 9 folks coming to us who want to be excused. It is the policy that we've been working on that has flaws, and I'm trying to find a way to bring those people into what we're looking at for new policy. That's all that I would like to put forth this evening. That's it.
For consideration, okay. Councilmember Rosati, would you like to reply? Or Mullins? Okay.
This is about personal choice. Service over self. I spent 12 years on the planning board, and I missed 1 meeting in 12 years. In those 12 years, I missed World Series games, I missed NCAA games, I missed time with my family because I made the commitment of service over self. 5 meetings. Do I expect people to have the record that I have in 12 years? Tough. I agree. Probably tough. 5 meetings in one year, missing 50% of the meetings. Meanwhile, everyone else gets held to a completely different standard. Equity and fairness. I look at the situation and how do I look all those other board members and commission members in the face? We got an agenda coming up in the next few weeks. How do we even have that meeting? Why don't we just trash that because of what we did tonight? Rules are rules. Whether you read the handbook or didn't read the handbook, that's on you. When I get involved with something, whatever I get involved in, I look over contracts. I make sure that the contracts are adhered to, administered correctly. I look over the finances. That's the role. That's the job. And you can make excuses that you didn't know, that you didn't read the handbook, that possibly staff didn't alert you. But if you didn't realize that you missed 5 at 50% of the meetings, then again, service over self. And I know you're friends, and I get that. But sometimes you just got to make the tough decision. That's what we're up here for. You got to make the tough decision. And you cannot do carve-outs for people and then other people look at you and say, wait a second, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, we let someone go. How do we look at those people in the face? How do we say, it was good for the goose and not good for the gander? So again, we have a handbook, we have rules. Once we start monkeying around with that, then you just toss the whole thing. That's how I feel.
Okay. Did you want to go next or want me to speak? No, go ahead. Go ahead if you want.
So I have a question. I know we're deliberating, but maybe the city manager, city attorney, city clerk can help me with the council member Anthony's recommendation. What would that do to our current policy? And what would that do, the consequences for the 9 reports that you're bringing to us in September?
Well, you certainly set a precedent if you're going to basically change the policy or not follow the policy. Obviously, we're going to be talking about a new policy in hopefully a few minutes, but clearly, that will set a different precedent based on what the current policy is as of right now. So that carve out is, that could be, you are changing policy, and that could be problematic as far as how you deal with these other 9 issues. So are you going to continue to do carve-outs? Are you going to continue to change the policy? Are you going to stick by the policy? What is, it's the council's pleasure, but clearly, typically what we like to do is have a strong policy so people could know what the rules of engagement are as far as attendance or anything else. Code of conduct, we spent a lot of time on code of conduct.
Mm-hmm.
We went through that very clearly to make sure that we have a civilized, efficient, very civil, people with integrity. We spent a lot of time on that. So to kind of keep changing things, I just feel could be problematic.
Thank you. Did you have anything to add? I know I see you kind of looking at me.
Well, I'm thinking, because part of the question is, what's the effect of the new ordinance on a board member who already has excused absences? So it's possible that what Councilmember Anthony was referring to is the attachment number 1 on page 136. It's it's proposed new 2-1-403C2 says, should the council excuse the member's 3 absences and the member misses a 4th meeting, the city clerk may proceed with the member's automatic removal. It's possible when this ordinance becomes effective, there's a question as to whether it would be the council's intent, since you have somewhere between 8 and 9 more. You may want tonight, when you get to this other item, to have it applied to any previously approved excused absences that C2 apply. In any event, I could see it interpreted that way. It's not necessary. It could be the council's policy that all excused absences are subject to city clerk removal, but the city clerk needs to know. So that's a question for the next item,
Right.
regardless of what you decide here.
So in theory, we could all vote to excuse 5 absences from Board Member Weisberg, but then later today adopt this, and as soon as this becomes our new ordinance and she misses 1 more, she's gone automatically. Regardless
Well,
of,
that's when we get to the next item, we can talk about whether that's the council's intent. Because this ordinance won't be effective. Well, this is the second reading, 31 days. You'll have already heard probably 3 more requests for excuses. And if you make revisions and want it to come back again, this ordinance won't be effective until you've heard 6 or 7 or 8 more requests for excuse. So that would be my question on this next item is, does it apply to any prior excuses within the same 12 months or something like that? So that's as to the proposal. That question's kind of begged by the language when we get to it.
Well, and according to the new language, which we have to be careful of, the city clerk, after 4 absence, the 4th absent can automatically remove the member. That means board member Weisberg would have been removed already because she has 5 absence.
Well, I think procedurally, you still go through the process. So regardless of what the number of absences is, the nice thing about the proposed language is that we're getting away from percentages. The percentages have been driving, making the clerk's job more difficult because it depends upon whether there were dark meetings or not. And so the question is, were there 7 meetings, actual meetings? Were there 10? How do the percentages work? So this, by putting it down to just whole meetings and defining an absence as less than 2/3, it'll make the counting easier. But I wouldn't say if someone messes 5, you skip the notice and review by the board and go straight to removal. It still provides for the proposed language. The current language doesn't provide for express notice to the member. The new language does, from staff to the member. If they end up having another absence before the item gets considered, I think it should all move forward with consideration by the board and recommendation to the council. I wouldn't say that if they, also because there's sensitive issues that depending upon the reason for the absence, I don't think we want to get too much into people's personal medical issues. That really, there's a point at which that's not appropriate. And so if their condition has them miss a 4th or a 5th before it can get to council, then you've got a policy that, anyway, I wouldn't want us to go there. So I think it's a process, and the process is that staff count the absences, they give notice to the member, they give notice to the commission hears it, they make a recommendation, it gets to council. After the excuse, here it says 3, that's the proposed language, whatever the excuse is. So if, when we get to the next item, council's decision is following any prior excused absences in the same 12 months, the next absence could trigger automatic removal by the city clerk. That's the question of the rule. That's what Councilmember Anthony sort of proposed, but that may be the case once you review and adopt the ordinance. You may make that determination now that you've got kind of the 2020 hindsight on this item.
Could you clarify who is allowed to excuse the absent? Is it the actual board, commissioners, or committee, or
It's
is it
the
city council? So when
the
we
commission makes a recommendation.
Okay, so I just also want to clarify, because we have the letter and a lot of the speakers said the absence were excused by the chair and board members. They're not allowed, or they have the right. I mean, they can write it down, we're excusing, but the official language has to be done by the city council.
The decision is made by the council.
And the language to excuse.
The board or commission makes a recommendation.
Okay, so we just want to clarify, because I keep on hearing that they excuse the absence. So obviously, to me, it's a very tough decision, but it's also something that I'm looking at policy. I mean, this has nothing to do with performance. It has nothing to do with, Member Weisberg, whether she did a great job or she didn't do a good job, or serving on the school board, in my opinion, has nothing to do with it. I'm looking at what have I done in the past with other members who have come here, and we did not excuse the absent because they also had issues with their work and they could not make it. And we said, that's too bad. We had a long list of people who want to apply and are willing to serve the community. We also have 9 more coming. I don't know what the 9 more, what excuses they're going to have. I want to be fair, and I want to be able to say, here's the new process, or here's the current process, and no, we are going to treat you exactly how we treated Board Member Weisberg. It doesn't matter, and I respect, the fact that you said we're friends, and I want to make sure. I mean, I believe we're friends. I believe we're all friends with each other. There's no enemies in this room. We may agree or disagree on a lot of things, but we have a tough decision. And help me, both of, the rest of the council. What are we going to do with the 9 members that are bringing? If I didn't have a list of members that, I thought it was 3, and now I hear there's 9. What do you want to do with them? I know they're not on the agenda today, but you know what? They will be here in 2 weeks. And I don't want to sit here and pretend the decision I make today is not going to affect the decisions we're going to make for each and every person, because each one of them have a different story to tell. I would look at Board Member Weisberg and ask, what would you do if you were sitting in this seat? What would you do and how would you do it? You make decisions every day on your board. You make decisions as a board member on the Board of Library Trustee. How do we look at these other people and say, we gave an excuse to one member, but we're not going to give you an excuse? And you need to give me the straightforward answer of how you're going to do it. Because otherwise, I hate to say this, but I agree with Councilmember Rizzotti that throw them all away.
Throw them all away.
Don't bring him to us, because I won't know what to do. I'm telling you right now. If I'm not going to be fair to one, I cannot pretend that I'm going to be fair to the others.
I completely understand that. And it's honestly, that sentiment is, I will reiterate, one of the main reasons why we're changing, or hopefully changing later, our attendance policy to make it clearer. I mean, we even saw Boardman Weisberg is only one of many that reached 73 and 70% and still didn't trigger our current policy. So I don't know what the circumstances are that led to some kind of miscommunication or some kind of misunderstanding about her attendance policy. But she's here now. She's hearing our disappointment on the attendance. I don't want to just excuse it. I want this page 136, this idea of an automatic removal on another attendance. She's got eight more, correct, on her term? 8 more meetings. And I want to hold her accountable and say, look, you've got 8 more. You miss one, you're done. Automatic. You don't come to us. You can't plead here. You don't get a vote. And that's it. I want to put her on probation, and I want to do the same thing with the next 9 members who come and have that discussion, because they're operating under the previous system and rules, which we all agreed are vague. The current. I keep thinking we voted on it. It's not. We pulled the agenda item. We pulled it. We haven't voted on it yet. The reason why we're doing this, and even to the city attorney's point, we may have it retroactively work so that whoever gets excused in the next 9 sessions gets removed if they miss one. I don't want to carve out an exception. I want to hold her accountable just like everybody else that's going to be coming to us. We've had 2 recently, 2 board members. One came with the recommendation from the board to stay and showed up, and we kept them. One didn't show up, didn't come with the recommendation, and we removed them. I find that to be arbitrary. And again, one of the reasons why later today we're having this discussion. I get that it looks bad. 50% is not great. It's not great. But she's had better years. She's had better years. It's not a consistent thing with this particular board member. So again, I'm trying to be a little bit more strict than I would with other folks and simply give them the full benefit of the doubt. I would like to hold Dr. Weisberg, who's an adult, who knows how to manage her time, accountable, and offer up a probationary period, just like we're going to be hopefully voting on later today. That's what I'd like to offer.
So, Madam Vice Chair, I would encourage you not to approve a concession that doesn't exist in the code if you're inclined to interpret the code that's the attendance policy that's later on your agenda, I would actually encourage you to either just excuse the absences, knowing you're going to debate what happens and that you may have a need to modify this language as you adopt it so that it would have that effect, but I wouldn't apply a probation, which doesn't exist in the code, to one commissioner. You're either excusing the absences or you're not excusing the absence, and then consider the attendance policy and give staff direction on the language. Or you can continue this item to later on the agenda to figure out how that provision and then pick this back up. But I think, if you can handle it, you can either excuse or not excuse, and then tell us how you want this attendance policy. It is completely legal to adopt this new code and say anyone whose absences were excused, the next absence within 12 months, whatever the meaningful period is, if it's the 12 calendar months or if it's the annual board commission committee calendar, I'd have to look at it, that the next absence would result in removal proceedings by the city clerk, or whatever that language that's in here. But I would ask you to separate those concepts, knowing that you're going to deal with it when you look at the ordinance later.
Okay. I appreciate that. Yeah, and I think that there is a frustration of, we appoint our commissioners and board members with an expectation that they attend meetings, right? In fact, that's one of the questions that I ask every single person I will appoint or consider appointing. Can you commit to attending all the meetings? And even without a policy, that's an expectation I think that one would have. So there's a frustration of that having not been recognized or taken seriously last year. At the same time, humans make mistakes, and this hasn't been a habit through the whole 7 years. This is a recent thing, and for me anyway, a lot of this, as I mentioned when I was asking the board member question, is that if we excuse the absences, do we have a board member who will continue to miss meetings, or do we have a board member who will show up? That's like the biggest, for me, that's the biggest question. And what I'm hearing is a commitment, 100% commitment, even with your direct question, which we can't necessarily apply, and we aren't going to necessarily apply in this moment, but the concept of it, right? Commitment of, yes, I will attend every meeting. And as much as I'm frustrated with the lack of meeting last year, the question I have in my mind is the point of this to ensure we have commissioners and board members who attend meetings, or is the point of this process to punish people who don't do what we ask them to do? And for me, I just generally don't lean towards punishment. I don't lean towards trying to show somebody that because they did something wrong, they need to pay. That's not something that to me it feels right. It's also important to me, though, that the person who is in this situation understands kind of the seriousness of it. And that's why I ask the questions, to really get that kind of understanding that this is not, if we were to decide to excuse these absences, it wouldn't be, okay, now everything's fine. It's like, now, this is really, be serious. This is a serious thing. So I'm wondering if there's a way that we can yes and here, we can yes and really impose how important this mistake was, and not be punitive, and be requiring attendance in the future. And if the punishment is that's the point, then it's fine to have the prerogative for other council members, but that for me is not comfortable. If the point is to have commissioners and board members who attend the meetings, I'm very comfortable with that. I'm also considering that because this board member's term is up in July, then if we do not excuse these absences, then the board member will then step down, and we will have to appoint somebody for 5-6 meetings. Till 6 meetings, right? by the time we go through the process to get all that done, then when they're appointed, it'll be 6 meetings left in the year. Which is fine. I mean, but it does have more staff time, right?
Sorry, just want to point out, depending on what you do with the ordinance.
Oh, okay.
With
That's a
item
good
number
point.
9.
Right, that's a good point. So there is that too, whereas we can kind of combine it with, for now, excusing them, but put the importance and really emphasize the importance of coming to the future meetings by implementing whatever we want with this future ordinance that would apply to this case, apply to all cases. So speaking of consistency, if consistency is the goal, then that would be a way to create consistency moving forward for all our future folks. So I like the creativity of that. We can't guarantee that's what we're going to do if we do excuse the absences, but that is a way, I think, to kind of do both, to really impress the importance of attendance and the seriousness of it, and also allow another chance. Because one thing in our city that I think that is I kind of walked in here feeling really frustrated and wanting to just say, no, I mean, this is the policy. This is what we do. You take it seriously, right? But I also had this big question mark in my head of like, is she going to show up for the next meetings? That's the big question mark I had. And I needed to have that answered. And it sounds like the answer is yes to that. At least the intention is. And that's the same intention I would have with anybody new who comes on. So the question is, and what I look at in our city, is that when somebody does something wrong in our city, if somebody doesn't park in the right place, they don't use plastics in their business, they don't adhere to some of the laws that we have implemented, we educate them. We give them help to do better. That is our style in our city. At the same time, we don't just let them do whatever, but we educate to do it right. So the question is, what do we want to say about who we are as a council too, in that way? So right now, I'm really on the fence about it, but I think with the idea that we can apply fairly a stricter version later on in the agenda, I am comfortable with the excusing of the absences, with kind of the assumption that we're going to talk about it later to ensure that this doesn't happen again. That's really the important thing for me. So that may end up in us in a deadlock, which I really hope not, because if we do a deadlock, we're going to have to go through this again. So I'm wondering, and I can feel my council member over here sitting next to me, not super happy with it, and I understand. But I'm wondering if possibly, with that knowledge that there's going to be a stricter version of the rules coming up, that there might be some level of grace to allow this board member and the ones coming forward in the next 9 an opportunity to repent, basically. So just putting that out there, and I would love to have your thoughts on that.
I've never seen a council work so hard to keep someone in a position.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there. I'm sorry. That is
And
not.
If you, guys, if you want to give your friend a hall pass,
I am
give your friend a hall
council member?
pass. No, I get a chance to speak here.
You do.
I get a
However,
chance to speak
if you're
here.
going, okay,
Don't-
I will reply when you're done.
All right, you reply when I'm done. But I've never seen a council meeting where they made so many excuses for someone, and if you want to give someone a hall pass, just say it, and I'm fine with that. But be consistent and fair. Be consistent and fair to the rules that are in place, and to everyone else that came before, and everyone that's coming to us. And just say, you know what, I want to give her a hall pass, and then I understand. But don't try to convince me that we're going to wrangle this thing to make it right for one person and not right for the people before and the people coming to us. Just be honest with me.
Councilmember Rosati, I understand your frustration. I'm just going to state very clearly that I do not appreciate being accused of being dishonest. And I get to talk now. So it's fine if you disagree with me, and I don't mind you disagreeing with me, and that is totally fine. Absolutely 100%. And my goal here is not to give an individual person a hall pass. My goal is to be consistent and fair in my way. It may not be your way. It may not be your way. I think that it might be a good idea for you to take a breath. Take a breath. Take a breath. And you don't have to agree with me. You don't have to, it's fine. can you please not interrupt me for 2 seconds? Please. I'm getting a little frustrated here. Not because you disagree with me. I don't mind you disagreeing with me. You can disagree with me up and down the wall. I do not mind. I would like some respect to allow myself to speak. Now, please. My version of fair may be different than your version of fair, but I do not appreciate being accused of something I'm not doing. If you don't like it, that's fine, but please do not accuse me. So anyway. Yes.
I'm not accusing, I'm saying apply the rules fairly and equally to all.
Yes.
That's all I'm
That's
saying.
what I'm saying, too.
And we're not doing that, we're wrangling this.
No, it's fair. Any other comments? Councilmember Mullins.
Yeah, I heard everything you've said, and there's a couple of words that one of them really stood out to me that I don't like, and I'm going to share with you.
Absolutely.
The word punishment. I am not here to punish anybody. That is not my job. My job is to look at city policies, look at the recommendation of staff, have built my own opinion, read a ton of emails, responded to a ton of emails. And I again, over and over, because this is going to get twisted tomorrow either way. None of us are going to come out a winner. None of us, meaning the council members. There's people who are going to hate you or love you for doing what you're doing today, for being noble, for being, forgiving, for being upset, for me saying what I'm saying. Tomorrow we're going to read the headline of what we've done today, which is fine. That's why we make a lot of money serving on council, right?
Lots of money.
And none of us should have been really sitting here going through this tonight, but we have to because this is our job.
Yeah.
If we didn't have this situation. When I'm looking, I think to me, I'm not punishing anybody. So I'd like to correct that.
Fair enough.
The word punishment sounds like, we're picking on certain people. I want to be fair. I am trying to be fair. I am trying to look at what happened in the past, what we've done, what's coming to me the rest of the month, because I can't sit here and pretend that I was really fair in treating one member with missing 5 meetings, 5 out of 10, and other members 10, 9, 9, 10, 10, 10, 5. Perfect attendance in the same period, okay? Mm-hmm. And I asked myself if board member Weisberg was not who we're talking about today. If it was Joe off the street, I met once, shook the hand once, don't know anything about him. And the city clerk comes to me and the director comes to me and say, we're having an issue because they missed 5 meetings. Would I vote the same way? So me, because I want to sleep at night, because I want to do what's right in this organization, I want to be fair to every person, yes, I would do the same exact thing whether it was Joe or somebody else that I know. Why? Because we all sat here, you served on a board, you served on a board, I served on a board, and you served on a board. And we knew we had to attend the meetings. We knew that. It was not a surprise that we're going to miss meetings. And I am so sorry that we're really hashing this and talking about it the way we're talking, but it is frustrating to me as well because I don't want to deal with this today. I want to deal with issues in the city that we still have on the agenda. And so I think the fairness, in my opinion, comes in looking at my policy and looking at the book that I always carry in my binder. Maybe it's the city clerk thing, but I always carry that because I know I can refer to it. I know this is the Bible, the charter is the Bible, the Brown Act is the Bible that we have to use. And I'm trying to be fair, but how do I be fair when I'm looking at this attendance record? How do I be fair when I have emails and some board members and other board members call me and say, you're setting a bad precedence if you allow this to go on, because I am I leave my work early. I don't tuck my kids to bed at night because I am there at the meeting. And you are going to, you need to be fair to all of us.
Okay.
So I don't, honestly, it has nothing to do with the individual. I would treat each person the same way, looking at the policy. So I appreciate the word punishment. In my opinion, I'm not punishing anybody. That's not what I'm here for. I need to comply with this. I do make exceptions once in a while. We did for the members that traveled the world and gave us pictures, and we did that. It was out of her control that they called a meeting while she was not here, and we gave that excuse. But I also removed the other member that did not show up on the IUB. So I want to be able to look at the city manager when he comes in with the rest of these reports and evaluate each person's situation and be fair and vote the right way. So that would be the city clerk coming in,
Yeah,
not
so I
the
think,
city
I think we
manager.
have
Sorry.
hashed this out quite a bit.
Yeah.
I think we've all kind of landed on where we're going to be. Does anyone
My
need
question is, I understand where council members have spoken and what happens. If it's a deadlock, this is my issue. The policy is still very vague. If we don't, it is.
It's been the policy, sorry, council member, I didn't mean to jump in, but it's been the policy since what year?
1997.
And I oversaw that policy for 10 years as the clerk. The previous council, you could not even negotiate with them. It was 3 and you were out.
Right. But it was
including you.
I know. And I remember voting on it and looking at the requirements, and it was basically up to our decision what we excused and what we didn't. My issue is if it's 2-2, it doesn't even say anything in here. Council shall excuse or shall remove or do any other such thing. Again, it's still vague. It's been vague since 1997. So, what happens?
The policy says to come to council if not that council will remove the member, but that the item will come to council for consideration, right?
So, do we wait until there's not a deadlock? What?
Yeah.
Vice Mayor, do you want my advice on this?
Yes,
yes,
can you read
that would
what
be
it
wonderful.
Because I can
Thank you.
wait to see if it's a deadlock, or I can tell you what my opinion will be after the deadlock. If there's a deadlock. So you could call the question, or
Yes. My guess is it's going to probably be a deadline.
I'll move to excuse Board Member Weisberg's 5 absences in the previous calendar year.
Okay, so I'm actually
Knowing that later we're going to discuss attendance policy and a different issue.
right. So because I'm interested in consistency, I'm wondering if it's really beneficial to talk with the policy first, get that really nailed down so that we treat everybody the same with the policy that we do later on tonight. So if we do a deadlock, then it'll automatically get moved to another meeting in the future, which then will apply evenly to everybody.
So I don't think a deadlock moves the matter forward. The current ordinance and the proposed ordinance both speak of a 12-month period. That 12-month period just started over.
Okay.
So one interpretation is, and I'm not opining exactly what the interpretation is, but one interpretation is that the new 12-month period starts. If council fails to take action, they fail to take action. And you didn't excuse or unexcuse, but you also didn't remove, which are the 3 potential things that the council can do.
So the calendar just resets.
It could, or you could continue it until you have a tie-breaking vote. You have to do that with a motion and a second also, and a majority vote. So you either have a majority vote to do something tonight. If you don't have a majority vote to do anything, one interpretation is that the 12-month period starts over and this period of attendance closes. Because that August meeting, if we look back to page 184, the absenteeism from August, well, it speaks of a 12-month period commencing from the date of appointment. She's been reappointed, so those 12-month periods run from August to July. And this is all from August to July. We're now in a new August to July. So you're making a decision on the 2024 to 2025 attendance period, and that period closes, arguably, unless you continue this decision until you have 5 members, or you believe you solve the issue with item number 9 and want to bring it, so continue it to after item number 9, continue it into October.
One
or-
procedural question. If there's no second to my motion, the motion dies.
It's
Without-
already dead.
Yeah.
Right. So without a substitute motion and a vote, the agenda item is over.
There's the agenda item continues as long as the chair keeps it alive or you make the decision.
Yeah. And did you just say that we can push the agenda item to at the end after we talk about item 9 and then
Yes,
revisit
you
it?
could simply continue it, and you may all decide that you have a perfect solution in the proposed ordinance in front of you. Apply it in a way where you can, come to a decision.
Would you be comfortable with that? Would you be comfortable with pushing it to the end of the meeting and then we just wrap it up at the end after we make a
To
decision? on it?
take a vote
Yeah.
on whether we make, allow the excuse or not?
Right. So we
And
avoid a
is
deadlock.
that would be based on what, the new ordinance that we haven't
Yeah. And
talked
and
about?
make it retroactive to
Yeah, the new ordinance would
removal.
be.
Yeah, we can be
totally
unfair to everyone else before and after and just rig this thing so we can have this person come back. Yeah, we can do that.
It would apply to everybody.
Okay, whatever.
Well,
It's like-
then,
that's
again.
what we're doing, though. I mean, that's what we're doing. If that's what you want to do, it's fine. Just say it. That's why I said earlier. Just if you want to make a special exception, just say it without all this nonsense about special. We'll come back and redo this and have another.
I understand that you're using language called special exception, and I get that because that's not what the current ordinance is. What I'm trying to do is bridge us from the current ordinance to what we're hopefully proposing later. And so, yes, I would consider that a special circumstance, but it would be applied universally to everybody who has absences either now or in the future.
It wouldn't be a
So I still want it to apply fairly. It's just that we have an overabundance of people this year for some reason, all working through absences, and at the same time, we're fundamentally changing the absence policy. So if we don't want to continue, we don't want to continue it.
Yeah.
The agenda item closes, nothing happens, calendar resets, but we have a discussion later, and I'm comfortable talking about that and using that broadly in a sense to capture 10 recent upcoming issues.
So it would be, if we were to put the vote later in the evening, it's going to be late, later in the evening, then we would hash out and figure out a consistent ordinance
My
for
concern,
everybody.
it's going to be deadlocked at that point too.
It might be, depends on what we decide to do with the ordinance, and if it's retro, then we might not. I don't know, maybe, we might. But we won't know for sure until we do that ordinance first and
But
figure out what's going to happen there.
we also, again, dealing with the 9 upcoming reports, in my opinion, why bother getting them? Because if we are saying, let's start fresh again with the new ordinance and wipe everybody clean and start from the new year.
That wouldn't happen, right? City
Well,
attorney?
but
it could apply.
No, the question
bother with it?
is whether you apply the paragraph C2, that is the next, and I think there should be some additional language in there, whether the next absence after an excuse triggers automatic removal by the city clerk.
Right. So if we were later on, in theory, to put that in as a retro for all 9 and anything forward, it would be consistent with everybody. It would be a consistent, we might not, but we might. And so if we end up doing that, then it could be retro for everybody, and that would be the new policy moving forward. It wouldn't be a special case. It would be everybody would be applied to that.
So this is going to sound crazy. I don't know, but we're
try it.
talking about a lot of crazy things
Let's do it.
tonight. Why don't we just do a hearing for everyone at the same time when we include this agenda item as well? And let's go through the whole entire list and see what we want to apply to all the members who are coming in because of their absence.
I think the city manager's probably would
City
not want that.
manager's been squirming in his
Would
chair
not
for
want that.
hours now.
You could clearly do it that way if you'd like to do that. I mean, that's direction to the city clerk. She's the one that handles the attendance with respect to that.
We have 3 coming up in
at
one
this
meeting,
point,
though, right?
we just finished the attendance
9
policy.
altogether.
We'd like to get these things settled. It's so we want to get this done because people have attendance issues that we need to resolve.
Yes.
If that's the council's pleasure, we are fine packaging them all up in one report.
Yeah, okay. City clerk, do you have a response to that?
No, just that some of them are in the middle of being scheduled. So it would just be outreach to the member to say, hey, I know we told you to be here 9/9, but, we just would have to communicate with the few that have already been scheduled.
And we can figure that out after we decide on what the ordinance will be. And then we can decide, okay, now that we've decided what the ordinance is going to be, what the attendance policy is going to be moving forward, now that we've decided on this policy, how do we want to address the 9 plus the 1 today?
Well, how
I
do
feel
we
like we're kind of
about-
in the middle between 2 different
Yes.
policies, and I think it would be great to have one policy, then we move forward to apply
Right.
that to all the people moving
So
forward.
my question is, what do we do with this current board member right here?
I propose we push this to the end of the meeting, figure out that attendance policy, and then do a final vote. No discussion, just a final vote at the end.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Would you be okay with that?
I don't know if things will change, depends
They
on.
may not,
Yeah.
but
Maybe not.
we can move on.
We can
And it'll give us time to
continue.
think, too.
Sure.
Okay, great, okay. So we're going to table it to the end of the meeting?
Okay.
Okay, we're going to table that do we need to make a motion for that? To table it to the end of the meeting?
You can move it to the end of the meeting.
Okay, so we will move that.
You'd need a
item-
motion in a second if you were going to push it out to another meeting, but
Okay.
that's sufficient.
Putting a pause in this, and we're going to move on to the next item and put that at the end of the meeting after we do the attendance policy. Okay.
Vice Mayor Tarashi, would it be possible to take just a 2-minute break?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Let's
And-
take.
and instead of end of the meeting, the last report. Can I?
Oh,
clarify
yes,
that?
the last
Okay,
report.
all right.
Yes, thank you for the clarification. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, 5 minutes only, and then we're coming back. Okay. Awesome. All right. The second report to council tonight, welcome back, everybody. The second report to council tonight is discussion of the valet parking meter fees for paid parking meter zones. I welcome Angelica Gonzalez, parking analyst in the Community Development Department, to please present the report. Welcome, Ms. Gonzalez.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Takahashi and members of the City Council. As mentioned, my name is Angelica Gonzalez, parking analyst with the Community Development Department, and I'm here to discuss the valet parking meter fees for paid parking meter zones. So why are we here? In November 2024, City Council adopted an ordinance to establish a new parking meter zone in downtown Burbank. The goal of the parking meter zone is to manage the on-street parking supply with a fee to, 1, ensure customers can reliably find parking within walking distance of their destination, 2, increase access to businesses to ensure turnover of parked cars, and 3, to reduce emissions and lessen traffic congestion from drivers circling in search of parking. Along with the new meter zone, Council approved a new fee allowing businesses to occupy curb spaces for the customers in parking meter zone, referred as valet parking meter fee. Due to public comment, Council directed staff to present options to address the valet parking meter fee for downtown Burbank businesses. Since approved, implementation of the valet parking meter fees in the paid parking meter zones have been postponed until we're able to address this, which basically circles back why we're here. Currently, there are 2 permanent valet operations in the city of Burbank. One is located at 269 East Palm Avenue, which is located in the meter zone. The second permanent valet is located at 3500 West Olive Avenue. I'd also like to note that both businesses have been notified of this council item and were provided a copy with the staff report. In the parking meter zone, drivers pay to park on-street curb spaces along San Fernando Boulevard between Magnolia Boulevard and Angelino Avenue, as well as the side streets on either side of San Fernando between 1st and 3rd Streets. The hourly rate can be adjusted by the city with broad limits a few times a year to ensure that drivers always have 1 or 2 spaces available to park. There are 145 spaces in the meter zone, and currently the fee is $2 per hour and is required between 8 a.m. and 12 at midnight each day. Staff is now presenting 3 options to council. Option A. Option A is to implement a valet parking meter fee as approved in November 2024. Under this option, valet operators are allowed exclusive use of the curb parking spaces, but they would also pay a fee for each space equal to the hourly rate charged to the public for every hour spaces are used for the valet. So in this next slide, we've presented a scenario in which a valet operator has requested 2 on-street parking spaces in the meter zone. Please note that the final fees displayed are based on a quarterly calculation. So in this example, the operator is using 2 spaces. The hourly rate is $2. The valet operation hours are 6 hours. The operation is 6 p.m. to midnight, Thursday through Sunday. So there are 52 days in the quarter, and the final calculation for the quarter would be 1,248. Again, just an example. In this next slide, we've presented neighboring cities' parking fees and credits. So in the city of Burbank, currently 100% of the parking valet fee is what the rate is. There's no credit offered. The same goes for Glendale, but their hourly fee is capped at $3 per hour. In Los Angeles, they charge the average hourly fee collected by the metered spaces in a specific neighborhood or district, For example, if one street is charging $6 for the parking fees, and then the next street over or the adjacent street over is charging $5, then that averagely rate that they would be charging the valet operators is $4. So just as an example, it's just meets in the middle. And Pasadena as well, 100% of what the curbside meter fee rate is. So option B is to reduce the valet parking meter fee by half. So 50% discount on the valet fees. So if the public is paying $2, the valet operator would pay $1 per hour for those spaces utilized. If option B moves forward, staff would present a resolution to amend the citywide fee schedule, which would be presented at a future council meeting. Under option C, we would remove the valet parking meter fee and implement a valet space cap. This would mean that we would remove the valet parking meter fee from the city's fee resolution. The valet operators would use the spaces for free, but we would cap the parking spaces to 5% of the total paid parking spaces in the meter zone. Lastly, no valet operations would be allowed to be implemented on San Fernando Boulevard. If option C moves forward, staff would present a resolution to amend the citywide fee schedule and an ordinance regarding the 5% cap, which would be presented at a future council meeting. So staff recommends council implement option A, which is to implement the valet parking fee meter fee as approved by council in November 2024. This would continue to apply to existing parking fees consistently to the public and businesses who wish to occupy street parking spaces in downtown Burbank. So in closing, the purpose of establishing the parking meter zone for downtown Burbank is for the parking authority to manage parking through price so that customers and visitors to downtown always have a convenient parking space available, along with ensuring parking turnover and reducing traffic congestion. Parking fees collected are important to offset the cost to manage the paid parking infrastructure, as well as to reinvest back into downtown's parking assets. Reducing or waiving the valet parking fee is contrary to this goal, as it allows some users to receive city resources for free while others must pay. Also, the latter two options reduce resources available to maintain overall parking assets in downtown. As it stands, the clear goals and revenue transparency approved by council helps build trust and support for the city's parking management operations in downtown and potentially for other neighborhoods. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm open for any questions.
Great. Thank you so much for the presentation. We'll take public comment and then we'll get back to you. So next is public comment. Do we have any cards? We have one. So for the comment, you will have 3 minutes. And our first and only commenter is Aram, excuse me if I pronounced your name wrong, Avayang. Welcome, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, staff, council members. My name's Aram Avakian. I own Palma Restaurante, which is located in front of 269 East Palm Avenue, where we operate the valet currently. I also own 2 additional businesses in downtown Burbank, over under Public House and Smash Burger. I have a heavily vested interest in downtown Burbank. I've invested millions into this new project, Palma, which was an eyesore in the city. The location has turned multiple times. I put my heart and soul into that restaurant. It's the only fine dining space that we have in downtown Burbank. I did my due diligence prior to signing a lease in 2023 if I would be able to get valet parking and would there be a charge, and I was told no. This new parking meter ordinance has happened after the fact. I feel as though I should be grandfathered in. I should not have to pay for the 4 locations where we queue the cars, we park them in the structure. So with all that said, I would like you to take in consideration everything I've done for downtown Burbank and continue to do so, taking over 3 locations that were old, closed down, weren't leased for a while. I've done nothing but improve downtown Burbank. So I would like you to take all that into consideration. Giving up 3 spaces to a restaurant, especially in this economy and with everything we have going on, I would encourage you guys to take in consideration that an establishment like a fine dining restaurant does require valet, and adding an additional cost would, with these hard times, would even make things more difficult for an operator like myself. There's other restaurants in Burbank, for example, the Capitol Grill just opened, they offer valet, and there's no additional charges for them. And I understand they're not in the downtown business zone, but they're still located in Burbank. That is a competitor. Right now, since it's been extremely slow, us as the restaurant have been offering customers complimentary valet to entice them to come in. And to add an additional fee on top of that would really be a burden.
Thank you for your comment. Your time is up. Thank you. That was our only comment, so I declare the public comment period closed. And let's see. Okay. Now that we completed public comment, does staff have any response to public comment?
Yes. So while I was working with RM on the process for the permit application, I physically went over to Palma to discuss what else was missing, what criteria hadn't been met, even though this was all, via email. And during our discussion, which was actually on October 12th, and the reason why I know that the date took place is because the check that I physically received is dated 10/12/24, and that was the second time that I had spoken to Aram and advised him that the following month, in November of 2024, we were going to council, and we were going to council to establish a new meter zone, and should that be approved, valet spaces would then have to have a cost associated with them. So Aram understood this prior to submitting a complete application. When we initially received the incomplete application in September, and the entire time I was working with him, I made note of this, that we were going to council with these fees. That same day, Aram actually made a comment to me saying, "Oh, that's nice, because I have several businesses and a lot of like DoorDasher, food delivery services are utilizing those spaces. There's no overturn. And then I have, people that I would like for my business to enjoy, and yet the parking, there's no turnover." So he initially was in favor of the metered parking. When I told him a fee would apply to valet operators, he was not too happy about that. So I just wanted to make note that Aram was advised that fees would be applied should council approve the operation.
Karen Payne, Transportation Services Manager. I just want to clarify that the current business owner at 269 East Palm Avenue currently occupies 4 street parking spaces. I know the public comments referred to 3, but it's 4. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right, council, any questions on this item? Councilmember Anthony?
Could I ask the business owner a question? Is our arm? Do you mind coming up and answering some questions? Is that okay? You have 3 businesses downtown.
Correct.
But only one uses the valet.
Yes.
Okay.
2 businesses are on San Fernando. The third business is on Palm.
You mentioned that there's a new spot, Capitol Grill.
A new fine dining restaurant that opened up in Burbank, Capitol Grill.
Where is that located?
Olive.
Oh, I know the spot. I see. And you mentioned that they're using?
They have valet and they don't have any fees. They don't have meters.
Meters. Is that, staff, can you confirm this?
So Capitol Grill is not located within the meter zone,
Sure.
so therefore they don't have to pay the on-street parking.
I understand, but they're using valet.
That is correct.
Do they have an agreement with us to use valet?
That is correct.
Okay, so they have an agreement with us. 3,500, Olive, that's, okay. Castaway uses valet?
Yes.
So yes, Castaway does use a valet, but they their service is on private property, and the additional lot, like the overflow lot,
The downstairs lot, yeah.
They use a shuttle. So they're not taking keys, they're not valeting vehicles. So for that reason, they do not need to go through the process of a valet permit.
Okay, but Capitol Grill has a license.
Correct.
All right. All right. Where do you park your valet vehicles?
In the structure.
In the structure.
Correct.
And we don't charge you for that.
We've given up, me as a tenant, we have parking tags. Our landlord owns the garage. The city leases the garage back. The tenant still occupies, the landlord still occupies 150 spaces. We have designated spaces assigned for valet parking. We handed in our parking tags and we valet our cars in our space.
Tags. You're saying parking tags, not
Correct.
parking tax, right? You're not.
Tags.
Okay. So what I'm saying is you're not paying for those spaces.
We are. It's part of our lease. We're paying our landlord. We have 12 parking designated tags. We had to hand those into the city. We took them away from our employees. Now our employees either park in the meter zone if there's no spots in the garage, or they park in the garage.
Okay.
Also, employees have been ticketed, like, for example, the cleaning crew that comes in to clean and they're in after hours, they're parked in the garage, they get tickets now.
Between 3 and 5 a.m.? That's.
Yes.
Are your employees working that late?
After the restaurant cleans, we have a cleaning crew that comes in.
Oh, your cleaning crew for the restaurant comes in between 3 and 5 a.m.
After the restaurant's closed to clean through the night, so we're ready to operate the next morning. I've paid about $1,500 in parking tickets for my employees that got overnight parking or metered parking ever since this whole thing has happened.
Do we allow cleaning crews to come in and park on street parking during those hours? Because I know the 3 to 5 a.m. doesn't work in the garage.
So all city lots and structures are signed no parking 3 to 5 a.m. And then specifically in the downtown area, it's signed exactly the same.
But
So
not on street parking.
on-street parking as well. There's no parking from 3 a.m. until 5 a.m.
And this is kind of off topic, but I would
before-
encourage staff to find a solution so that his people can clean
Before
during
I
3 to 5
handed in
a.m.
my tags, this was never an issue. The tags were on there, they would never get ticketed. After the fact, handing in the tags where we currently park the vehicles for valet, since we have no more tags.
Oh, you
we've
don't
been
get those
getting these
tags back
tickets.
at the end of the day?
No, the city has them because we have those designated spots for valet parking.
All right, hold on one second. Can you explain what he's...
Sure. So the garage that he's referencing is located adjacent to his business. It's a privately owned structure, but the city leases it. And in the agreement, we signed the entire structure as public parking, but the owner receives free parking for their tenants. Specifically, we issue every year 184. This previous year, or this current year, we retained 12 because that was the agreement. So originally when...
What was the agreement?
So the agreement was that if they were going to utilize the parking spaces, the 12 allotted, right, each...
If they were going to use those for valet...
Correct.
I see.
So the tenants...
So it's part of his valet agreement.
Yes, and the tenants It's at the discretion of the owner. I'm not quite sure how many permits are issued per tenant, but specifically for Palma, they received 12, and so they're using those 12 spaces as the valet parking. And so, as such, we've retained the 12 hang tags that allow them to be exempt from the parking restrictions Monday through Friday.
Okay. Okay. My last question, hold on. My last question to you. When staff was going through their explanation of telling you about the upcoming parking meters, I noticed that you were sitting back there shaking your head no. Now, she has documentation in front of her, and she has other staff members backing her up, saying that she informed you back in October of 2024. Are you disputing that? Are you telling us that you should be grandfathered in because you didn't know? Because it seems as though all of this was laid out well in advance, and we knew that it was coming years in advance.
2023 is when I signed the lease for that. Prior to signing the lease, I went to the business development office. I have a correspondence email with Marissa Miner and Mary Hamzoyan if I would be able to get valet parking and would there be a charge. And I was told yes, and there would not be a charge. The previous tenant, which was Milano's, he had requested that the curb be painted for 30-minute parking for his customers. And when I took over the lease space, city had contacted me asking me if they'd like me to proceed with painting the curb for 30-minute parking. And I said, I'm going to be needing valet parking. We're under construction. We're not going to open until construction is done. So it's unnecessary. So under the entire time, I was under the impression that we were going to get granted the valet parking. I had no idea about any of the meter. What she's referring to is a check dated from the valet operator. That's an independent operator, which is another business that I've brought to the city.
Wait, this is, so you don't own?
I don't own the valet. There's a valet operator.
How does that agreement work? Do you sign an agreement with them? Does the city sign an agreement with them? How
The
does
city has an agreement. They have a business license with the city to operate valet. The city had requirements of insurance, so on and so forth. They qualified. They're an independent valet operator that will valet any car. So if you were going to Finney's and you want to valet there, they'll valet.
Do you pay this company to service your building? Do you have a payment agreement with them?
So they charge the customers.
Okay.
Is the agreement. But lately, since business has been extremely slow and I've been taking on paying for customers, they've been working with me and we've been comping customers to bring traffic in.
Okay.
You know, we've been advertising complimentary valet and they've been working with us and they've been working off of tips instead of charging the customer, and it's helping bring customers into the restaurant.
Do they pay you normally in a successful night? Do they pay you?
They don't pay me anything.
Okay, so then my question to staff is, when we look at the other cities that have ordinances that charge the full price, we charge the business owner or we charge the valet company that's operating? Like, what do other cities do?
So they charge the valet operator. So the application is submitted by the valet operator. So Palma is the business, right? The business that's requesting a valet, but it's actually the valet operator that needs to acquire.
So we're not charging him. If we implement the ordinance that we have, where it's $2 an hour, we're not charging him.
Correct. We're charging the valet operator, but.
So what's he doing here?
So here's the thing. This entire process, I've been dealing with Aram, and the check that is that has the name of Arsen Asa Tryan. Forgive me for butchering that. Doing business as Best Choice Valet.
Yeah.
Aram signed this check. in my presence. He filled this out. He signed it.
The valet operator was not present when they wanted the application. The check was signed. I filled in the dollar amount, whatever it was, and went in and handed in the application on behalf.
So the valet operator trusts you enough to just give you a signed blank check, and you just filled in the number.
In assisting to get the permit.
I understand.
in Burbank.
I'm just trying to suss out the facts here. So at the end of the day, what we're talking about
What
here.
relevance does that have?
I'm just trying to suss out the facts here. My understanding is, at the end of the day, we'd be charging the valet operator. Is that correct?
So, David Kriske, Assistant Community Development Director, and I appreciate the detailed questions about how the valets work and all the interplay, and that's something I've been learning over the last couple of years myself. But just want to remind the council that we're really trying to get back to the policy question that we successfully implemented a paid parking program and implemented a way to accommodate valets within the parking zone that you approved. But yes, we had some transition issues, and we had a business that through timeliness happened to be starting the operation right or just before the paid parking zone opened. We think from what the staff report lays out that we believe that valet operators operating in the zone should pay the fee, because that's the whole point of the parking management, is to use the price to adjust the supply and demand of the spaces. However, we also understand that the council asked us to come back with some options when we approved the price or approved the program. And so we have the three options before you because we have our recommendation and we have some extenuating circumstances of how the timing worked with a particular operator. But at the end of the day, we really need your guidance to figure out the policy, which is not something we can decide, is how do you want to deal with valet operators in general? And is there a situation where you want to address an interim situation?
I understand all of that. Last question. He has technically 4 spaces that he can operate. On a slow night, is he allowed to give up 2 of those spaces and just operate 2 and not pay the full price, in theory, moving forward? Or is it always going to be 4, regardless of how busy his restaurant is? And then my follow-up question to that would be, is it possible to allow him to adjust night by night depending on how busy he is? I don't want to force him to have 4 spaces on a Thursday.
So to Mr. Kriske's point, you're making a policy decision about valet zones throughout the city.
I'm trying
right
not to
now
be
it's just the
specific.
downtown.
Yeah.
And so I think there's a 4th option, which is to kick the can for another period of time if you can't make a decision. So they've got a staff recommendation to implement the fees you already set, to reduce the fee for valet operators, or to waive the fee but set a cap, because there needs to be some limits, or if everybody wants valet, you'll have no paid parking anymore, because everything will be a valet with no fee.
I'm done with questions. I'm going to let everybody else ask their questions, so you may want to stay up if you want.
But as being grandfathered in prior to this whole parking movement in 2023, if this was brought to my attention, if you lease this space, this might be an option, I would have reconsidered and not wanted to invest
I understand
north of
that.
$2 million
That's a different-
into a space.
We're discussing a general policy on valet. If we were to consider a grandfather clause, then we need to discuss that separately. I appreciate you bringing that up, but that is something that has to come probably after we decide what the policy is going to be. And then I'm happy to bring up a grandfather clause at the end of the discussion.
Okay. Let's see. Who wants to go? Councilmember Mullins? Did you want to ask that? Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. In my opinion, I think the decision we have to make would have to include the business in the downtown and what we want to do. So I recall, and I don't remember the date, it's probably here in the report, that when we were discussing the downtown meter parking charges, that you came into council and you presented, or you talked about the need for allowing you to operate and not to charge for valet. Is that correct?
Correct.
And help me, David might look at, I think it's in the staff report.
November 19, 2024.
Okay, so it was last year. And then council's discussion at the time was we were focusing on fine dining business in the downtown area, that we're desperately needing to do something in our downtown area, attract business, bring in on new business. And so we asked staff to work with the business and come up with a solution to give them valet and perhaps push down the charges until we talk about it. And this is why we're here today. So when did you actually open your business? Like the day you had a grand opening and had...
It was the beginning of February. We had a soft opening in the beginning of the year, and then we did a grand opening. I believe it was in February.
In February. And how's the business doing?
We're struggling, just like every other restaurant in LA, especially downtown Burbank. All three of my businesses have been affected. The fine dining space even more. The weekends were busy. Weekdays are a struggle.
Okay. Do you have, in your opinion, like a period where, as you have other restaurants, you would know, like, how long does it take for people to become familiar with the restaurant, start coming? I mean, do you foresee, the economy, beside putting that aside, like the time that you need, is it 6 months, a year to make sure that people are familiar with your location and start coming to your location? How long is that, do you think?
Well, the average restaurant takes about 3 years to start to be profitable. The first year, it's a loss. Second year, you're gaining customers, and hopefully, statistically speaking, by the third year, you can turn a profit and hopefully recoup some of your investment.
Okay, thank you. So the question that I have was that I remember when you came the first time, and I've had calls with you before regarding this matter, that you were not originally informed, as you shouldn't, because we didn't really have any policy yet, and council didn't take a vote in 2023 when you signed your lease.
Correct.
So that's the reason why you said you were not aware that we actually gonna approve to charge for parking, even though we had been talking about it over the years, but it wasn't in concrete and we didn't take a decision. So you signed the lease under your understanding that you were going to get valet, which is through a permit process.
Yes.
Okay.
There's no vesting to use of the public right-of-way, so I just there's no such thing as grandfathering to whether the city is going to charge for parking in its right-of-way. Sure. So I just want to make sure we stay focused on, this is a policy decision about valet parking zones. Otherwise, it has to be agendized as some other kind of business assistance. And I just want to make sure that there is no vesting to how the government uses the right-of-way. Mm-hmm. And so what he expected or knew doesn't affect your ability, but you're talking about the policy as you will apply it throughout the parking meter district.
Yes, and I think so, Mr. City Attorney, the reason I'm asking these questions because staff has presented to us ABC options, which is, do we want to charge the full $2? Do we want to give a discount? Or do we want to remove complete charge but allow valet with limited amount of space in the downtown area, excluding San Fernando? That kind of sums what the report says.
Yes.
Okay. So my questions were based on which options do I want to go with for a business who is currently having valet and is requesting for us to consider not charging for the valet fees because of the circumstance that he went under, taking over the business. And it's not a secret, I'm a huge business advocate, that I like to help our businesses. So the reason I'm driving to these questions is to be able to determine which option do I want to go with, A, B, or C, for the best interest of our community in the downtown area. So I think I've really digested the report more than once. I know what it says in there, and I'm very familiar with your situation. And I don't have any questions, but eventually when we deliberate, we have some input.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, great. And Councilmember Rosado, do you have questions for business owner or just questions for staff?
For staff.
Okay, thank you so much. You can go back to your seat. Thank you. All right, Councilmember Rosati.
So my question is in regards to valet parking in the downtown metered area. There's no valet parking allowed on San Fernando Road?
Correct.
So there's just very few streets that are metered that could be a restaurant. Have you identified how many potential restaurants could be affected by this? I'm thinking, and just my head, but it maybe 5, but I'm not sure.
We don't have an exact count, but it could be within that range. So it would include Magnolia Avenue, Palm, Orange Grove, and Olive.
So that would include
Another Broken
Magnolia.
Egg,
So you're
Carving
looking
Board.
at Wood Ranch, Islands,
Yeah.
all those down there. Everything else north of San. Yeah. So
All right. Just trying to give me perspective of potentially how many potentially we could have loss of revenue, loss of parking spaces, et cetera, et cetera. So, okay, thank you.
All right, just a couple questions. Do we have any other, speaking to kind of follow up on that question, do we have any other restaurants that are interested in Valet, that have voiced an interest in Valet in the area at this time?
At this time, we have not received any other interest.
Okay. And then for options A and B, are there any limitations to how many spaces could potentially be used? So let's say 10 restaurants wanted to use it. Would there be any limitations under options A or B?
There's no limitations today that's specifically written out for options A and option B.
Great.
And
Okay.
just to clarify too, option A, we wouldn't have any restrictions because you're paying the rate that everyone else, so it's
Right.
it's even. Option B, we're not recommending a cap. However, you are potentially giving a discount, so there could be some interactions between a lot of valets at a reduced price, throwing off the economics of the downtown. But we don't know that middle range, so we didn't propose a cap. And then, of course, the third one really throws us off if we get too many, so that's why we have the cap.
Right. But at this time, you don't have any other restaurants that are
No.
interested in general, even in the option. Okay.
And then just to add to that, a valet operator can choose what that rate is that they charge to the customer. So if it's $10, $15, they can consider that as a pass-through if they wanted to.
Okay. And then my last question is that whatever option we choose tonight, can we get a report after 6 months to a year or so about how it's going and how it's being used? And maybe we can even wrap that up into our next update for our parking zone. Would that be possible? So we can kind of get an eye and just like how it's going, whichever we choose. Of is it being used, at all, and how is it being used, and how is it impacting the restaurants and et cetera? Is that possible?
Yes.
Okay, great. That's all my questions. You have a follow-up question? Yeah, Councilmember Rosati.
I'm so sorry. I do have one for the restaurant owner.
Yes, please. Thank you for coming back up.
So I'm curious, do you have like any stats, like how many people come to your restaurant that use the valet? Do you have any idea? Is it 25%, 50%, 100%?
I would say 30 to 40% currently, but we're not at full capacity. We're not where we want to be right now with the economy and all the different factors. Business is extremely slow. So once we're at the capacity where we want to be, we would think in a fine dining space, majority of the customers utilize valet, and it's the inception of a restaurant of that caliber to have valet. Right now on the slower nights, for example, on a Tuesday night Wednesday night, we barely have a lot of use.
Yeah.
You
And
know,
what's the price point of the valet? What does it cost?
$15.
$15.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any other questions? All right, so let's deliberate. What's the councilor's pleasure? Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
So I've managed restaurants. You're spot on. The average restaurant in Southern California actually closes within 3 years. First year is absolutely a loss. Second year, you're lucky if you break even. And third year is whether you make it or break it, and that's it. I think the valet company has done you a solid. I think they are bending over backwards to help you with this business. And I think you're here tonight trying to help them out. Because
They want to leave. They're not making any money.
I understand that. I understand that.
I'm offering their staff.
I get it. You're here, you're advocating for them. Please, we're in deliberation now, so.
So you should talk to your colleagues.
Right.
Yes, thank you.
That's probably right. Fair enough. So what I'm saying is, I think our restaurant owner is here trying to advocate for this company that has bent over backwards to try to help him out. And I appreciate that. I think that's admirable, and I think that's honorable. At the end of the day, our policy does not charge the restaurant owner. It charges the valet company. The valet company needs to understand if it's a price point worth working. We're offering him 4 spaces, and at the end of the day, I think we need to be more flexible. I think we need to allow day-by-day changes. If it's slow, they could go down to 2 and allow the other spaces to open up. I've seen other cities where they have the meters and they lock it off with a valet-only sign, as opposed to painting the curb, as opposed to just putting it a hard valet. Because during the day, they're not operating. So that's back to metered parking. So I think our policy should include flexibility to allow these operators to come in and operate however many spaces they need in the time up to a limit, and also to shrink so that they're not overextending themselves.
If I may, this is about the fees, not about our parking, our
Correct.
valet permitting.
So I'm not going
right? So, okay.
You're right. It's a little out of topic, and that's for another discussion. However, at the end of the day, we're offering him a public good, the space on the street. We charge the average person on the street $2 an hour. So if a valet company is going to come in and use that space, I think to be fair and equal, we charge them $2 an hour. All the other cities I'm looking at charge the same, 100%. I don't want us to go into whatever Los Angeles is doing where they average the number. That sounds ridiculous. Good luck to the math for the person to figure that out. Everyone's doing 100%. We've already given, almost a year now of grace where we haven't charged. This is a separate business from the restaurant. And I appreciate Arm coming down, but we're not here talking about restaurants. We're here talking about valet. At the end of the day, valet could mean anything. It doesn't have to be a restaurant. There's a number of other establishments that could potentially use a valet service, right? We need to be more flexible, but at the end of the day, we should charge the full price because that's what the cost of the public good is on the street.
All right, who would like to go next? Councilmember Mullins?
Yeah. The valet company, first of all, how long have we given the complimentary or free, we didn't charge, because we implemented the downtown charge in March, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it hasn't been a year. Since March, we started having parking meters.
I'm saying, yeah, we voted on it back in November of last year. So yeah, you're right. It's not been a year.
So it's been 5 months, something like that. So it hasn't been a year. And from what I hear from the owner, that he's trying to attract businesses to come to his restaurant by paying for the valet himself. then that means he's going to have to pay part of the $15, and unless, you said they're working out, they're trying to help you.
Just for point of clarification, I've never heard of a restaurant do that. And that's why I asked those questions, because it seems that he has a very unique relationship signing checks for them. I've never seen any restaurant have that commingling of funds, paying for them and paying for each other. So that's unique to me. That's all I can say to that.
No, the valet, I'm saying for the customers, giving free parking for the customers to attract them to the business. So that is an added cost to the restaurant, because I'm going to walk out with a validation, plus having to pay the additional $2 per hour, which the total comes up to $26,000 a year. So what I'd like to see that we do, because it's a really tough situation where he's at right now, having to deal with a new business that obviously it's still slow. He's invested in our downtown area, spent a lot of money in that corner that we all need. We desperately wanted to put something in there. And also, he has 2 successful restaurants in the area which are doing okay. I mean, if we talk to our downtown folks, they all say that things have been slow all over. That we allow for that year period to happen. So allow some time so they can get on their feet, become successful. Then after that, either we agree to have staff come back to council to see if we want to start implementing the full fee or half a fee. I think what you had proposed, Councilmember Anthony, and staff can answer to that. I don't know if you can monitor good day, bad day, how much you're going to charge today versus tomorrow. I don't know. Can you do that?
It'll cost you staff time. So you'll be paying
to
for
monitor, like, how much they should pay today. Yeah, is he going to use 2 spaces today, or 3 spaces, or 4 spaces?
But aren't we monitoring we have people monitoring the parking meters now. That's like, we have a whole team out there.
So at the moment, those 4 spaces directly in front of his business have permanent signage. So it's going to be a hardship if you want to allow him just 2 spaces one day, 4 spaces, 3 spaces, right?
A hardship to who?
To the general operation, because there's parking enforcement that's involved, and now they're going to have to figure out or be notified what days they're just using 2 spaces versus 4 spaces. And another thing is that during his operational hours, which are, somewhat complex, there's, hours from Tuesday through Thursday that vary from Friday through Sunday.
So
They're closed
what happens
on
to
Monday.
that parking space on like a Monday? Can nobody park there?
So on Monday, there would be metered space, so people would have to pay for the space if it's in front of the business.
Okay.
Now, during the operational hours of the valet operation, there's no fee at the moment. It's suspended.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a bit complicated with a good, because I trust me, I was thinking about that too, is like, can't we just figure out how many cars they use while he's operating? But I think it's going to be difficult to do. And that's why I'd like to see, I want to be able to demonstrate that we are business friendly in the city of Burbank, that we want to take care of our business. And given the location at the Capitol Grill, they are not paying, obviously, because we don't have meters there. Unfortunately, and fortunately for us, the location is in the downtown area. He signed the lease. He found himself in this situation after we approved it. So at least I want to see a grace period being given until he completes a year. He said he opened in February. So until February of next year, to give that grace period to find out how the business is doing, the operator, how many, if we're moving forward, we can evaluate whether we need to do a full price or half price at that time. but just to allow that grace period to get the business up and running. Hopefully through the holidays, he's able to have people pay for their own valet, so he's not paying for it. That's just my thoughts.
Can I ask you a follow-up question on that? Yeah. So, because this is a policy for the whole area.
Yeah.
So if another business then gets a permit and they have free spaces, do we then wait for them to get up and running? Or so how would that work?
So, good question, because in the report, I believe staff is asking to see about 5% of the off-street area to allow a maximum amount of permits that would be given. And that's something I believe council will have to make a decision. Do we want to offer it to somebody else or just to this business, and how many permits we want to give for valet?
So based on the initial conversation, I see two ways to go about it. You could affirm the fee that you approved in 2024, but give a grace period to existing operators for a amount of time to kind of get their sea legs and kind of integrate the cost into their business operations, and the council could set that time. That would be option one. Or what you were describing as a different option with that would be considering if other valets coming in, then also being under some sort of grace period. Honestly, that would just be option C at that point. So you would just not be charging the fee. And in that case, we would recommend the 5% limit, no fee, and then perhaps in a year you would come back and see, well, how many valet operators took you up on it? Has there been a financial impact? We are struggling to get the data we need to set the price properly. We got some initial data on occupancy that we will be sharing with the city manager and we'll be sharing with you. We've discovered that the level of we need more granularity and more data to set something like price. So we're gonna be spending some money to do that. I am very concerned if now we're going to be asked to do a occupancy count of the valet zones also, because that's just going to overburden, I think, the resources you're going to want to spend on data collection for 145 spaces. So I highly recommend you let us do qualitative or checking in if that's something you want to do, but to take occupancy counts on the valet is going to be difficult. So just consider that.
Can I ask? I know that we're talking about helping out businesses here, but I'm looking at the other cities on this list: Glendale, Pasadena, even LA. If you factor in the average, they're paying basically 100% of the parking space. Are these not pro-business models? I feel like these cities also, especially Glendale and Pasadena, they're pro small business. They have plenty of restaurants and eateries. I think I want to go back to my original statement. I think by having the restaurant owner here, we are starting to commingle two businesses that shouldn't be. And I think it's a unique situation that this particular business has with their particular valet operator. I've never seen that relationship before in any restaurant I've ever worked in. These valet operators need to operate their own business at their own price point, independent of whatever the restaurant is doing. They need to be able to be lucrative and take the spaces that they need and charge for the usage. So that's my concern.
I'm going to follow up, and I'll come to Councilmember Rosati and then Councilmember Mullins. Councilmember Rosati. So to that point, because it's the valet business operator that's the one who's actually doing the valet, this could lead not to businesses bringing valets if there's no charge or no fee, but valets themselves as independent businesses saying this is an opportunity to put a valet into downtown as well, just on their own, right? They don't need to be attached to a business at all. They can just say, I want to put a valet on these spots, and that's...
So they could, and I don't have, again, not a tremendous amount of experience in this area, but generally when valets come before us, it is always on the behalf of a business, and in fact, the business is hiring the company to do the operation, and I don't know how it's paid and how that works. We collect from the valet operators simply because they are operating the cars in the street, and all of the insurance and other information that we need to get to make sure that's being done safely, we need to go to the operator. So that is usually why we are dealing with the operator.
Got it. Okay, thank you for clarification. Yes, Councilmember Rosati.
Just a couple things. We're talking about other cities, and I want to be frank, which is a curse sometimes, but the mall is the mall, right? South Pasadena and Old Town Pasadena and the Americana, that's a totally different animal than what we have. So I think we got to be somewhat business friendly to attract. You're not going to see islands. You're not going to see some of these places at different price points have $15 valet. So you're only going to get a few valet operators. So I'm not concerned about, we're going to have 5 or 10 operators down there. But we do have to be somewhat business friendly because it's expensive. I think there's a miscommunication somewhere because I think what he was trying to say was the valet operator is not making any money, but he wants to keep it for his customers, so he's doling out the money himself to keep them there. I don't think there's a commingling, but that's none of my business. But I think that's what he was trying to say. So I'm okay with the grace till the 12th month, and then I'm open to items A or B. But I do think we're Burbank, right? We're not South Pass. We're not Old Town. Until our mall respectfully gets a little higher end customers, I think we got to be mindful of attracting businesses to Burbank.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yeah, thank you for explaining that because Glendale, go to La Americana, they have a lot of fine dining. Brand has a lot of fine dining. And so they have already established themselves. People go to the Americana expecting they're going to valet next to the steakhouse. I mean, that's just a given. Going to the Capitol Grill, there is parking. They have a parking structure you can park there, but they have a valet $15 right in front of the restaurant because that's what's expected with fine dining. And I agree that the way it was presented as if they're two separate companies, which they are, but I think the issue is having to pay out of pocket to attract customers, which I think it's a wonderful thing to do because hopefully that brings in the customers to the restaurant because knowing I have convenience, I don't need to look for a parking and somebody's going to pay my $15 because I'm a little bit cheap. I don't pay the $15 right away. I'll look for parking before I park. But I can understand a lot of people want that convenient valet. So just allowing the growth in the business, allowing for it to be established and for him to settle in to figure out one way or another with his valet company, whether he needs to get rid of them, get somebody else or valet. But I am also, we need to also focus on how many valet companies or how many spaces are we willing to give in the downtown area? So we want to be successful in running our business, right? So is that number the 4 spaces or do we want to give 6 spaces in total? So we allow 2 more companies to come in or we want to cap it at 4 spaces?
Madam Vice Mayor?
Yes.
From a policy perspective, you could either focus in on a number, or you could just set a bright line that any operator, any valet operator operating prior to implementation of the meter program shall have a 1-year grace period, and that would only apply to valet operations operating prior to March of 2025. And for instance, if you said shall have a 1-year grace period, that grace period would end in March of 2026, as an example.
Yeah.
You don't have to cap spaces because there may only be one that's started operation prior to March of 2025.
And for us right now, we don't have an overabundance of valets, so I'm not looking to cap spaces right now. For me, a grace period, I think, is helpful. If at a certain point there's a desire for more, we can talk about the price point, but I'm not interested in option C. I think option C is a little too convoluted. All these other cities have made it work. If we want to reduce, instead of 100%, go to 50% to start off, just to sort of kickstart it, and then in a year or two come back and say, okay, we've got a couple of valets downtown, now we'll charge the full price. Like, that's fine too. But I don't want to try to reinvent the wheel. I want us to just work with what we have that's already worked in other places. I know some of the options I gave out were a little bit tough for staff to deal with, and that's fine. So let's just, I'd like the simple is better. To the city attorney's point, I'm okay amending the ordinance to include that language, so it's general.
You wouldn't be
for
amending
everybody.
the ordinance. I think you could just amend the fee resolution
Right.
to state that,
Yeah.
probably as a footnote in the fee resolution, that any
Okay.
business operating prior to
Yeah.
to implementation shall be exempt for a 1-year grace period, or whatever time you pick. The one benefit, or one of the benefits of that approach, is staff can immediately implement the fee in future
Right.
valet zones, because no one else has opened a business prior to the operation
Right.
of the
Right.
valet zone.
Okay, so if we do that,
Yeah.
would A or B be the preference? It's just kind of straw poll here.
B.
B?
Yeah.
You're
And-
50%.
Yeah, I second the motion.
I'm fine with that.
Good.
Okay. That's so moved.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay, let's take a roll.
Third?
All right, Madam
As
City Clerk,
amended.
can we get a roll?
Yeah, as amended.
As amended.
Did you catch the-
As
did you
the
catch the-
included
Can-
footnote.
Okay. So
Okay.
I'm going to ask David Krisky to repeat what your motion was, because if he understands it, it doesn't matter if I understand
Oh,
it.
but he's very smart.
Thank you. Mr. Krisky, would you please
He got
repeat
it.
the motion that you heard us make
So
to make
the
sure we're
motion-
on the same page?
The motion I heard is for the city council to adopt option B as presented by staff, with the addition that any valet operator operating prior to March of 2025 shall be relieved of the fee for a period of 1 year from March 2025 to March 2026, to be reflected in the fee resolution as a footnote.
Beautiful.
You get a raise.
Yeah, that's right. Beautiful. Stan.
Before we vote, question. Staff has the ability to modify the parking meter fees. How often?
So when the city council approved the plan, they allowed us to adjust it for 6 times a year. We are not intending to adjust it at this time.
Sure.
We are collecting data on the occupancy, and that needs to be ascertained before we consider a change. And the change can only be incremented at 50-cent increments, so we
Okay.
can't just jump it up unexpectedly.
All right, so that change would apply. So 50% of whatever the current fee is at any given time.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, we're good.
Great.
All right, then let's do a roll call, please.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosati?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Takahashi?
Yes,
Thank you.
4-0. Yeah, that's what you do. All right,
So staff will be returning with a amended fee resolution
Beautiful.
to
Beautiful.
make that happen.
So we are now at the point where we are going to address the polled item number 9, which is the adoption of ordinance amending Title II, Chapter 1, Article 4 of the Burbank Municipal Code relating to boards, commissions, and committees. When we pull an item, how do we do a presentation by staff, or is there?
If council would like a presentation, staff is here to provide a presentation, or if you would just want questions or
Yeah.
no presentations, really council's pleasure.
You've already received public comment on number 9, because it wasn't pulled until after general public comment, which included number 9,
Okay, so there's no public comment on this. Got it.
unless you have questions.
Okay. So is it okay? I'm going to ask the city clerk if she got any updates for us. Okay, Madam City Clerk, do you have any updates that you'd like to share before we deliberate or ask questions?
Do I need to do
Yeah,
my?
I would do your
Yeah,
thing.
okay.
Yeah, okay.
It's me again. Good evening. I'm still here. Tonight I'm presenting item number 9, introduction of an ordinance amending and restating Title II, Section 1, Article 4 of the Burbank Municipal Code relating to boards, commissions, and committees, also known as BCCs. This ordinance was introduced at the July 29th, 2025 council meeting. At that meeting, council discussed changing the member composition to become more consistent across all BCCs and with City Council itself, which is also comprised of 5 members. The city currently has a BCC member roster of 129 individuals to serve a population of 104,000 residents. The proposed reduction, if approved, would decrease this number by 12, leaving the city with 117 BCC members of diverse viewpoints and backgrounds to do this important work. The city of Burbank has considerably more BCCs than cities of comparable size. For example, Norwalk has 9 BCCs, Temecula has 4, and Antioch has 7. The city of Burbank has 23. I will now address the work involved with recruiting, onboarding, and facilitating the participation of the BCC members. During fiscal year 2024-2025, the city clerk's office processed 40 BCC vacancies, representing turnover of approximately 31% of total membership. Upon receipt of a resignation, the clerk's office publicly advertises the position vacancy for a minimum of 30 days, screens all received applications for eligibility, prepares the application packets for council review, and prepares and presents a staff report to council. Following council appointment of a member to fill the vacancy, the clerk's office conducts onboarding of the new member. These activities require significant staff time and city costs, particularly in years with higher turnover. Reducing the overall number of BCC positions can help decrease administrative workload, allowing staff to devote more time to supporting the ongoing work of each BCC and advancing council priorities. It was proposed to implement these changes during the 2026 annual recruitment cycle by reducing the positions through attrition upon expiring terms. As an alternative, council could consider the following implementation options. Option 1, reappointing all members in July 2026. This would involve delaying the reduction in BCC membership until the next annual recruitment, July 2026, at which time all current BCC terms could be scheduled to expire and all members would have the opportunity to reapply under the newly established member composition guidelines. This approach would provide a clear and equitable transition timeline, maintain continuity in the short term, and allow all current members to be considered for reappointment in alignment with the new structure. Any terms created by members who vacate their position during the year would remain vacant and be eliminated through attrition. Option 2 would involve a general delay of composition changes for planning transition. This would involve postponing implementation of the reduction for 1 year or more, allowing current members to continue serving and providing additional time for transition planning and outreach. Any terms created by members who vacate their position during the year would remain vacant and be eliminated through attrition. Now I will address the topic of the updated attendance policy. Council also approved implementation of a modified attendance policy. Staff recommends the updated policy take effect August 1st, 2025, rather than August 1st, 2026, as member absences continue to present a challenge. During the previous reporting period of August 2024 to July 2025, 9 BCC members failed to attend at least 75% of the scheduled meetings, as previously discussed. When a BCC member is in violation of the attendance policy, staff must coordinate with the BCC liaison regarding notifying the members and agendizing discussion of the absences, creating a staff report for council, and, if the member is removed, recruiting a replacement. While implementing the updated attendance policy immediately would not reduce the staff time and effort involved, it would eliminate the need for staff overseeing the BCCs to employ formulas based on percentages to calculate a member's absence rate. The above changes to the Burbank Municipal Code would be implemented as follows. Number 1, the change to the attendance policy and the introduction of term limits would be effective as of August 1st, 2025. Number 2, any board composition changes adopted this evening will apply to the 2026 BCC recruitment cycle and onward. And number 3, all other changes will take effect 30 days after adoption of this ordinance. If you have any questions at this time, happy to answer them.
Great, thank you. All right, before we ask questions, just want to check which parts of this are you interested in discussing? Because if the parts we're not, we can maybe just get those cleared through, and then we can work on the other bits one at a time, rather than going through every single piece. So, or which ones would you like to pull? Which parts would you like to talk about?
I personally interested in the number.
The number. Okay.
I wanted the city clerk to basically inform us of what she's proposing as far as how do we go by the reduction of the number, if this is how we want to do it, and which method do we want to use, if any at all.
Okay.
Obviously, the attendance one just came up recently. I wasn't interested in it because we talked about it before, but I guess that's the time to talk about it again.
Okay. Any of the other items, or just those two? So we're all in agreement that those two? Okay. Do we want to go ahead and approve the other ones to get them off our plate, and then we can do those two individually? Or do we want to, because I'm worried that if we try to do it all together, it might become complicated. We can just do them.
No, we just take one at a time.
Okay.
Can we do that?
Yeah.
So attendance policy is number 3 and composition is number 1. So we can
Kind of one
approve
ordinance?
2 as it is and all the other council considerations.
So,
I think do we want to take a shot of doing at least the reduction to see if we want to move forward with that? And then if we do, what option the city clerk presented to, and then
take a vote at the end?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
I
fine
think
with
we
that.
need to move it along.
All right. So we'll do the reduction first. Okay. All right. So let's, questions. Let's start with questions about that. Councilmember, yes.
Can I just provide some input from a staff perspective?
Sure.
Okay, so this is related to consistent board member composition. So, and I know the city clerk covered a lot of this, but I just wanted to reiterate that one of the reasons that staff brought this recommendation back as far as consistent board member composition a few months ago was that one, council wanted us to look at how to be more effective and efficient. So, that's why we were proposing to standardize the number of the different boards. And as the city clerk mentioned, so we did a 52 city survey, and it showed that the average amount of cities as far as boards and commissions was 12. We're almost double than that. We're at 23. We have 129 individuals. So so that's a lot of boards and commissions for us. And the staff, so to kind of talk about staff, that's the staff that handles each of these boards, commissions. That staff, that's the same staff that carries out all your goals, all the council goals, priorities, as well as the ones that actually implement the programs and services that for the city. So a great example is just the last item. So we had transportation staff. We had David Kriske here. So David Kriske not only is working on San Fernando configuration that was earlier, working on the Valet that we're bringing back, option B, the Burbank Bridge. He's also staffing a transportation commission as well. So basically, we're not looking to lower any or getting rid of any of the commissions, but you can infer that with more people on commissions, the 129, inevitably that's going to lead to more the generation of more work, more staff reports, more agenda. So that could very much end up displacing some of that work that would normally go to your goals and priorities that I know that is always talked about. Why aren't we getting these things done sooner? So because we're managing double the average of boards and commissions. So that's just one example. I could probably do a few more. And that's why, back in February, that's why we were looking at, we wanted to align that number, the ones that had more than 5, those 6 that the city clerk could tell you, align with the others that have 5, as well as you. as you know, you're a group of 5. So we wanted to be consistent with that alignment. We feel that we could still provide a diverse group of ideas. We have 23 boards and commissions, so that there is a lot of diversity there. We have over 100 voices here that are providing different voices to different topics throughout the city. So I just wanted to go on record as far as that's going back to the original time that we talked initially, and that's why we proposed this recommendation.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, questions for staff? Questions? Councilmember Mullins?
Thank you, Mr. Hess, for the explanation, and to the city clerk. As you're aware, in the last, since we discussed this item and it was brought to us, council has received many emails, both in favor or against, or just voicing their opinion, including tonight. And I think there's a misunderstanding regarding diversity. And I wanted to really talk about this, or we're trying to avoid being transparent, or the other words that we used were silencing the public, democracy,
stifling democracy.
I don't know. There's so many words that have been used that council's actually requested this, but I think it's because we didn't talk about why it was brought to our attention and the reasons behind it. So, in your opinion, diversity, that was the number one topic really that most of the emails we received talked about, that they need diversity in the group. With 7 versus 5, in your opinion, running our organization, is that going to eliminate diversity?
Based on the discussion tonight with 4 council members, it was quite a diverse discussion. So, and again, we are going down from 129 minus 12. So what is that, 117? You still have then 5 plus 117 voices that are being heard that staff is trying to manage and trying to bring advisory information back to you. So I would say we could still achieve that goal of diversity.
Thank you. My other question is to the city clerk. I know you read it through the report, but I am interested in finding out between the different options, the composition and the different options that you presented, and how do we achieve this? If this is the council's direction, is to reduce the numbers, how do we achieve it without having actually to eliminate somebody who might be coming up in 2026, for example? Because I think part of the discussion with some board members, they express concern, well, I'm up in 2026 and that could be me you're going to eliminate. But you're presenting some ideas to how that's not going to be the same person eliminated.
The idea was that if someone were to leave now, since this wouldn't take effect until 2026, you still have another year. So in that intervening year between now and August 1st of 2026, presumably some people would leave for various reasons. They just wouldn't be replaced. The idea was never to throw anybody off a commission. Nobody was going to lose their seat. It's just as they left, they wouldn't be replaced. So strictly through attrition. And right now we have 6 BCCs that have 7 members and 6 that have 5. So the idea was to harmonize it so that all 12 of them had 5.
Okay.
So.
But the idea that you put in reappointment for July 2026 in the report, that talks about, so as we recently did in July in 2025, where members applied or reapplied to be reappointed. So let's assume my term is up in July 2026, and that I'm on the committee that would need to be reduced down to 5. So would I be able to apply and then council then we take a look at the whole entire group and reappoint the 5 from there, or I can't apply because my position will be eliminated? I think that's an important discussion because some people are concerned that that's their position that's going to be eliminated.
Sure. Under option 1, everybody would be eligible to reapply. So everybody would resign in effect and everybody would be able to reapply. That's option 1.
So we start, basically we'll open it to all 7 members and have them all reapply. And then this council here will appoint the 5 members with like staggered terms or something.
Exactly.
It would have to be. Okay. Okay, so that's one option.
Right.
And the second option is?
Well, the first option would be to reduce the 6 that are currently 7 to 5.
Right.
The second option, the alternate, is to everybody resigns and everybody reapplies next July, right? The third option is just delay the composition changes and allow just 1 or 2. The suggestion is a reduction of, for 1 or more years, you could postpone it. And then we revisit it.
Okay. Thank you. That's the questions I have.
Okay, great. Councilmember Rosati, did you have questions?
No questions, just comments. If you want comments, or I'll wait.
Okay. Did you have any questions? Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
We recently implemented new rules, guidelines, what council expects of commissioners. Has that rolled out yet? Have we been able to do all of those new trainings or no?
That is rolling out as we speak. So that they're just the new boards and commissions are convening. As if you recall, their council on goals and priorities are agendized for their first meeting. So because there's a lot of different ones at different times,
Right.
It's kind of happening now.
It's happening currently, and we're in the middle.
It is happening in August.
Okay.
And will continue through September and maybe October.
Okay.
Some boards canceled meetings for other reasons, so.
All right. Okay, thank you.
I don't have any questions. So moving on to deliberation on this item.
Yep.
Why don't we, Councilmember Rosati, you want to go first on this one?
Sure. I can go either way with any of these options. Whichever. I think the important thing is to put something in place. Coming from the planning board for many years, and then coming from charter review with 5 participants on each, and then becoming a liaison, this was very apparent to me, especially when staff made the recommendation. I could see it the moment I started serving. I was like, wow. So I completely understand the time, the labor, everything that's involved. And what I was really surprised by is we're double the amount of boards and commissions compared to other cities. So we are very well spoken here in Burbank. Everyone gets, and not to mention, I kept hearing this word about democracy and diversity. All these meetings are open. You can come, you can speak, you can watch them on TV or online, or get the minutes, or show up in person. So we're not shutting out any voices, not at all. So those are my comments.
Okay. Next up, Councilmember Anthony.
I served on a 7-member board, and so I could see why there's a need for those number of voices. I also understand why 5 works for some. And I think the reduction, yes, absolutely, would shave off some time and staff work. But I'm not convinced that it's going to be more effective than the policies and changes that we've already made that are being rolled out in the next month or 2. And so I would like to give this new mandate that we've put out to boards and commissions some time to take effect. I'm happy to have this discussion in maybe a year and see if we're still having problems, still having issues with timing. I want to see how our boards and commissions react to this new understanding that, hey, you go through the chair. Hey, you got to listen to staff. Hey, don't get off topic. Don't bring in wild agenda items. Do the direction that council is putting forth in front of you. If it's still a problem at that point, then I'd be much more open to any of these suggestions. But I think at this time, just number one, all of the consistency composition, I feel we don't have enough, honestly, data at this point to say that this is the most effective way to do it. And so I'd like to just delay it for a year. Come back in a year, let's see till next August, and bring just this section up again and say, okay, we're still having problems. Staff is still overtaxed. We're having long discussions. Meetings are going past 90 minutes, going past 2 hours. If at that point it happens, then I'd be more comfortable putting this forward. That's just where I'm at.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mullins, did you want to add anything or, go, okay. Okay. All right, so I do not support the reducing of the size of the commissions at this time. I hear what everyone's saying. I hear what staff is saying. I hear what fellow council members are saying, and I respect your opinion. I see it in a different way, and I'm not asking anyone to agree with me. I'm just stating what my perspective is. I agree with your sentiment about Councilmember Anthony about seeing what the other changes do to see if they address the concerns that we are bringing up. There's a lot of changes happening right now, and I think a lot of them will make a big difference. If they don't, mea culpa, and we can look at it again. But I think it's hard sometimes when you're making changes to know what's actually the effective thing. So I think it's important to try those first. And just kind of a general, I think I want to use this opportunity as like just a general sharing of what I feel about the commissions and the boards. I really value them. They provide an opportunity, not to say that you don't, but I just want to share like just what my thoughts are because I want to use this opportunity. They provide an opportunity for members of our community who we've selected to review material before it reaches us. They give us a lot of thought. They give each issue a lot of thought and ask questions so that by the time it comes to us, it's mostly fully baked. They're cleaner versions and addresses a lot of the concerns we might have before it even gets to us. They provide a wide array of knowledge and expertise that is beneficial to the process. And they bring up issues that we may not see or maybe not obvious to us because they have a wide range of viewpoints. They also allow for folks in our community to have a voice and be a part of the conversation. So I know we have a lot of commissions and boards. I know it's a lot of work on staff. I actually really like that about Burbank. I think that's a cool part of our city because it provides so much opportunity for us to have public input. And public input can draw a lot of staff time, but it also is just it's just really impressive. And I think a lot of cities are impressed by how much public input we have. And most importantly of all, it provides transparency and builds trust in our community that we are putting all the work we are doing out there for view before we bring it to council. It provides a way for public to see initiatives we're working on and to have a say in the process as the sausage is being made. So we benefit when there's more public input, not less, even if we don't like the input we are getting, even if we don't agree. This is part of the collaborative and collective process that is essential for good government and a large group decision making. So I'm not convinced that reducing the board sizes is going to address some of the concerns that we have. It might, but I'm not 100% convinced of it. I'd like to see what the other things that we are passing would do. So I was originally just going to be like, no, I don't want to do it. But now that I think that the consideration of like, let's bring it back in a year to see what happens, I'm open to that. But it's not ready right now to do that. So that's my position. Thanks. Did you want to add some more, Councilmember Mullins?
Yeah, I didn't know I was making sausages here.
Yeah, the boards and commissions are making the sausage
You come
fest.
up with these words, and I'm listening to every one of them. Italian or Polish?
Yes, it's lasagna.
Vice Mayor, you may want to take a motion to continue city business after 11.
Oh, yes, it is 11 o'clock.
Before we finish the sausage, I move.
Through the city manager, right? We have to go through the city manager. So yes, what do you say?
Yeah,
11 o'clock.
so I highly recommend that we finish deliberation here. I would continue the discussion related to the library board, and then we kind of determine where we're at as far as the additional agenda items. If you guys are wiped by then, we could always carry those over to the following week, but I will leave that up to you. Those are technically supposed to be only like 2-3 minute type of discussions to whether or not you want to take them to that first step. So I will leave you, we can make that decision as we get there.
Okay. So it looks like we're going to continue, if it's okay, we'll continue on with this item and the rest of number 9, and then do the wrap-up of the library board position item, and then we'll go from there. All right, so who's up next? Councilmember Mullins.
Yeah. So the reason I wanted to really go last is to get an understanding where everyone is on this subject, because one way or another, the city manager and the staff come to us when they need us to take action on something because they see it necessary. They see, dealing with staff. I know sometimes we're very hard on them saying, why aren't you bringing these issues? But we also said in their meetings as liaison, and we see how much work that they're putting into boards and commission meetings. And I do agree, and I think all of us here on this dais, we want to have participation. We invite people. I think we're the most open, inviting council I've seen in such a long time. We welcome feedback. We respond to it. And, having to vote one way or another is not because we want to shut people down. We don't want transparency. And I think, Vice Mayor, part of your reasoning, you said you want transparency or you're open to transparency. That doesn't mean that others, I think we all do it. We all want that transparency. And no matter what, people said or some, opinions are out there, we're just trying to do the business of the city, and we're trying to help out the staff and the city manager to be more efficient. Now, with all the changes that we made, I am very hopeful that at least we're going to be able to control what goes on the agenda in the sense of if it's a filler report or something that is necessary to bring back because it complies with council goals and directions. I think that's really important, that if staff continues to focus, to bring the attention to the board members to say, this doesn't fall within council goals and objectives. So therefore, there's no reason to discuss it. It's not urgent to bring back, or council already discussed it and therefore watch the council meeting, or they already voted on it. So there's really no reason to rehash the topic. I did see it necessary to make these changes. I did see it necessary, and I was very vocal about how we conduct ourselves in these meetings and the importance of having the meetings, to take them seriously, to be considerate of other people's time, and consider of staff's time as well. I am not opposed to wait and see what happens. I'm not opposed to find out, if we're going to continue seeing as liaisons, things are happening in there that we need to address. And I think it's important, give him a chance, sure. I wanted to help, the staff and the city manager as well. So that's why I was open. I'm still open to the city clerk's ideas to bring this, maybe look at ways that we don't eliminate him all at one time. I don't know if 1 year is too long if we're having issues. Do we want to wait 6 months is more reasonable? Or do we want to, because we do have the openings in July of 2026. So do we want to reevaluate in 6 months and see how things are going, get an update, and then decide at that time, do we want to continue or want to address it in July of 2026? I don't know. It's something that we would have to agree, but either way, it has nothing to do with trying to silence people or not to get them participated. It really has to do with being efficient. And yes, we do have enough diverse group, and yes, 5 can do the job as well as 7 can do the job.
Can I ask you, you're saying if we do find that there's still a problem even after the new implemented changes, you would want to change the composition before the next appointment period of July. So waiting a year, we'd miss it.
So we would know how we're going to reappoint in July of 2026
So you think
if we
6
apply.
months is enough
I don't
time?
know. I mean, what do you
Reevaluate, come back in
do
6
you think
months?
6 months?
Another
is-
agenda item to put on there. 6 months too.
But, you know, if it's worth it, I don't know.
I mean, if that's the goal, I'm thinking that maybe we bring it back in June to provide a little bit of time. So if you do decide
time for the
to,
appointments.
do the appointments, and we do the appointments in July.
In July, but we open in May.
Okay. Oh well.
The recruitment starts in May.
Yeah.
So
So it would be
what's,
April.
I like the
Would have
6
to be
months would be
April.
February.
So
The
it
end
would
of
be
April?
April.
End of
April,
April?
if you feel like, I mean, that would be ideal as far as trying to, if there was going to be a change, that we could actually implement it.
It'll
much
give you
more
enough
smooth.
meetings of commissions and boards to test out if things have changed.
I think so.
Yeah, okay. So end of April would be the timing?
Well, to allow time for the city clerk, so because you put
Yeah, 6
the
months would be
posting.
February.
Right.
So
Maybe March?
March?
Okay.
Maybe, yeah, close to March, the end of March. We can revisit.
It's a city clerk assignment, so I'm fine with whatever you guys want to
Oh,
do.
then she's
Yeah,
okay
yeah.
with it, right? No.
Well, March would give us a little bit of time, I'm thinking, before the May recruitment to get the word out and retool any documentation.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, I'm okay with
And I
bringing
think
it back in March.
it's gonna hold
the-
everybody accountable,
exactly what I
not
was about to
only
say.
members, but the staff. And this
If
is
they know
not,
it's coming, they'll shape up. and-
well, this is, I don't want to make it sound like, you know, we're having all these problems because of additional 12 people. But, you know, as the city manager said, it takes a lot of work to get, you know, staff these boards and commissions. And the city clerk, I know firsthand with the recruitment and the posting.
Approximately 5 to 6 hours per recruitment.
Yes, it does take a long time. So trying to help them, trying to listen, but also keep our boards and commissions the way they are now until we figure out.
Okay.
If it's working, great. If it's not, then let it be.
Okay, so do we have a motion at this point, or
Well, we
for
can
that
keep
one
going.
piece?
So we have
Yeah,
directions.
we have direction. I'd keep going to the to
Got it,
your
okay,
last
so it's
item,
direction,
and then
okay.
see if we could
So that
wrap
would,
it up in
but
a
that
bow.
would come back
Yeah.
later, so we wouldn't be voting on that part because it's not actually being implemented right now, right? Or,
You would simply specify that as to changing composition, you're not. You're delaying. You're actually striking the changes to
Okay.
So section
composition.
1
With direction.
is striked from this ordinance, but we've given direction to come back in March with an update.
Yeah, it's not section 1. That's the summary of the issue.
Section
Oh,
regar-
shoot.
section
Yeah, you're right.
It's
regarding-
actually 6 different sections in this ordinance.
In
It's
each,
2-1-409 Board
In
of
each
Library
commission.
Trustees.
okay.
Yes.
Okay, so how,
2-1-413 Police Commission.
Okay, so
and
we're
et cetera.
striking all of the changes to the 6 boards, and we're keeping them at
changes to
7.
board size?
Yes.
And then giving staff direction to come back in March
Okay,
with an update.
got it. Okay,
Okay. all
moving
right.
on to attendance.
Yes, so what I wanted to offer is that,
Councilmember Anthony, why don't you start?
sorry. Page 179, in the staff report, letter C there. Additionally, should council excuse the member's 3 absences and the member misses a 4th meeting. Wish to amend the code. The member's 4th absence within that 12-month period, school clerk will implement the existing procedure. I want to go with the council may authorize members' automatic removal by city staff, but the language change there, it should say, additionally, should the council excuse any member's absences and the member misses a following meeting.
Okay, remind me what page.
Where are we?
So on page 179 of the staff report.
Okay.
So I would like to refer council to page 136.
Okay, you want to do that instead? Okay,
It's actually the proposed ordinance that's
agenda
before you for adoption.
I got you.
It's paragraph 2 at the top of the page. It's 2-1-403C2.
Okay.
My recommendation would be, based upon your prior discussion, should the council excuse the members' 3 or more absences, so adding the 2 words or more, because you're currently considering 5, and the member misses an additional, rather than a 4th, an additional meeting, add the words within the following 12-month period. Otherwise, you don't know. And so that's my suggestion. The city clerk may proceed with the member's automatic removal by city staff. So you could provide a smaller period, but both the current ordinance and the proposed ordinance speak of a 12-month period commencing from the point of appointment, commencing from the appointment date. It's August to July.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the question. So that would be my proposal.
Yes, Councilmember Mullins.
So we're actually then broadening and allowing for more absence to happen before we remove somebody.
No,
Why
actually,
even-
we're being more strict.
I don't see
So
it that way.
if you get 3 in a single calendar year,
No, it says 3 or more.
More.
The
3 or
city
more.
attorney is.
Because there may be more, the nature of the process is that by the time the absence accrues, so it gets to the 3rd absence, it gets to the commission, for the commission to consider. Well, the member could be absent from that discussion, meaning there's now a 4th. By the time it gets to council, there could easily be 4 absences.
or even a 5th at that point, if we have a delay in our meetings. Yeah.
Well, if you look at what happened with art in public places 2 years ago, what happened was they had to consider the art installation for the Hollywood Burbank Airport. They called, I think, 2 or 3 special meetings 1 week apart for purposes of quickly assessing the proposed. That's why the member actually missed so many. Those were the ones that were excused by council because it wasn't the
schedule.
The member was out of the country,
Yeah.
but all of a sudden there were multiple special meetings held within the months of January. It wasn't possible for them to return from being out of the country to make those meetings. The meeting calendar changed, not their availability. And so from that perspective, you might want to be flexible about the number of absences because, if it's art in public places and someone's already missed 2 and the commission has agendized extra meetings, or planning commission, they've got specific plans coming and all of a sudden, they can meet twice a month, though they've had mostly just 1 a month for probably the last year or more due to streamlining. But when the specific plans come through, they may have to stack work, and a member could miss meetings while the item is working its way to the council. So it's not giving them more absences, it's accounting potentially for additional absences while the item works its way to council's agenda.
But we're talking about there are regularly scheduled meetings according to the BMC where it specifically said planning would meet on Monday, the first Monday or first Tuesday or whatnot. And then what you're talking about is those additional meetings that may be required, like the arts and public places when they had to call in a special meeting. So those are in addition to the regularly scheduled meeting. And I agree, they shouldn't be penalized if somebody's on vacation or somebody did not, come into the meeting because it was not the regularly scheduled, but it was a special meeting that was called in for them to go in and they missed that meeting.
Right, but it's still considered an absence.
Yeah, but we need to separate from regularly scheduled meeting because I think the code under the book, when you read it, it says they shall meet on this date of every month. And those are the times that we count the absence because they take the roll on that day and they're absent. So maybe we need to separate the language to make difference
Well,
between special meetings and a regular
So
scheduled
for
meeting.
most of your boards and commissions, most of them, the vast majority, they only have 10 meetings a year. They meet once a month, and there might be like a December or November where they're dark. Planning Commission meets the first and third Monday, unless canceled. So they have 24 regular meetings. So you're taking them from 75% now down to like, they have to attend almost 90%. They can, in a month and a half, they can miss 3 meetings, and now their attendance is being reviewed. I'm just saying, practically speaking, the same 3 absences counts for Planning Commission, even though they meet 2 to 3 times more than other boards and commissions. I'm simply saying you may be in the position of having to excuse or considering, not having to. You may be in the position of considering whether or not to excuse 4, 5, or even 6, just because if it's a medical circumstance, more absences may have accrued by the time the item gets to council. We happen to have an item dealing with 5, but that's not why I'm suggesting more. I'm just suggesting it because the number could change.
Would this possibly cover what you're talking about without causing some confusion in this matter? So for number 2, under C2, instead of even numerating, because of the previous 2 paragraphs numerate and explain the situation. So for C2, should the council excuse the member's accrued absences and the member misses an additional meeting? Would that work? Both
Yes.
legally and practically for what you're looking for, Councilmember Mullins?
So accrued
Means up to that point, those are because the previous paragraphs kind of describe when the trigger happens of when it gets reported to the committee and looked at. And then that C2 is a follow-up of what happens after that process. So it's the accrued amount will already be determined, but it's afterwards. So it's not, that paragraph doesn't determine how
Instead
many.
of 3 or more.
It's an accrued, yeah.
The threshold is still 3.
Exactly.
It just accounts for the possibility that another 1 or more could accrue by the time it gets to council.
If there's additional meetings.
Correct.
But if there isn't, and that's why I want to make sure that we're clear, because if somebody reads this and that we didn't have any additional meetings, and then I'm absent 3 times, then comes the 4th time and says, wait a minute, it says here I can be absent up to 3 or
So
more.
the accrued
So I'm
takes
like
away.
4. So what does that do for me, even though we didn't have special meetings?
Yeah, I like accrued better too, because it doesn't encourage more than 3, like you're
Because
saying.
that's how they're going to read it.
Yeah,
It's like,
so-
oh, I can be absent 4. It says that you can get away
So
with it.
It reduces the
Do
confusion.
you
So it's
agree
clear.
with within the following 12-month period?
That's the,
Yeah, that's the thing I wanted to talk about. So it becomes more strict, and I'm actually okay with that. Basically, in a 12-month period, under the current rules, if you make it the full 12 months and you get an excuse, your clock resets and there's no penalty, and you basically can just do another 3 missed again.
No, not the current.
In the current one.
In the current one, you can miss 3 every cycle.
Or more. 'cause
Or
it's
more.
Done until later.
Right, because it doesn't get done later in the year. And so what I'm...
Wait. Sorry.
Yes.
Under the current, if you miss 3, the city clerk has to bring it to council and said they missed 3
It's a
consecutive
percentage.
meetings.
Right, but
Or
once it's-
75%.
Right, it's a percentage.
If I may, Councilmember Anthony, what he's saying, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that if that happens and then that member is excused, then the clock resets for the entire process, is what you're saying, right? And so that is an opportunity to, again, miss more meetings in the future, in the next year, and doesn't get addressed until much later. So I think what you're saying is that if you put this 12-month in this particular section C2, then that makes it so that that member now is kind of on probation for that year, that they cannot miss another meeting until
Meaning we've
or they'll be
excused your
removed.
previous year, you
Right.
better be on your best behavior this next
To
year.
avoid the possibility that if they are excused, that they will miss meetings.
That's
right?
what I'm
Okay,
saying.
all right. Does it make
And-
sense? I mean, may not agree, but does it make sense?
And for me, that basically creates a 2-year gap, right? So you have 1 year if you fail, and then a second year to get your act together. And if you don't, hey, the clock comes around and you're back at the time when we do our normal boards and commissions, and it's easier for staff to replace you at that point because they're not having to do a redo of removing you outside of the normal clock.
Well, but staff don't remove boards
That's-
and commissions.
we're making it so that the city clerk may
that's the city
proceed.
clerk.
Yes, city.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
I'm saying the city clerk may proceed with members' automatic removal.
Right. And
I
what our
just
city attorney is
want to make
suggesting is.
sure that
Right.
it's her, not.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's city clerk.
It's not the staff that staffs the meeting.
So if I understand you, city attorney, what you're suggesting is that we add on C2 the year timeframe of attendance, and that would then, if that person missed a meeting, that would trigger the city clerk's action on C2. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, if they miss the 3 meetings in the first year of a 4-year term, do you want the next absence to be the remainder of their term? My proposal is within the next 12 months.
12 months is fine because then we could fill in a half term. And basically what we're doing is setting a precedent so that if somebody does come down here and they have support to come back. I'm sorry, yes? Oh.
It just when there's a moment, I have a question.
Oh, okay.
yes.
So basically, we're setting a precedent. If they come down here and they go through the entire process of apologizing and saying, please, I'm going to be there, and we take it upon ourselves to say, okay, we're going to give you another shot, then we're basically saying you have to be on your best behavior for the next 12 months. And that's it. Because if we're going to go through this whole process and create a system where we do allow for excuses, then it can't just be, okay, slate swipe clean, let's have memory of a goldfish, and you start all over again.
So
That's why I'm trying to put this
Do
in.
we want to
No,
have
no,
the
the
city
city
clerk
clerk.
first and then afterwards? Okay, great. Okay, Madam City Clerk, yes.
I just want a clarification. When would you like that clock to start running? Would it be a year from the time the member appears to plead their case, or because we're going to have to track it now? It's not going to be July. It's not going to be August 1st through July 31st. We're going to have to track each one of them and keep a tickler file. Oh, it's been a year. Their year's up. So let's say we have 10 of these that we're juggling. That's fine. We can do it. But you see what I'm saying? Is this the year
It's from the excuse.
from the night of the council meeting where they are granted
12
an
months
excuse?
from the excuse of absences.
Yeah, maybe remainder of term might be something to consider instead. Councilmember Rosati, did you have a question too? You haven't spoken yet, so make sure that you're good. Okay.
But I think
Councilmember Mullins.
remainder of term, that's very loosely, because if it's within their first year and they have 3 years left.
Oh, I meant, yeah, you're right, okay.
Yeah,
Maybe
so
at
I think
the-
it's 12 months from the excuse of council's action. Like if we provided an excuse tonight, it's 12 months from tonight.
And I don't think it'll be that hard to track. I have a feeling we're going to be excusing very few people because they're going to know the policy more. And we're going to be holding the policy to account more.
You're too naive.
You're optimistic.
You say we have 9 coming. That's a record. I've never seen that many come.
Madam
So,
City Clerk, what do you recommend would be easier for you to have a time frame?
Whatever is the council's pleasure, honestly. We're just here to serve you guys, whatever you want.
And I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
I thought we were trying to get rid of the rolling calendar, and I don't know, that was,
Yeah.
I don't want to speak for the clerk, but that was kind of trying to simplify it.
That was the idea originally, but
It is difficult.
Yeah.
As much as we sit here and we be very creative, to keep track of 145 members with all the departments.
But it's
we
only
need-
keeping track of people we've excused
But,
absences for.
you still have to keep track of 145 members to see who missed what at what time and what day. It's not as simple as we think
No,
it
we've
is.
changed that. That's a change on, we're not going with percentages anymore.
but you are depending on staff to report it accurately and us to act on a timely
Right.
basis. So I agree with the city manager. It'd be better to get away from the rolling calendar, but
Okay.
whatever you guys want.
So if I may follow up on that, Madam City Clerk, so your recommendation was in this is to say that the next meeting, is it the next the next absence? What was the recommendation after that for the?
Well, in the staff report, it
Any
says
fourth meeting?
a fourth meeting.
Right, any fourth meeting or at all, or what's the time frame for it? Yeah. So for the remainder of what, the term, the year, the forever?
So the first 6 months, first year, you missed 3 meetings. The fourth meeting immediately after will be ground for removal.
But then either way, whether it's a year time frame or forever, the city clerk still has to keep track of that fourth absence, right? So,
But it's
tricky.
easier doing it than resetting the clock again.
Yeah.
So
So the-
she'll see, oh, there's 3 already. Oops, here's the fourth one. Boom,
Yeah.
that triggers it.
So the question is, how long does that trigger last for? How long does that triggerability last for? Is it last for one meeting afterwards, a whole year, to the end of the
All
term,
right,
forever?
let me ask this.
Yeah.
Let me ask this. We count.
You want to pipe in?
Okay, so in the current iteration of this, what we're proposing is that a 12-month period is August 1st to July 31st, right? And in that 12-month period, if anybody misses 3 or more, they have to come to council. Now, they can come to council at different times because of our schedule or at the time that they missed the 3 or 4. So here's my proposal. If it's the 12-month period from August 1st to July 31st that we're calculating, then if they miss another meeting in the following calendar year, the following August 1st to July 31st. So if they come to us, if they miss like the last 3 of the last year and they don't get to us till November, it still only counts until that end of July or that August 1st. So it's whatever that boards and commissions year is. So we're not doing a rolling year. We just consider year 1 and year 2. August 1st, July 31st. If you miss any and they're excused in 1 year, you cannot miss one the following year.
What about the rest of the term?
Rest of the term reset. If you get through that first year, great. If you have another year to go and you miss a couple, okay, you got to come back and talk to us. We might not be so forgiving the next time.
So you're proposing the, until the end of the next
Right.
commission and board's year, end of year?
Yes. So yeah, it goes year by year. It's not a rolling year. It's the
like
year that you have the
fiscal year.
violations. The next year you need to be on point.
Right, fiscal year.
Fiscal year.
Fiscal year.
Yeah, we could do fiscal.
August.
I think that's
To
the simplest way to do it.
July.
And people understand. Okay,
Does
this
that
is the
make
year
sense?
I have to be on my best behavior.
Madam City Clerk, does that make sense? And
What I have is, should the council excuse the members' accrued absences? No, are we back to 3?
accrued.
Accrued absences, and the member misses a 4th meeting within the next 12-month,
An additional meeting.
sorry.
Yeah.
An
An additional meeting, not 4th.
Oh, right, because
Additional
we
meeting.
don't know.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mrs. An additional. Okay.
An
Let me
additional
start over. Should the council excuse the member's accrued absences and the member misses an additional meeting within the next 12-month absence reporting period,
That's it.
the city clerk may proceed with the members automatically removal by city staff. I won't be removing them.
The city clerk.
Well,
Right.
Yeah.
to send,
And that
I have to
way-
send that email?
That way,
Thanks.
if you do remove
Thank
them,
you.
it's in time
Appreciate
for.
that.
Right. If you remove them, it's in time for reappointments.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Are we okay with that?
Does everybody have?
Does that
a-
work?
Yeah, we,
Yeah.
yeah, all right.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, another check. We got it.
One additional thing. This, when we vote for this, if we do support it, I want this to take effect 31 days immediately, retroactive to everybody across the board. Mr. City Attorney, do we need to take a separate action on that, or is that basically the understanding of when we pass an ordinance? Basically, to anybody currently serving, this should apply. Right now. But
I think it applies as of August 1st, 2025, but I see that language for term limits.
Okay, can we make that, this part active in August 1st?
It's only in my staff report, and we did talk to Kane about that today, yeah.
So we will put in the final version of this effective August 1st, 2025.
Okay.
Okay, then
So
that way
applies
it
to
applies to all
everybody
the
right now.
9 that we're doing.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. The 9 that we're doing right now. Today and the next 9 or whatever that we're doing. It's to accommodate all of them, everybody moving forward, the whole, and everyone after that, the whole shebang, the whole shebang. Accommodate everybody.
Accommodate everybody.
Everybody. That's what we were talking about. Yes. Okay, is there anything else about the item? Okay. Does staff feel comfortable with the changes that we made? Do we need to make a motion with all the specific changes, or do we can say
No, I
as
think
amended?
we're tracking that no board will be reduced from 7 to 5. And we're tracking, so far, we've only had to make changes to paragraph C2
Yes.
on page 136, and including that this provision shall be effective August 1st, 2025.
Yes.
Mr. City Attorney, if we could revisit E15, the above changes to the Burbank Municipal Code will apply to the 2026 BCC recruitment cycle and onward. Do we need to specify with the exceptions of term limits and the absence policy, which will take effect August 1st, 2025?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So everything is gonna, Mr. City Attorney, this will be adopted 31 days from now, correct?
Except for the 2 parts.
Like, does this need to come back, or
Yes,
can we vote on it?
today is adoption.
Okay.
The charter permits revisions to an ordinance which has already been introduced, provided the purpose and scope remains substantially the same.
So this is considered the second reading.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And so to your question, Councilmember Mullins, that you're asking if when this would be put into place and be effective?
Effective, right.
So it sounds like the entire thing would start to be effective in 30 days, except for those 2 provisions that are specified for August 1st.
Well, the term limits thing is different because we do reappointments. We don't want the right. So we don't want the term limits to apply to people we've already appointed because they applied for the commission not knowing that this would be passed, versus people who are applying next July.
4 years. It's only 1 month.
I mean, that's up to you.
Yeah, and
If you
term
want to apply,
limits is
yes.
3,
They have,
12
they have 12 years.
If you want to retroactively apply it, I'm okay with that too.
So,
Go ahead. If you
that's
You
why-
can.
go
If
for it.
you
Do you want
wish.
to make that motion?
No, but
I think Councilmember Mullins, you're the ones who requested the August 1st, 2025 for term limits.
If I may, if I just reiterate what I said in the beginning when I read out so the above changes to the Burbank Municipal Code would be implemented as follows. Number 1, the change to the attendance policy and introduction of term limits will be effective as of August 1st, 2025. Number 2, any board composition changes adopted this evening, which are none, would have been effective as of the 2026 cycle, but those are off the table right now. Number 3, all other changes will take effect 30 days after adoption of this ordinance. So September 27th.
There you go. It works for me. How does that work?
Do it?
there was a reason why I had requested the term limit to start as of August 1st, because it makes it clean. It's August 1st, 12 years, and that's it. But I think everything else should be 30 days. I mean, that's the only exception that we had.
That's what you
Well,
said,
no, the
right?
attendance.
We're actually, it's
The
as of
attendance.
August 1st, 2025, but then the ordinance is going to take 30 days to adopt.
Yes.
So we're actually a little bit behind time-wise, but it's the same difference, right?
So, so
what you
the attendance policy is also 30 days.
Exactly. Term limits and attendance.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. So if we say August 1st is when it applies, that's 30 days from now? No.
No. What happens, Vice Mayor, is it takes 30 days for after you adopt the ordinance, it takes 30 days for it to become effective because we have to publish notices. And then we work with General Code and they update
Got it.
things
So
online.
it won't affect tonight. Then it won't affect today's decision after
Well,
this.
no, you're approving it retroactively just to August 1st, just to 25 days ago. The same thing with Councilmember Mullins' suggestion for the term limits. you will be retroactively approving those effective August 1st of this month. Just so we're
Has to
starting clean.
post-
It still has to take 30 days to take effect.
What you're saying is, sorry, I keep forgetting to turn it on. What you're saying is, there aren't any additional absences going back to August 1st, but while this ordinance is pending, you're going to consider 9 or 10 of these absences, and you want the ordinance to be effective, and maybe we have to think about exactly how we're phrasing that, to all of these decisions you're making. Otherwise, it won't apply, and their attendance clock will restart after you excuse.
Exactly.
So you want the effective date of the attendance provision to start from August 1st, so that these excuse decisions fall within that paragraph C2.
I think that's what we're looking for, yeah. So, yeah, so how do,
I think that's how it's phrased.
No?
is that?
What are you saying?
It has to be, everything goes in here, it would be 30 days from the date of adoption, which is tonight. The only reason we agreed to put a provision in here to make it retroactive to August 1st because we're dealing with term limits. It has nothing to do with procedures. It's term limits to make it clean cut, effective August 1st. So the 30 days don't apply tonight to the attendance policy, to any other policy. That is 30 days from
Right, but if we don't make that retroactive, then anything we do in the next 30 days with any board or commissioner, if we don't excuse it, they could get 1 or 2 more absences, and that doesn't count. I don't want them to think they have a
Well, I don't know
free
how
period.
it doesn't count because it's up to us.
Because if you don't retroactive it, then it wouldn't count.
But
have to manually
but it's up to us to evaluate. We're going to have to evaluate situation by situation and make a decision whether we want to continue and direct the city clerk to move forward
No,
with
I'm not.
that.
I'm not talking about excusing the absences. I'm saying, in the next 30 days, if we do excuse case by case any absences, I want to have this 4th absence or accrued absence apply so that if we do happen to excuse a board or commissioner, that if they miss 1 more, they're gone. And I want that to apply all the way back starting August 1st so that any excuses we make from now or the next 30 days still applies to them missing another meeting if we choose to excuse it.
But it's not fair also for individuals that don't know this is what we're doing tonight, and we added new language and we made changes to the language that was given to us originally. So we added some more, what you call more, to be more strict. It's not fair because they don't know that we're actually implementing this
Well,
effective August 1st.
But that's what the 30 days is for. They have a
No.
window now to get their act together.
But we're going to make decision based on what we're approving here tonight as a retroactive of August 1st. So they don't know that this is what we're doing tonight. They don't know that we're going to make it retroactive August 1st.
We're going to tell them when they come here and try to stay on the commission.
Well, but then they're going to say, I didn't know that you're going back to August 1st because we're operating under the current rules.
And I understand that, and we're going to have to explain it to them.
I
and say,
think
look,
we're getting too much into...
So procedurally, we can amend this ordinance, have it come back to council, and you can adopt it, and we can look at, so the council does have the ability to retroactively apply ordinances so long as an entity is not somehow vested. Normally this comes up in the land use context. Provided they haven't acquired vesting, you can go back and apply a change in zoning or a change in height or something back to applications deemed complete or any development which has not yet received a building permit, which means they could have been in the process for like a year. So this concept of relating back a rule, it exists, and there's an ability to do that. You're not actually, the decision doesn't affect whether or not you excuse. It affects whether or not the rule about additional absences is in place before that additional absence, or whether it's in place
Right.
when you consider the decision.
Look, I'll be honest. If you don't want it to go retroactive, it doesn't have to be retroactive. We don't have to do that.
I just want to make sure that we don't keep on changing things and
That's fine. If you
flip
want that
flopping. You know what I
section-
mean?
I'm fine with it. If you want that section to apply 30 days out from adoption, I'm okay with that.
They need to read it. They need to understand moving forward before we start creating now new set of problems, saying, "Oh,
Are you guys
why
okay
did you
with
do
that section?
I do, okay, so what this means then is that we'll adopt this tonight, assuming we do. And then this wave of folks that we're addressing their absences will be under the old rules, right? Or the current rules. What will then be the old rules. So we will be kind of in this like gray area.
But we'll know.
Yeah.
Can I try to eliminate some of the gray?
Thank you, that would be wonderful.
So there is another route to where you may or may not want to go. So the current ordinance, 2-1-403, the last sentence of section A, subsection A says, the city council shall take.
Can you do your microphone?
Sorry. Okay.
It's late.
BMC, section 2-1-403, subsection A, last sentence. With regard to the item that you've continued to occur after this, regarding the Board of Library Trustees, the council shall take appropriate action, including, but not limited to, excusing the absences, removing the member, or such other action as the council deems appropriate. So, you could, tonight, make a decision that included, potentially, for an additional absence, I mean, it's not super clean, but for an additional absence, the city clerk may be able to remove. Then you could consider this language, push the other 9 that you're going to consider out until the ordinance is in place.
Yes,
That's
what
another
I was gonna
way.
suggest, but-
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that works for me too.
Or you could say,
Are we okay delaying those 9 for 30
It
days?
wouldn't be 30 days, it would be, because
No,
August
'cause
30th.
if we
Oh, we do
adopt
it
today,
tonight,
it's 30
then
days.
got
you
it.
had already said, well, I mean, it was
If
in
we
the
don't
heat
do
of
it
debate.
We wanted to bring them all
That's
back
true.
together.
Perhaps they should all come back together. Right now, I think 6 of them are already forecasted for 2 different meetings in September.
But they haven't been hard-coded in yet. They could be.
They're on a forecast.
They're on the forecast. I mean, if you were going to do that, I would look at September 30th, which gives you 30 days.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plus.
Okay.
So,
Kind of- okay.
including, so such other action as council deems appropriate could be, depending upon what action you take on this ordinance, and shall be subject to the provision 2-1-403 adopted by a council, or something like that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So what we're currently discussing is only the term limits is retroactive to August 1st of this year. Everything else takes effect 30 days from now.
Okay.
We're okay with that?
Okay. And
Okay.
then is part of this motion, the request or direction to, I guess it wouldn't be a motion, just direction to staff or asking to push those 9 other cases until after the 30 days is done?
Yeah. I guess the request is any current,
Would that
I guess
be okay?
for the city clerk, any current attendance questions needs to come to us.
After the new, yeah. Does
Any current attendance issues need to come to us after 30 days from now.
after September 30th?
Yeah, so September 30th, do them all together.
On that meeting would be the first meeting to bring it back.
Just for the last
The
years.
ordinance will be effective before September 30th.
Right.
So yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay. All right, I think we landed on something.
Anything else?
So, okay, so if there's nothing else, let's just check that staff understands what we're, after we've done 15 different turns and switchbacks on this, that staff understands what we're doing. Are we good? Do we need to do the whole motion with the changes, or?
It would be
Yeah.
a motion for adoption of the ordinance as amended.
Yes, and as amended is understood. And you can always, I guess, go back on the video to check.
Well, it
but I just wanna
could
make
be
sure.
as amended specifically with regard to section 2-1-403C2 and maintaining board and commission composition of 7 where applicable.
Okay,
So moved.
all right, and you second?
Second.
All right. Roll call. We have a first, Councilmember Anthony, second, Councilmember Rosati. Let's do roll call.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosati?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Takahashi?
Yes.
Thank you.
Congratulations, good work. All right. Last up, let's bring back the topic, the item, let's make it official here. Bringing back item O1, consideration of Board of Library Trustees. Let's try to,
So
get
I'll
this
be
wrapped
I'll
up.
be real quick. With the current ordinance that we've adopted, in 30 days, if a member is excused tonight, that any time they miss, any meeting is missed 30 days from now or to the end of the year, they would be automatically removed. So, I would like,
excused.
right, if we excuse. So I would like to move that we excuse Board Member Weisberg with the understanding that she knows in 30 days' time she's going to be under a clock and cannot miss another meeting for the remainder of the year. That's
Okay.
my motion.
Second. All right. Did you catch the motion?
Sorry, I just want to make sure, so it's within the 30 days, or it just?
Well, no. That's just my comment on the previous So the motion is to excuse Board Member Weisberg's absences. And my commentary on that motion is that she understands in 30 days' time, the ordinance we just passed will take effect, and if she misses another meeting, she's automatically removed. She doesn't come here, city clerk just pulls her.
Excuse the member's absences, and she shall be subject to
Provision C2.
403C2 for any further absences.
Yes.
Yes, that's my motion.
Yes. The new ordinance we just
Does
passed.
the second of the motion understand that?
Yes, the second of the
Yes.
motion understands that, and seconds continue second. All right, we have a first by a motion by Councilmember Anthony, second by Vice Mayor Takahashi. Let's take, unless there's further discussion.
Further discussion.
Okay, Councilmember Rosati.
If we're going to do the carve out, then let's just dismiss the 9 that are coming.
You can agendize that after, right?
Well, they're coming on September 30th.
Yeah, we can do it then.
You want to do it then, or you want to pull something else
We
earlier
can't,
than
we
that?
can't do it now because that's not on the agenda now. Right, so if you want to do it, we can do it then. We can bring it up then. That's
fine.
what you like to do.
Yeah, if we're gonna do this, deal, then everyone gets the same deal.
That's a fair opinion, and
So-
that can be addressed when we bring it back on the 30th? Is that comfortable for you? Okay. Did you have any comment?
I agree, because we need to treat everyone equal. So if we are just adopted our new ordinance, then everyone has to be treated the same. And we're going to look at, and this is on record, so everybody's going to, no matter what excuse, I guess, that they have,
No
because-
matter what excuse that they have.
Well, there were some excuses and there's some no excuses, so.
That's not the agenda item tonight.
I
but you can share
understand.
your.
I understand, but
yeah,
I
that's
want
what
there
your-
to be
that's what
some
your-
kind of, understanding that if we're going to do this hall pass thing, then
We can't make an agreement to do that for a future agenda item. We can't agree to say how
understand.
we're going to vote on a future agenda
I
item, right?
understand.
Correct,
But
Madam City Attorney? I just want to make sure.
I do hear you, and
You hear me?
I understand
hear
your
you.
Okay.
intention, absolutely, 100%. Your intention has been made very clear.
And if there is one more absent, we do not even bring it to council. The
It doesn't
city
come to
clerk,
us.
At city clerk, yeah.
city clerk will send a letter
Sure.
out.
And point of clarification, if one of the 9 that you were going to consider already was excused once for a previous 3
We're
absences
going to talk about that on the 30th.
hall pass.
for both sets of it, we're talking a second set now. One of the people has already been excused
So,
once.
so
That's for the
to the
30th.
vice mayor's point, you can't make decisions on items that are not before you. So we will make sure to bring them back on September 30th, no sooner than September 30th,
Right.
when the adopted ordinance will already be in effect.
Right, right. Yeah, okay.
And I want to add to the record whether staff needs to give every single member a copy of the book with a circle on the new policy,
Yeah.
that this is serious and council mean it. I don't want to have this discussion here ever again, because it should be clear to everyone, it's not an excuse not knowing what the policy is. Absolutely not an excuse. The policy is the policy, and I think I appreciate if staff, no excuse from staff, no excuse from anyone. This is the policy that we worked very hard tonight to put together.
Yes, we do.
And I will not.
many nights.
I will not discuss this policy again. I will not use, they were not told, they did not know anything about it, I was not informed. The policy is the policy. And it's very clear, because none of us should have gone through this tonight. And I appreciate all the work that went into this. And I think we need to put an end to this policy once and for all.
Okay.
So just to clarify, I will be reaching out to the various departments of the 9 upcoming ones and informing them that they will all be considered on 9:30, that they should clear their calendars for that Tuesday night. Correct?
Along with everyone else getting a copy of our new policy that we
Right, but I'm just talking about the
yes,
staff
yes.
reports. It's going to be one staff
Well-
report, one meeting,
Right.
one item, 9:30. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Is that's direction to staff, that's not part of the motion, right? That's a,
No, it's direction.
Right.
yeah.
This was deliberation
And vote.
that 2 council members are considering whether they're going to vote for the motion, depending
Right.
upon our
But the-
commitment to schedule these items.
The
yes.
scheduling for 9, whatever, the 9 members on September 30th, is that part of the motion, or is
No,
that direction,
it's
that's
just-
direction to
it's
staff?
just-
Got it, okay.
yeah,
So that
yeah.
can be, great, okay.
All right.
Deliberation done, are we done with the comment? Do you have any more comments? Are you ready for a vote?
Yep.
Ready for a vote? Okay, so we're going to do the vote and see what happens.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosati?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Takahashi?
Yes.
Thank you.
Congratulations all. Lots of hard work. I know, we are almost there. We have almost there. The next item, thank you all who stayed, by the way, for so late. To the city manager's point, would you like to move on to the next item, which is to, actually, council comments is next, and then consideration of previously introduced items. So let's do council comments first, and then we'll decide whether we want to get through the 2 items for consideration. So how about council comments first? Who would like to go first tonight? Who's got their it looks like Councilmember Mullins is
got
ready to
it.
go.
I attended the City Hall Fountain Grand reopening ribbon cutting. We were all there. It was beautiful. Thanks to staff for really putting it together and doing a great job. I also attended Home Again LA Donor Appreciation Event, and I attended Verdugo Hills Good Turn Award honoring Nancy Guillen, member of our community. They had a luncheon for her, and it was to honor her for all the work she's done. That, along with meeting with different community members, talking about boards and commissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mullins. Councilmember Rosati.
Wednesday, August 20th, I was at the Police Commission meeting. Thursday, the 21st, I went to the City Hall grand opening ribbon cutting for the fountain, which was fabulous. It just came out, I thought, amazing. They really kept that Art Deco look and feel, so I think a lot of people from the public, I actually saw people filming in front of their, today when I came in, so right away it sparked a lot of interest. I also attended the Home Again LA 2025 Donor Appreciation Dinner. And then on Saturday, with Vice Chair Takahashi, we went to the Bingo Bubbly Brunch for BTAC.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Rosati. Councilmember Anthony.
Yeah, last week was the first week of school, and that was basically my entire life for that week leading up to it. It went off without a hitch, but it's a lot of setup for that first day. And then the following weekend, we went camping with the family. So I've been out of commission for a couple of weeks. I'll be back.
Okay. Let's see.
But that doesn't mean he was absent, just because he was out of commission.
No, just wasn't doing the scheduled events, yeah. Right. All right, August 13th and August 14th mornings, I gave remarks at the EUCI California Power Summit, which was hosted at the Eco Campus of BWP. And then on the 13th, I went to a meeting with Burbank Arts, Theater, and Cultural Advocates with Assemblymember Schultz. And then that afternoon, that next day, the 14th, I attended the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission in the morning. The 18th, Sustainable Burbank Commission. The 20th, on the 20th in the morning, I attended a National League of Cities info session on the Prenatal to 3 Impact Lab, which is about childcare and how National League of Cities can help cities assess their childcare needs. In the afternoon, I had a meeting with the National Animation Museum folks, and if you haven't had one in a while, I highly recommend y'all do, because they have some great news. So I don't know how much I can share, so I'm just going to leave it at that for you guys to meet with them. On the 21st, I attended the City Hall fountain reopening with everyone. And then that afternoon, I attended the ribbon cutting for the Skin Butter Store, 1-year anniversary. The 23rd, attended BTAC's Bingo, Bubbly, and Brunch, and I won bingo.
Won bingo.
Woo! I never win bingo. It was awesome. I couldn't believe it. I was shocked. And then I had many, many meetings with the community about all kinds of items, including the commissions and other items on the agenda. And my calendar is color-coded, and about 2/3 of it was bright blue. It has all council things. So that was my community activities. All right, so next up we have consideration for previously introduced additional agenda items. How do y'all feel? Do you want to tackle those tonight or push those to the next meeting?
Let's do it.
You want to do it?
Yeah, I can do mine real quick.
You want to do it? Okay. City Manager, are we good? Do it?
Oh, we're good.
Let's do it. All right, so the first, all right, I have to read this, hold on. Now is the time for the consideration of previously introduced agenda items. As a reminder, this is council's process for adding additional agenda items. These 2 items for consideration tonight were requested by council members during the meeting on August 12th, 2025. For each item, the appropriate council member will have 2 minutes to provide a brief explanation of the request, along with how the request ties to city council goals. After that, council will vote on whether or not the item should be added as an additional agenda item for consideration at a future meeting. If needed, council may provide clarification or additional information to staff regarding the agenda item request. Okay, that's the rule set. First item is Councilmember Anthony's request to provide a first step report on the potential costs associated with fully painting red curbs at crosswalks. Would you like to speak to that item, Councilmember Anthony?
Yes. So there's 3 parts to this. The first is what the total cost would be over time for us to actually fully implement AB 413, but doing the painted curbs, so that we're fully exempt from AB 413. So if we could just do that as, I mean, you could put that in the whammer, honestly. If you could just, and there's no rush on that. Is that doable?
Yeah, so if we limited it to an informational memo related to that, what the cost magnitude is, we could do that to start, and then we could go from there, because I feel like that that cost is going to be a lot.
Yeah.
So, and it may not be feasible. So to get at least a cost estimate there, rather than doing a lot more work with trying to do our own deal, I would start there with an informational memo.
Okay, then let's do that. And then the other two sections that I wanted to discuss is either looking for or just giving staff direction to keep their eyes out for a transportation grant that may fund it once we get that cost, or B, putting it in our legislative analysis policy for our state reps to get us some state funding for that.
Yeah, a couple of things there. It would be a recurring cost. So if we get a grant, there's usually that's usually one time. So I just want to caution you there.
Okay.
We are always looking for grants. So that's always, we're active there, but certainly we could do that. The other thing is we'll be bringing back the legislative platform hopefully towards the end of the year. So if that's the case, then
if we could keep that as an option,
look at incorporating something.
Okay, great. That's it. I'm done.
Okay, we don't need a vote then. Okay. Second item is Councilmember Mullins' request to provide a first step report regarding the letter from the Burbank Association of Realtors that was submitted, which addresses terminology and policy related to housing providers. Would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, so we all received a copy of the letter from the Burbank Realtors, and it is something that we wanted to talk about. The actual request, I wanted to look and see if this is something we can accommodate. The laws changed by changing the name of landlord versus housing providers. So we're in compliance with the typical language that they're using now. I know Claremont has also an ordinance that is attached to the request we received regarding landlord or housing providers protection. So this is all something I believe will be kind of, is it bundled with the whole package that you're bringing to us in October, or?
So if the council so wishes, I think part of this is already kind of going to be bundled, so to speak. So we could just make sure all these elements are incorporated as far as as potential decisions in that October. Once we talk about it this fall in October, we could make sure that we include this.
The only request I have, and maybe this is to the city attorney, and I kind of wrote it out to make sure that I say it correctly for the city attorney. If it's possible, we bring it back in October, that we look at separating the discussion from the actual rent control component. In this way, it would give the whole entire council an opportunity to discuss it as a whole, like 5-member council members, instead of excluding like Councilmember Rosati, or because I think it's important for all of us to discuss, is this something we want to have for our city, or is this something?
So part of this is very closely related to the future purpose of the Landlord-Tenant Commission. We had talked about it briefly at a previous council meeting, that would be the appropriate time to change the name. We've already preliminarily looked at this in the way of checking the unlawful detainer statute, which has to do with evictions. I believe they use the terminology landlord. The Tenant Protection Act, which is AB 1482, they use the term property owner. And there may be a future purpose for the Landlord-Tenant Commission that's a little broader in terms of mediation or dispute resolution or something that may also inform that decision. So the main source is, what term do we use in our ordinance? And then with regard to housing provider anti-harassment, as council will remember, some of those issues were taken up preliminarily. We brought the ordinance on the tenant protections. Council actually adopted an ordinance about 14 months ago in July of 2024, and then council asked for expanded tenants' bill of rights. So it's quite possible that those terms that don't have a financial impact and deal more with remedies could be segmented. That would be the word that the FPPC would use, segmented, so that the full council can participate. So we'll want to do that so that we can inform council how we group the subjects.
Do you have a clarification question?
I want to point one thing out. If that's a thread that you're considering pulling, I would be remiss to remind you that there are tenants who may come to this dais and ask to also be renamed for whatever they wish the name to be. And I don't know what they would pick, but I don't want to create a scenario where now we're having to pick two names for a landlord and a tenant that is new and just and considered modern. The terms have worked for a very long time, but I'm happy to have that discussion when it comes up.
Okay, so this is just to agendize it. This is just to whether or not to bring it into the agenda, right? So clarification.
And if I may jump in, and I appreciate that because it's important to bring it and talk about it. And it's not the reason I had asked for it. It's because other cities have started using, and as the city attorney mentioned, there's different variation of the word landlord. And I don't know, it's kind of like we need to talk about it and put it behind us or move forward with it, because I don't know what the industry is calling. And so if they're calling the tenants a different name, I don't mind looking at it and seeing what that name is, which I'm not aware of. So, and I think it's a good opportunity to talk about it. I know we've had different concerns or emails from the tenants saying, oh, don't go there, don't call the name. We're exploring to see if this is something really the industry standard. If it's not, I don't have any issues, but if it is, then maybe as we are talking about a landlord-tenant commission, maybe this is something, the area where we begin there.
Okay. Councilmember Rosati?
The National Association of Realtors, the California Association of Realtors has changed every single form to say housing provider and tenant.
Okay, so
That's where this stems from.
okay, so you're a support of agendizing it.
Yeah.
You're a support of agendizing it. You're okay.
And if we agendize it, it would come back when?
October 28th or later, if we can segment the decision from the other items to get the full council.
I'm fine.
But I mean, within
Yeah,
the
I'm okay with
same
it too.
time period, we have to get back to the FPPC. Right now, we have opinions that's guiding what we bring for the prior items. And we are, particularly because it involves landlord-tenant commission,
Yeah.
I think the housing staff in particular want to get those
I'm
issues
happy to
before the
discuss it.
council.
Like
Yeah,
you
I'm
said,
happy to
discuss
discuss
it,
it.
put it to bed. If it's the case, let's move on and be done with it.
I'm okay discussing it as well. Do we need to vote on agendizing it or like officially?
No, it's on our radar,
Okay.
and we want to have it be part of the discussion.
Okay. That wasn't too bad. We are past midnight, though. I was hoping we wouldn't. get done before
We'd
then.
like a motion, second, and a vote.
Oh, you would like a motion? Okay. So, Councilmember Mullins, would you like to make the motion to agendize it?
I make a motion to agendize the item that's proposed on the forecast agenda. I lost that page right now.
Yeah.
First step, yes.
Second from somebody?
Second.
Second? All right. So, quick vote?
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosati?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Takahashi?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good call. All right, we're almost there. Last is item R, introduction of additional agenda items. Now is the time for introduction of additional agenda items. Do you, members of the council, have any items to introduce? No. Hallelujah. All right, adjournment at, my paper says 9:30, but the reality is 12:07. So adjournment at 12:07. We now adjourn the meeting to Tuesday, September 9th. For a joint, okay, let's try again. We now adjourn the meeting to Tuesday, September 9th, 2025 for a joint meeting in the council chamber right here, 275 East Olive Avenue, second floor. Thank you and good night, everybody.